Chapter 1237. Article 3. Males who have reached the age of 18 and meet the standards of health must serve 2 months of military service every year from the age of 25 and receive military service subsidies. Males between the age of 26 and 30 who meet the standards of health must serve 1 month of military service every year. Those who evade military service will have all their benefits revoked. The reader continued to read the third article. Based on the previous situation, he stopped reading and waited for the others to discuss. The officials fell silent. No one made a sound. They all looked at the reader. Continue. Lilongji spoke. Article 4. Those who participate in the imperial examinations must accumulate 100 days of voluntary teaching and 200 days of voluntary social work. Those who fail to complete the examinations will be disqualified and will not be allowed to participate in the examinations again for 5 years. When the fourth article was read, the 2 sides of the stairs of Hanyuan Palace began to buzz with discussion. The officials whispered to each other. Wang Bei was very close to Zhang Zhong. As they were both ministers, there was only one person between them. When he heard the fourth article, he couldn't help but squeeze to Zhang Zhong's side and ask, "Zhang Xiaobao, what do Wang want? Now you feel that you are not afraid of anything. You are beginning to raise your blade against the officials. How bold, how bold. Zhang Zhong, you gave birth to a good son." Zhang Zhong smiled and nodded slightly at Wang Bei. "Why do you say that, Lord Wang? Officials take the imperial examinations. If you're a local official, don't you still need to understand education and the people? What's wrong with learning first? Or directly manage the economic field? At the very least, you need to understand the goods and needs of the people, right?" Speaking of the economy, I just remembered that last night, Xiaobao called and said that the new group we formed together might be able to generate profits this year. It's no longer about breaking even. He said that it's about accumulating and accumulating. After settling down to a certain extent, it will finally start to flourish. Wei Wei was stunned. Then, he became even more indignant. "Zhang Zhong, do you think that the matters of the world scholars can be enticed with money? Do you think that a noble person can be enticed with money? Do you think about 3 million strings of profits? It said that we will first distribute the profits and then consider selling them overseas. This way, we will be able to generate profits every year." Zhang Zhong finished his own words. Wang Ku was stunned again. He looked away and took 4 deep breaths. When he faced Zhang Zhong again, he asked seriously, "Really? Does Lord Wang want to see the proposal?" Zhang Zhong asked, "I'll believe you this time. Were we just now? You can't tempt people with benefits." "Yes, there is such a thing. We can't use money or benefits. This is the righteousness of the country. Upholding virtue and proper conduct is virtue and virtue." "Zhang Zhong, brother Yongcheng, you're going too far by talking to me about money. Am I someone that can be moved by money? How can I be unreasonable when you're talking to me? Actually, I deeply agree with what you said before. Yes, you're absolutely right. Students were taking the imperial examinations because they wanted to become officials. How could officials not know the hardships of the common people? In my opinion, the days are still too little. In total, it should be 500 days. However, if the time limit is set for too long this time, it might be repeated. It's better to try it out first." Wang Bei patted Zhang Zhong's shoulder affectionately and said righteously, "I think so too." Zhang Zhong still responded with a smile. Yes. It's not easy to think of the same thing. "Brother Yongcheng, are you free tonight? I heard that prawn rakes are ready to be eaten. Your restaurant bought a lot of them. How about you treat us to a meal?" Wang Bei said with a greedy look. "Of course I should treat you. How about tonight?" Zhang Zhong agreed. Okay. See you tonight." Wang Bei nodded happily and returned to his original position. He ignored the person in the middle as if he didn't exist. That person was the Minister of Personnel, Pei Guanting. Pei Guanting heard everything and suddenly realized that people who were in charge of money really had no resistance to money. 3 million strings of cash wasn't just Wang Bei's profit, but he had been bribed. "Can't you have some backbone? You lost in 1 round, and it was such a thorough defeat." After belittling Wang Bei in his heart, Pei Guanting thought for a while and squeezed in Zhang Zhong's position. He turned his head and whispered, "Brother Yongcheng, Does that company still need to increase its shares? I have some spare money. You know that if money isn't spent and doesn't flow, it will lose its effect on the economy. I'm willing to contribute to the prosperity of Tang's economy. Pei Guangding was more than 10 years older than Zhang Zhong. His third grandson was already 4 years old. He wanted to consider for his family. In fact, it was not bad to rely on bribery, but there were very few officials who bribed now. Even if he did, he couldn't help much. If bribed officials made mistakes, they would be punished. He didn't dare to oppose, even if he was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel. He wasn't afraid of the censorate or the head of the Secretariat. He even dared to argue with the emperor. However, he was afraid of Xiao Bei and the others who were just like him. Moreover, the emperor's argument showed that he had the ability. He was caught by Xiao Bei and the others on a whim, but no one helped him. Therefore, it was better to find a proper business and invest more to get a return. He had shares in a new company, but not a lot. It would be good if he could increase his investment. Brother Lianqing, don't worry. Zhang Zhong comforted Pei Guangding and said, "You'll understand if you continue to listen. There are many benefits to being an official. Otherwise, we as officials have no money, but businessmen have money. If we put all our thoughts on money, how can we use psychological politics? How many people can become saints?" Pei Guangding's eyes lit up. He asked for confirmation. In that case, even if official Wang supports us, the new company will still be profitable. Of course, but Brother Lianqing will have to work hard in the future. What do you mean? Pei Guangding asked again. After the hidden high salary, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo demanded that the officials must be honest. As the saying goes, if you take someone's money, you have to solve problems. The officials who receive the hidden salary have to do things. The faster our great Tang develops, the more loopholes there will be. We may not be able to catch all the patrolling officers, and to catch the officials, we need your department to participate. What do you think we should do? Zhang Zhong listened to his son's request and began to compromise with the officials. However, he also knew that his son's schemes were never the kind where he would take a step forward. He took a step back because there was a need for greater benefits. I've given you face. Do you dare to take another step forward? Moreover, this exchange was beneficial to the Great Tang as a whole. Otherwise, they would not use the method of exchange, but other means to achieve their goals. Pei Guangding clearly understood the temperaments of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It did not matter what they obtained in the end, and they should not covet it. It was fine as long as they could benefit. Otherwise, if they really angered them, they might not give them any benefits at all. Thus, he solemnly promised Zhang Zhong, "Don't worry. Any official who takes money but doesn't do anything during the Great Tang's rapid development will be severely punished. The lightest punishment is imprisonment, and the heaviest punishment is extermination." "Thank you." Zhang Zhong clasped his hands in respect. "No need, it's my duty." Pei Guangding returned the gesture. Zhang Zhong had dealt with 2 people, so the rest was simple. There was still the Bureau of Rights, Bureau of Justice, and Bureau of Military Personnel. If the Bureau of Military Personnel passed, the Bureau of Military Personnel would not dare to obstruct them. Since that was the case, he began to approach Su Yi's side and make a deal with him. Similarly, when he gave him benefits, the Great Tang would benefit. The officials in the court had no time to care about where Zhang Zhong was going or who he was exchanging with. Many of them were deep in thought. The 5th wait. Just as the reporter was about to continue reading, Xiao Song, the Bureau of Military Personnel, shouted. He was very imposing, and it was obvious that he was from the Bureau of Military Personnel. "Official, Xiao has objections?" Li Longji glanced over and asked. The officials suddenly looked at Zhang Zhong as if they were looking at a joke. Zhang Zhong had already reached Su Yi's side. Seeing the Bureau of Military Personnel stand out, he stopped what he was doing and looked over in surprise. The situation became awkward. The officials wanted to see Zhang Zhong make a fool of himself. "Look, there was a problem in the place that you thought would be the least problematic. What are you going to do now?" Some people looked at Wang Bei. Wang Bei wanted to curse Xiao Song for betraying Cuckoo, and curse the people who looked over. "Damn it, why are you looking at me? You want me to stand up and support Xiao Song? Then when can I earn back the money I invested? Don't you fucking just want to watch others fight?" The problem is, do you know how much pressure I'm under? I can't earn back the money I invested, and then the benefits from Zhang family and Wang family were canceled. Later on, I had a grandson who was about to be born, so I was able to enjoy some benefits again, and it was always given to the grandson who was born. It would have been easier without these benefits. Ever since there were benefits for children, my life has been getting worse and worse. The servants in the family don't look at me right now. I'm about to betray everyone. Didn't you see that I went over to talk to him personally instead of standing up? I'll remember you. Don't expect me to give you money easily in the future. Wang Bei cursed in his heart as he glared back. The situation paused for a moment. Xiao Song seemed to feel that he had given enough time for others to think, so he deliberately said in a rough voice, "The fourth clause refers to the humanities exam, right? What about my martial arts exam? I strongly request that the imperial court not discriminate against us martial artists. In the future, those who take the martial arts exam must also take out 300 days to do volunteer work." I'll stop here. Even if the policy doesn't stipulate that those who take part in the martial arts exam need to do volunteer work, the Ministry of War will strictly implement this policy. Unless I'm removed, as long as I minister, those who take part in the martial arts exam can forget about taking advantage of the loopholes. This time, it was the people who were watching the show who cursed in their hearts. Xiao Song, would you die if you didn't flatter him? Without waiting for others to finish cursing, Xiao Song spoke again. Also, regarding the third clause on military service, I declare that the Ministry of War will be strict with those who take part in the military service. We will unconditionally complete His Majesty's training. From strategy, tactics, to personal military skills, we will train those who take part in the military service in all aspects. We will train them into qualified soldiers of the great Tang Empire to the point where they can fight and win when pulled out. We will also strengthen the ideological education of the army so that all officers and soldiers will not retreat, waver, or hesitate in the face of danger. That's all I have to say. As he finished speaking, Xiao Song took a big step back and stood back. The people who were watching the show were speechless. Xiao Song, you're the minister. You have a nerve to stand out and not show any restraint? Are you afraid of Wang Wan to this extent? Li Longji held back his laughter and said with relief, "Very good. Official Zhao's awareness is very high. With him in the Ministry of War, I can rest assured. Yes, Hong still lacks a martial arts teacher. Why don't you add the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince? I won't let you down." Xiao Song stood out again to show his loyalty. He got a first-rank official just like that. A first-rank official was still a first-rank official. Although the Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince was an empty title, he would still receive a rank 1 salary. However, when he thought of empty titles, he also remembered that there was a group of young fellows who also had empty titles. They were the young minister of the Supreme Court and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. There were the 9 people of the Great Tang. No, the 10 people of the patrol team. They held multiple titles and did not need to go through any department to convict someone. They just did it directly, depending on their mood. Therefore, these officials who want to stand out and say something shut up. The Minister of Rights, Su Yi, who was also waiting to watch the show, put away his thoughts and asked Zhang Zhong with a smile, "Yongchang is here?" "He's here. There's a matter regarding the application and management of video education, as well as the planning of the printing of newspapers and books. Do you want to take a look?" When Zhang Zhong spoke again, his tone was gentle. It was a display of confidence. Su Yi could understand Zhang Zhong's confidence. If he had such a son and daughter-in-law, he would be so confident too. He asked, "Is there a lot to talk about?" "Yes, I'll go after the court meeting." Zhang Zhong lowered his posture even more. "Don't. I have something to ask." "I'll go. My washing machine is leaking. It's not the kind that leaks next door. It's the kind that leaks by itself when I don't need to. I was washing it when the water ran out." So he didn't dare to trouble Zhang Zhong now. He wanted to go there personally. As for the leak, was that a problem? That's fine. There's probably a mistake with the seal. I'll have someone go take a look. At the same time, there's a new washing machine that can rotate in 2 directions. It's better than rotating in 1 direction. I'll be very grateful if you can help me try it out. Zhang Zhong said with a smile. His face was worth a new 2-way washing machine. He would probably take out those that had rotating barrels as well. Well said, well said. So he also smiled happily. Seeing that the matter was settled, Zhang Zhong went back to the topic. The secret exchange of benefits was so dirty. However, as long as it was good for the common people, it was worth it. Most of the common people only saw what was in front of them and what was in front of them. They never knew how many people had paid for their benefits. Yu Wenrong, who was also the prime minister, had no choice but to stand up and speak up. His current position was very high, and he was on the same level as the secretary. Thus, he had to figure out what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to do. Of course, he was also clear that the reason he could become an official now was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't stop him. Although they had a small conflict in the past, they recognized his ability. This made Yuan Rong sigh. He admitted that he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it when he was in the position of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and still not deliberately attack his opponents. Because if the two of them wanted to deal with him, they didn't need to seek balance or exchange benefits. It was just a matter of a sentence. Perhaps they didn't even see him as an opponent, even if his father was the Minister of Works, who was of a lower rank than him. Every time he thought of them, he would feel a kind of majestic aura, vast and unstoppable. As long as he didn't cross their bottom line, they wouldn't care. However, when they cared, you would be gone. Thus, when Yu Wenrong became the prime minister this year, his conduct had always been very proper. At this moment, he had to ask clearly on behalf of all the officials. Your Majesty, after this subject heard these four conditions, his heart is not clear. Speak. In truth, Li Longji hadn't received any explanation from Zhang Xiaobao, but he was confident that he understood thoroughly. This was a kind of tacit understanding, and the source of this tacit understanding came from their daily interactions. Yu Wenrong paused, then said, the first two conditions seem to shake the foundation, and the last two are exhausting manpower. This subject wants to understand what Xiaobao and Cuckoo are thinking. When he spoke, he didn't call Zhang Zhong like he did. He was clearly the closest person, yet he still insisted on calling him something like Jidushi Zhang. This made others think of how Zhang Zhong had been at the very beginning of the two's imperial examinations. The result made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan feel extremely awkward. Quite a few of the people standing on either side of the steps nodded. When Li Longji heard the first two conditions, he had already considered this question. Hearing this, he said, we will tell you. The first two conditions are to bring out the hidden contradictions. There should be similar policies behind them. Once they are brought out, they will be resolved together, and we will obtain several years of stability. The third and fourth conditions don't actually require the common people to become soldiers, and it's also not impossible to have no students to become teachers and volunteer. This involves psychology. Every year at the age of 18, they become soldiers and receive military management. This can help the common people develop a strict and resolute way of thinking and doing things. This has a great effect on the stability of the country. When students go to teach and volunteer, there is one thing you have to know. Only when a person is willing to contribute to something will they have some attachment to it. If they go to teach, they will interact with the children. If one day they become an official and do things that involve the children's interests, I believe that the chances of them standing on the children's side will be very high. Similarly, when doing volunteer work, they still need to first understand it, or perhaps understand and feel it while doing it. Most of the students are actually not up to standard in terms of living. If you don't believe me, during the imperial examinations this fall, you can ask each of them to cook a dish. See how many people can cook it? This is a part of life. How can people who don't know how to live be an official? We like people from Jinjia Academy because they know how to cook and mend their own clothes, so they understand the people's livelihood better. Zisho, do you know how to cook? As Li Longji spoke, he suddenly asked Zhang Jiuling, whose name was Zisho. Zhang Jiuling smiled faintly. Your Majesty wants to try this humble subject's meat with preserved vegetables. The preserved vegetables are produced in this subject's hometown. This subject is afraid that your Majesty is used to Xiao Bao's food and will find this subject's food tasteless. We believe that you can cook better than Xiao Bao. The food from one's hometown naturally has the taste of one's hometown, Li Longji said meaningfully. Zhang Jiuling shook his head. Wei Wei said, this subject doesn't dare. Xiao Bao's hometown is Great Tang, and the food in his restaurant is divided into different cuisines. He can even create a unique taste for wild vegetables. So how can this subject compare to him? Everything that is born or raised can be eaten. This subject definitely can't do the same with Xiao Bao's ability. Do you understand now, Qing? Li Longji turned around and asked Yuanrong. Yuanrong muttered to himself for a moment before raising his head. I understand for now, but this subject is afraid that 300 days will be wasted on other aspects, which will be detrimental to my knowledge. That's not right. Zhang Jiuling, who had just finished answering Li Longji, didn't return to his seat and directly said, what is knowledge? Is it the University of Moderation? Is it the Book of Songs? What is waste? No matter what you do, no matter how small it seems, you can learn something from it. You should know that a withered grass in spring is a disaster, and a blossoming tree in autumn is also an anomaly. Every blade of grass and every tree is also a heart of love. Yuanrong had heard Zhang Jiuling's words. After thinking about it, he cupped his fists and nodded. I've learned. Li Longji laughed happily and instructed the person reading the newspaper, continue. Chapter 1238. After receiving the order, the newspaper reader raised the newspaper and read, Article 5. Formulate specific regulations for national sports competitions and professionalize sports participants. After reading this article, he stopped and waited out of habit. This time, not only were the officials confused, but Li Longji was even more puzzled. Everyone knew that the most typical sport competition was football. Currently, every state had its own football team that represented the local government. There were two best stadiums, one in the capital and the other in Luzhou. Every state had their own stadiums. The wealthier places had better stadiums, while the poorer places only had stadiums for appearances. Some did not even have a lawn. Apart from the government, there were also private companies that were interested in forming their own football teams. There were even people who liked to play football who formed their own teams and played with others. Naturally, football was not the only sport competition. There were many other sports such as badminton, billiards, track and field, swimming, and so on. What puzzled the people in Hanyuan Hall was why it was included in the government's decree when it was usually done for fun. Would it affect the country if it was done well or not? Hence, those who were confused looked at Zhang Zhong, hoping to get some information from him. Zhang Zhong was also confused. He looked at the other person and gave him a I don't know expression. I'll ask Xiao Bao later. Read it. Li Longji gave up on the idea of figuring it out for now. Article 6. Lift the restrictions on the purchase of lottery tickets, further crack down on private gambling houses, and increase the number of sports lottery tickets, the newspaper reader read out. Everyone understood the meaning of this article. In the past, buying lottery tickets depended on other people's wealth and income. The original plan was to control gambling, but Xiao Bao and Cuckoo realized that they could not control it. Since there were too many private gambling houses, since they could not control it, they might as well reduce it. Instead of letting the local people earn the money, it would be better for the court to take it. At least, it could be used for public welfare. The pursuit of profit was difficult to eliminate since ancient times. After a while, they thought that Article 5 might serve the purpose of Article 6. There must be rules to increase the number of lottery tickets. Otherwise, how would they sell the tickets if they stopped after 2 rounds? Li Longji gestured to the newspaper reader. The newspaper reader continued reading. Article 7. Encourage craftsmen to create their own skills. Improve the technology protection law. Strictly unify weights and measures, and reformulate the craftsman's skills assessment standards. Article 8. Increase food quarantine standards and gradually improve the implementation of food classification. Article 9. Implement the minimum income protection plan for migrant workers. There will be no upper limit on migrant workers' income. Formulate a standard for migrant workers' one-day working hours. Overtime will be double the wage. Increase the cycle of migrant workers' work and rest standards. A week of 7 days, with 1 day off in each cycle. The 10th rule, Wait, this subject has something to say. Yuan Rong stopped the newspaper reader. He turned his head and asked the emperor, Your Majesty, this subject doesn't understand. The officials have a rest. If the workers also rest, it's like building. If they rest, will the construction stop? Or when the ship is unloading goods at the dock, will it stop when it's time to rest? Should we stop? Li Longji wasn't sure either. It was mainly because it was too sudden and he didn't have much time to react. After pondering for a while, he said, You can take turns to rest, or you can also work overtime like you do on a single day. As for why it's 7 days a week and not 10 days a week, I guess it's based on the Sunday of a certain place. Li Longji seemed to be quite knowledgeable. He knew about the Sunday. If he took a day off every 10 days, perhaps Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would think that it was too long. Yuan Rong nodded and asked again, If everyone takes a day off, won't it indirectly reduce the Tang people's work time and thus reduce the production? What is the classification of the migrant workers? Do the farmers also need to rest? There will be a supplementary explanation. It should be sent here before noon today. Zhang Zhong stood up and explained. Even now, he still didn't understand why his son and daughter-in-law didn't send the detailed explanation first. Instead, they made the others wait. That's fine. Yuan Rong didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said, I've thought about the 9th rule a bit. It means to protect the people who work for them. They're worried that the employers will exploit them. But this way, the employers will be very selective when choosing people to work for them. Only in this way can they guarantee greater benefits. So many people with professional skills, when faced with this situation, won't they lose the opportunity to find a job? While protecting a portion of the people, they're actually harming a portion of the people. How does this work? The officials all frowned. If it was in the past, perhaps some people would think that this matter didn't concern them. But now they couldn't. The imperial court needed efficiency, and it also needed a civil servant to have a sense of responsibility. If they dared to be perfunctory when it came to official matters, they would definitely be taken down. As development sped up, there were more and more things to do, and the connections with the local authorities were also closer. Every day, every department sent out telegrams nonstop. There were always some matters that needed to be resolved. It was impossible to return to the leisurely days of the past. There were already many officials who couldn't ask for leave to go out with their families. Li Longji was very satisfied with the attitude of the officials in the imperial court, but he also couldn't think of a way to resolve the problems and contradictions that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had come up with. Just as everyone was actively thinking, the person reading the newspaper gathered his courage and said, There is a 10th rule. There is? The 10th rule? Read it. Yuan Rong said, overstepping his authority. Li Longji didn't have the heart to care about such a small matter, so he nodded. The 10th rule is that the local authorities will increase the expenditure on vocational skills training. In the past, the local authorities would passively accept the training of people looking for jobs, but they would actively require people to participate in the training. For example, the people who work at the docks will need to undergo basic training on the use of docks tools so that they can understand the use of the tools and properly allocate their strength. The person reading the newspaper read out, That's more like it. At least there's a supplement to the previous rule. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo saw that the national treasury had too much money, so they helped to spend it. Li Longji said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the national treasury's money was placed there and couldn't be spent immediately. The income of the past 2 years had increased too quickly, and it had broken the previous mindset of spending money. Moreover, the local officials didn't blindly ask for money to be spent for corruption, so the money could be used reasonably. However, new spending projects hadn't been found yet. It couldn't be said that the money couldn't be spent carelessly. The simplest way to spend money was to repair roads and river embankments. If they were to spread out throughout the country, the national treasury wouldn't have enough money. It might seem like a lot, but if one wanted to build roads, bridges, and river embankments at the same time, even if they threw in a fifth of the money, they wouldn't be able to build them. However, the problem was that there were other policies supporting the construction of roads. It was that the merchants would build them and then charge for them. The merchants were very active, and some logistics companies even worked with others to build roads. They needed to quickly ship out their goods, and after some calculations, as long as the fees collected from the roads and bridges exceeded the interest of the Great Tang Bank and the depreciation of the currency, it would be a very good profit. For the time being, it seemed that the recovery period was just a little longer. There were some that took 5 years, some that took 7 years, and some that took 10 years. As for those that took more than 10 years, because the roads weren't built that well and had to withstand the pressure of hundreds of tons of carts, those that took 10 years were already very good. The far-sighted merchants liked to build roads and bridges. They could see how fast the Great Tang was developing, and the more advanced and practical the technology was, the more the people would earn, and the more goods there would be, so they needed more circulation. Currently, they were calculating the recovery period based on the circulation of goods, but they believed that it wouldn't be long before the actual income would be several times, or even more than 10 times the current calculation. At that time, they would have to sign a supplementary agreement with the imperial court to redistribute the sudden increase in profits. Back then, when they signed the contract, it was agreed upon. As such, the officials of the imperial court couldn't directly spend money to build roads. If they wanted to build a road, after they had just gotten someone to measure it, and before the money was allocated, a merchant came to ask for it. Would they give it to him or not? Now, all the officials knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan intended to spend the money on the training of Great Tang's workers. This official thinks that this money should be spent. Wang Bei, who was in charge of the money, stepped forward and said to the crowd. Many people were surprised. Wang Bei, weren't you always at odds with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang clan? Why are you speaking up for them? Could it be that you have reached an agreement with Zhang Zhong just now? But how much can you give away? How much do you get? Is it worth it? Wang Bei didn't care about the different gazes of others. As an official of Great Tang, this official sincerely supports this spending. At first glance, after the money is invested, it won't be recovered in a short period of time. However, when the country does things, it can't always look at the short term. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's Chuyang operation, now that the merchants are providing the money, our country's national treasury can support it even without the merchants. It's just to let the merchants remember the basic moral requirements of being a person at all times. I believe that everyone has seen it now. 10 years. 10 years. How are the lives of the people of our country? How many of them are educated? It's not like in the past, where it was difficult to understand government decrees. As long as the government posted the notice, the people would be able to understand it. Knowing the affairs of the country and discussing them, knowing the law and abiding by the law, learning the material and applying it, understanding the principles and taking the right path, this is the power of education. The little sapling that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan planted many years ago has finally grown. I believe that in another 10 years, in another 20 years, the talents cultivated by our country's education alone will be enough to easily suppress the other countries and make them unable to raise their heads. This is the cultivation of children, but now it's the cultivation of adults. It's the cultivation of people who missed the education period 10 years ago. 10 years later, everyone, think about it. When all the craftsmen have their own skills, what will our Great Tang be like then? After Wang Bei said this, those who previously had other dirty thoughts began to admire him. At this moment, his back was straightest. He put aside his personal grudges and spoke from the perspective of righteousness. Even if he was an enemy, he would gladly do it. Then, the officials began to consider according to Wang Bei's ideas. This was especially so for those officials who had seen outsiders. They deeply felt the envy and yearning of the people of other countries for Great Tang's education, as well as the fear and desire for Great Tang's technology. Li Longji sighed in relief and nodded. Good. I also feel like I'm in a dream recently. I almost can't believe that this is what our Great Tang is like. Come, bring me the newspaper. I'll read a few articles. Chapter 1239. Article 11. All fees for small-scale individual businesses will be waived, but they will not be allowed to move around and sell their goods. Those who are farmers and become individual businesses will not be listed as merchants. Those who are merchants can pay a fee to change jobs at any time. The same goes for craftsmen. Li Longji read out the words from the newspaper, then raised his head to look at the others, waiting for them to discuss. Your Majesty, isn't this a mess? Zhang Jiuling said with a bitter expression. Merchants were lowly and were 2 levels lower than farmers. Although merchants had a high status in many situations, at least others had a psychological advantage when compared to merchants. Zhang Zhong's subordinate, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Wei Shu, glanced at his leader and had no choice but to stand up and say, I also think so. In the past, farmers and workers tried not to do business because of the issue of origin. Now that they can change jobs as they wish, isn't this encouraging everyone to do business instead of production? What do you say, official Zhang? Li Longji asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong had been focusing most of his energy on the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works and had not spent much time studying economics. Hearing the emperor ask, he shook his head and said, I don't know. Huh, you're not as good as me, Li Longji teased. As soon as these words came out, the others were speechless at Zhang Zhong. His Majesty did not always say I in private, but this was a court meeting. Wasn't it too frivolous to talk to Zhang Zhong? Yes, I'm not as good as you. Zhang Zhong's personality was a bit straightforward, especially when it came to the etiquette of a ruler. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone over to Zhang Xiaobao and called his son Zhang Jidushi during the imperial examinations and reprimanded Zhang Xiaobao for not knowing the rules in court. Because of this, the officials could not find fault with him in this aspect. The consequences of doing anything to him were very serious. It was obvious that they were bullying an honest person. Just look at Wang Bei and the others. Li Longji helplessly shook his head when he saw Zhang Zhong's solemn expression. He couldn't understand why Zhang Zhong couldn't be more tactful. Why couldn't Zhang Zhong be more tactful? Why couldn't he make small talk or flatter him? That would make him seem more amiable. If she insisted on being stubborn, how many people would have attacked her if she didn't have her son and daughter-in-law behind her? But this was fine as well. If others were attacking him, he could use him without worry. This was the sort of person who, when asked if he had betrayed the great Tang with a blade by his neck, would do his best to turn his head, pledging his loyalty to the country with his life. All right, since you don't know, I'll ask your son's adoptive father to tell you. Li Longji looked at Gao Lishir. Gao Lishir was a eunuch. Normally, he was not supposed to speak during court meetings, but speaking in private was very useful. Now that his name was called, he had no choice but to stand up. Gao Lishir smiled at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong hesitated for a moment before returning a smile. He really wanted to stop Gao Lishir, but after thinking about it, he realized that this was not the first time Gao Lishir had spoken. Moreover, Gao Lishir was able to reason with him. If he stopped Gao Lishir, he would be jealous of him. Since His Majesty has asked me to say it, I will show my incompetence. Everyone, just treat it as a joke. If there is anything wrong with it, please laugh it off. Gao Lishir said humbly. None of the officials dared to treat him as a joke. Treating him as a joke would be a real joke. It is said that agriculture, industry, and commerce are interchangeable, and that one's birthplace will be confused. In truth, the birthplace of agriculture, industry, and commerce exist only in name. Farmers also buy and sell things, such as the excess food in their homes or the poultry they raise. Craftsmen naturally have to sell the things that they make. Merchants also buy land to grow crops and research tools to create and process goods. As I said before, let the farmers gather together and use the 100 households as the foundation. However, there is no need to collect rent and instead use money as a substitute. Isn't that the same as being a merchant? Why is there a need to make such a clear distinction? Interchangeability may seem chaotic, but it is actually a process for the common people to adjust themselves. Those who believe that they can do something well can do it without worrying about the influence of their birthplace. I trust that everyone knows how fast our great Tang is developing. There are many talented people in every industry, and the purpose of birthplace is no longer to divide people into different classes. Instead, it is to make statistics and management more convenient. In the past, it was said that merchants were inferior to farmers because they did not produce anything and only transported goods. Now, Everyone knows that merchants do not only buy and sell, they can also promote the development of other industries. For example, if merchants say that chickens are worth money, everyone will work hard to raise chickens. If merchants say that handicrafts are worth money, craftsmen will produce more. Merchants can even transport goods from overseas. A qualified merchant is very useful. Let's talk about the people on the top list of billionaires. Speaking of this, everyone seems to find it funny. Its appearance was caused by a children's game for Monopoly. Now, it has become a symbol of whether a merchant is successful or not. At the same time, it is also a test for merchants to learn the economic rules. Then, everyone knows the rules. Not only do you have to be rich enough, you also have to pass the test. Otherwise, even if you buy a lottery ticket and win a few million strings of coins, you won't be able to enter the list. Of course, a person with a few million strings of coins won't be able to enter the list. When Gauleiter said this, many people laughed. Some people found it amusing, while others laughed nostalgically, thinking of the past. Back then, who would have thought that a game would have such a far-reaching influence? Who would have thought that a game could earn so much money? Who would have thought that the person who designed the game would do everything for money, but no longer care about money when he had money? That was a legend. That was a legend. Time seemed to have gone on for a long time, but it also seemed to have always been in front of them. Monopoly had always been popular, but the person who designed it no longer played games. That period of time could not be sealed away. There is no need to recall it, because it would never be forgotten. Therefore, everyone began to reminisce about the time and place of a court meeting. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and experienced the happy process of reminiscing. He said, all right, let's get down to business. Let's talk about the origin, status, and contribution of merchants. Everyone snapped back to their senses and smiled at each other as though they were not the ones reminiscing. Gauleiter thought about what he wanted to say and continued. Any merchant who can enter the list has contributed a lot to the country. They will take the initiative to communicate with places that provide goods when there is a need. For example, there's a merchant who goes to Wanyan County and says that he wants to buy a large number of poultry in half a year. The price is relatively high, about 100,000 birds. The county magistrate of Wanyan County is an ordinary county magistrate, not from Jianjia. Because the difference is very big, an ordinary county magistrate will immediately tell the people when he hears it, and the people will increase the scale of breeding. For merchants who can't enter the list, he will wait for Wanyan County to breed them. However, for merchants on the list, he will send people to investigate. After finding that there are too many, he will tell the people that you can't breed them like this. Otherwise, when he collects enough, you won't be able to increase the price and will lose money. At that time, he will think of a way to adjust, discuss with the people, discuss with the government, and help the local farmers to distribute and scale. Otherwise, he will be severely punished. Of course, if the county magistrate is someone from Jianjia Academy, he will adjust immediately without the need for merchants to adjust. I'm just saying, people from Jianjia won't passively wait for merchants to come to them. For example, the county magistrate of Wanyan County has already finished planning and took the initiative to negotiate with merchants. He is only waiting for the contract to be fulfilled. After saying a bunch of words, Gauleiter didn't say anything else. He had already expressed what he wanted to express. Zhang Jiuling reacted quickly and said, "Thank you, General Gao. I didn't think it through just now, but now I've thought it through. Indeed, we can't look at merchants like we did in the past. They all have a sense of responsibility, and the stability of Tang is indispensable to their contributions. Besides, Xiao Bao has always been suppressing the status of merchants, but suppressing doesn't mean belittling them. Xiao Bao just doesn't want merchants to have a higher status than others. We shouldn't discriminate against merchants." Then I'll continue reading the last one. Li Longji didn't expect that everyone's views of merchants were so different. However, there were merchants in every official's family. Otherwise, where they get money? Their previous salaries weren't enough for them to eat, drink, and play. They just didn't want the status of merchants to increase and be out of their control. Otherwise, why did they have to use the method of exchanging benefits when raising taxes? The biggest resistance behind the scenes came from them. Li Longji understood everything, but he couldn't directly kill them. If he killed them all, who would help him govern the country? Moreover, if he killed a bunch of them, the new ones wouldn't be clean either. Article 12. The local government will set up a county-style carriage company. 90% of the Great Tang's army will be eliminated and used for transportation. At the same time, the postal department will be integrated and a uniform stamp will be issued. A uniform fee will be set for the weight and distance of mail. After reading the last article, Li Longji put down the newspaper and picked up his teacup. However, he didn't drink from it. Instead, he used the lid of the teacup to sweep the water. The civil and military officials on both sides once again entered a state of contemplation. Some simply returned to the small table at the back and sat down to drink tea. There were chairs and tables behind them, but there was only tea on them and no snacks. They could sit there from the start of the court session. The main reason was that the people at the front didn't sit, and the people at the back wouldn't be able to see the emperor if they sat. Moreover, they didn't have such treatment in the past, so they weren't used to it. The discussion today took too long, and some couldn't stand and had to sit down to rest. After a while, everyone sat down as if they were having a tea party. Only the chamberlains of Jin still had to stand there with their sabers. When Li Longji saw the situation below, he was amused. Usually, when the court session was held in Xingqing Palace, everyone would sit. However, when it came to the morning court session, everyone would stand. Later, he discovered a problem. If they stood for too long, once the court session ended, the officials wouldn't immediately return to work. Instead, they would rest, which would affect their efficiency. Therefore, during the winter, not only did they have to install heaters, but they also had to provide chairs for everyone. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea and waiting for someone to refill it, Li Longji looked at the people sitting and said, "Everyone speak. Your Majesty, the tea is good." Jiang Tsen, the person in charge of the agriculture temple who was being stared at by the emperor, had no choice but to speak. Have you eaten breakfast? You're drinking black poo or tea." Li Longji nodded and continued to stare at Jiang, and seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Jiang Tsen rubbed his stomach and replied, "I haven't eaten. No wonder I'm hungry." This official was thinking that since many of the military horses have been eliminated, could they be used for farming? We can use oxen in dry fields and paddy fields. Where's Shaoqing? Li Longji looked at the Minister of War, Shaosong. Shaosong also didn't eat breakfast. There was only tea on the coffee table, but he brought his own food. He didn't bring any buns. There was stuffing, but he was afraid that the smell would spread too far. He brought hot and dry biscuits. Each biscuit was only a quarter the size of a palm. There were pickles in the biscuits. When he ate one biscuit at a time, there was no smell, so he wasn't afraid of choking. At this moment, he took the time to eat 2 biscuits. Before he could swallow them, he was called. It must be said that martial artists were also quick-witted. While chewing, Shaosong quickly picked up the cup of tea and gulped it down. Then he sighed and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, this is indeed a famous poo or tea. It's very tasty." Li Longji smiled and nodded. "I still have hibiscus cakes. Shaoqing, do you want to try some?" "No need, this official isn't hungry." Speaking of the military horses, this official is only worried about one thing. After the military horses are eliminated, will the remaining ones be enough for war? Although there are guns and cannons now, and there's no need for soldiers to ride on horses and charge with swords, transport still needs to be used, right? Cannonballs and bullets, as well as food and medicine. Shaosong rubbed his chest as he spoke. Just now, he had swallowed too much and choked. However, he wasn't afraid that the emperor would see him eat. It was normal to eat in the morning court, but if he was caught, he would be embarrassed. It would appear that he had no ability to steal food. "Is there anything else?" Li Longji asked. "No." Shaosong put down his hand that was rubbing his stomach. He felt much better. "Then you don't have to worry about this." Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have already discovered that the cannibals have gathered no less than 30,000 cavalrymen at the border of the 2 countries. They said that the Arabian horses are more useful, and they want to take them by surprise. Li Longji explained. Shaosong raised his hand and scratched his head. This official knows about the border. 30,000 cavalrymen is very difficult to take down, right? If you fire the cannons, the cavalrymen will scatter. If you use the guns when the enemy charges, you must kill the horses in front. Then, the horses at the back will trip or take a detour. When you take them down, there won't be many left. That's their problem. If they can't take them down, they'll think of other ways. In any case, they said that it's enough to leave 10% of the military horses. Li Longji also didn't know how to take other people's horses. I don't understand. I don't understand. Xiaosong shook his head and didn't say anything else. Li Longji didn't care what Xiaosong was thinking. His gaze continued to sweep across the officials below. This time, there was no need for him to name names. Yuan Xinyao, who was very close to him, put down his teacup and asked, "In the beginning, there was only military mail and no civilian mail. Later, Xiao Bao and the others set up one. Then, there were private companies in other places. Relatively speaking, it's still considered standard. However, the mailing locations can't cover the entire country. Will the newly established mailing department steal their business?" This official has the same question, Yuan Rong echoed. Xiao Bao's intention might be to steal their business. After all, their coverage is small, and their information system isn't as complete as the imperial courts. Xiao Bao didn't let his own intelligence department participate. Li Longji didn't understand what was going on, so he wanted someone to help him analyze it. At this moment, Zhang Zhong was annoyed. He still had things to do in the Ministry of Works. So he said, "This official will immediately get Xiao Bao and the others to send a detailed explanation. We'll look at it when the time comes and discuss it. In the end, we still have to do according to what's written in the newspaper. Why bother?" Only Gao Lisher understood what was going on. As long as Her Majesty encountered something that Xiao Bao was involved in, she would definitely consider it carefully and think of a way to scheme against Xiao Bao. It was a habit that had been formed over many years. It wasn't easy to change it in a short period of time, and perhaps it would never change. The officials nodded. They were also vexed. Seeing that no one was helping him, Li Longji sighed gloomily. "Court is adjourned. I'll get the Imperial Kitchen to send each of you a boxed meal with 2 meat and 2 vegetables, so that you won't feel uncomfortable secretly eating below. If it really doesn't work out, set aside a quarter of an hour during morning court to eat in the hall. Those who came early can come in to eat. I really don't need to worry about any danger if the palace doors are opened early. It's now the era of firearms. As long as you don't bring explosives or guns in, it's fine. In the future, make sure to reserve diesel locomotives. Even if you're late, you won't be considered late. Disperse, disperse." Waving his hand, Li Longji didn't leave. He sat there and looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking. The civil and military officials were now used to the situation where etiquette was getting worse and worse. Her Majesty was beginning to be pragmatic. She saved time on etiquette and could do other things, even if it was just listening to music or reading stories in the newspaper. Therefore, the officials didn't want to waste time. They drank all the tea in their teacups and got up to leave. Those who brought food couldn't eat it. When they went back, they would eat boxed meals. At noon, there would be people from Savant's restaurant or Success House who would send them food. Life was getting better and better. This bunch of people, I really don't know what to say about them. Li Longji shook his head and complained. He then instructed Gao Lisher, "Go to the pear garden and choose a few crosstalk and skits. I'll be happy. Tell me, what kind of reaction do you think the 12 national policies will have?" Gao Lisher turned his head and glanced at eunuch Luo Bin. Luo Bin was very perceptive and ran to the pear garden to make the arrangements. Turning his head, Gao Lisher reached out to help Li Longji and said, "I think it will be very chaotic. After a day and a half of chaos, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will take the opportunity to take action and resolve the unstable situation. If it were me who saw the newspaper, I would definitely be confused. I've been confused for a long time. The officials haven't even discussed the specific consequences, let alone the common people. Chaos, chaos, chaos. After a while, there will be stability for a few years." Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need anyone to help him. He walked to a corner, grabbed a bicycle, and rode it toward the pear garden. Now, he didn't sit in a sedan anymore. It was slow and not as comfortable as riding a bicycle. Gao Lishur also quickly took a bicycle from someone and rode it. With a wave of his hand, the large bicycle team left Hanyuan Palace Hall. There are also people with guns running behind them. The hot air balloons above were signaling to each other, doing their job as guards. It could be said that Li Longji wasn't afraid. The palace and the main streets were illuminated by large light bulbs. The hot air balloons in the sky were on alert. There were also many hidden sentries who could come in and assassinate him. When reading the newspapers in the morning court, the major prefectures had already begun to post the newspapers. There were also people who delivered the newspapers to the various counties. Those who were too far away could only see the newspapers at night. As for the villages that were further away, they had to be weekly or monthly. In any case, there wouldn't be anyone who would go out of their way to deliver the newspapers every day. The commoners who didn't subscribe to the newspapers at home all gathered at the bulletin board. Those who subscribed to the newspapers also gathered in front of the bulletin board. In fact, there were many people who subscribed to the newspapers in the prefectures. This was because, in the end, they didn't lose money at all. Moreover, by cutting out the parts where there were discounts from the merchants, they had an overall advantage. The first few pages of the newspapers were content, while the back pages were filled with advertisements. The merchants who placed the advertisements would bear the cost of the subscriptions. Furthermore, it wasn't that wool came from the sheep's back. The price of similar products was the same. If they placed the advertisements in large quantities, they would earn this portion of the money. If the quantity was large to a certain extent, the price could be lowered when the goods were purchased. This would cause the merchants who didn't advertise similar products to not have to pay extra, but they would earn less. The law of the market was just that interesting. Of course, the Yamen's bulletin board couldn't put the advertisements on the front pages. They only put up the useful ones at the front. There were 2 copies, and both sides had to be displayed. The commoners who weren't in a hurry to work basically liked to look at the bulletin board in the morning. They would chat with others and discuss the state affairs. The commoners who were used to reading the newspapers came to the bulletin board today. When they saw the first 12 national policies, they suddenly felt unaccustomed. What's the meaning of this? A bunch of policies came out today. In front of the Yamen's bulletin board in Luoyang Prefecture of Hunan Province, a person who usually learned to read a few words from a child was stunned when he saw the 12 national policies. Usually, there would be a national policy every 10 days or half a month. Most of it was about the new laws. The economy was developing too quickly, so there was a need to constantly supplement the laws. Therefore, most of the time, it was about the laws. Most of the time, it was about the new security requirements and the situation of the poultry being farmed to let everyone pay attention. Most of the advertisements were printed according to the situation of each prefecture. Unless it was a chain store that crossed prefectures, there would be merchants from other places who would come to spend money. 1, 2, 3, 12. There are 12 in total. Another person followed. In fact, he was just showing off that he knew how to read. You still need to count one by one. At the end, it says 12. Of course, it's 12. The main question isn't how many, but what is written every day. The person who spoke first continued. Everyone looked at it as if they were reading it. Occasionally, someone would read a few words. Not only did they not read it completely, but even if they did read it, there were some who read it wrongly. Who can tell us what the newspaper means? Everyone crowded to look at it for a while and realized that they didn't understand. They began to look around for someone who understood, such as a scholar. Otherwise, if they let their children read it out at home, they wouldn't understand either. Everyone looked around for a while and finally found a scholar who had just finished his breakfast. More accurately, he was a teacher. He taught in the largest school in the prefecture and was a high scholar. Usually, he would only teach in the afternoon. In the morning, he liked to wander around the bulletin board to gain extra respect. Teacher Yuan, good morning. Quick, help me take a look. What's written on the newspaper? I don't understand. As soon as he arrived, someone greeted him. The teacher with the surname Yuan smiled reservedly. He strode through the path that others had made way for him to get close to the notice board. He looked up and said, the first point is, it is a series of material tax forms minus the farmer's rent and poll tax. It is replaced by money. All farmers need to sell their grain to raise money. Teacher Yuan, can you tell us what it means? When the people around heard this, they couldn't understand. It means that in the future, you don't have to give them food or other things. You just have to give them money. Using money to pay the rent. Isn't that making things difficult for them? After Teacher Yuan finished explaining, he added another sentence. The people around looked at him and waited for him to continue. Look at this. You have to sell your own crops and exchange them for money to pay the tax. If you sell your crops for a lot of money, then it's fine. But if you sell your crops for a little money, then won't you lose money? And when the crops are harvested, it's also the time when the crops are cheap. How can the imperial court do this? Teacher Yuan's tone became serious. He was obviously very angry. He didn't understand how the imperial court changed in the blink of an eye. The people around started to discuss. Then what should we do? How can we do business? Even if we raise chickens, someone will come and collect them. It's the same for our crops. We have to wait for the government to come and take them away. Teacher Yuan, are you sure you didn't read wrongly? Teacher Yuan, please think of a solution. How did it become like this? Teacher Yuan, please read on and see if there are any other explanations. All right, I'll read it. Mr. Yuan suppressed his anger and continued reading the newspaper. The first and second point is that the cultivators are allowed to work with other cultivators in the area around them. All decisions will be made by the leader, and they will be protected by the corresponding laws. After reading the second point, the people around continued to wait for his explanation. Teacher Yuan pondered for a moment and then sneered, "All right, you don't have to worry about selling your own crops or silk. The imperial court has already thought of a plan for you. 100 households will be grouped together, and one person will be chosen as the leader. Or you can group a village and choose one person to be the leader. If you want your own land, you could discuss with him and see what you want to plant. Once the decision is made, you are not allowed to change it. When the time comes, you will be responsible for whether the crops you grow lose or earn. If you don't know anything, just rent the land to him and wait for him to hire you as helpers. If you lose or earn, it will all belong to him. After all, you don't have to sell your own crops anymore. But if the leader feels that your family's health isn't good and you work slower than others, he won't let you be his helper. You will have less income and it will be worse than farming on your own. What a good imperial court. What a good national policy. This is clearly land annexation. This is the law of the jungle. This is self-elimination. I can't help but ask, has the Tang Dynasty's emperor changed? Are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo not around anymore? Teacher Yuan had turned into a roar at the end of his words. His hands were clenched into fists. The people listening to him were dumbfounded. Even the Yamen runners standing next to him were dumbfounded. According to what Teacher Yuan said, wasn't this a national policy? It couldn't be, right? For a moment, the people were scared. They were afraid that Teacher Yuan's words were true. If the emperor was changed, then Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would also be gone. What should they do? The sky was falling. What nonsense are you talking about? A person walked out of the Yamen. He was the secretary of the Department of Defense. The people all knew him. He was Su Wei, Suing-yi. Secretary Su Wei's eyes swept over the people and Teacher Yuan. He said, "Look at the back. The 12 national policies were written by Xiao Bao and then unanimously passed by the imperial court. What happened? Do we need your money to see a doctor? Don't let children go to school for free. Don't you have a place to complain? Can't you eat and starve to death? Don't you have a single old man to take care of?" Teacher Yuan shook his head and looked at the back. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's names were written. There was also a seal. He was even more puzzled. If it was Xiao Bao's policy, why did he allow for the annexation of land? Furthermore, he used the first point to speed up the annexation of land the next day. The people around were not as worried. When they heard that it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who wrote the national policies, they were relieved. Then, someone asked Teacher Yuan, "Teacher Yuan, did you think wrongly?" It was clearly written. How could I think wrongly? I'm a high scholar. How could I not understand such a simple thing? Teacher Yuan, no one said that you don't understand. It's just that. Look at it from the beginning. Think carefully. Everyone makes mistakes, right? There were still people who did not believe him. Teacher Yuan was so angry that he did not speak. He looked at Tianer. Advisor Chow laughed and helped him out. It's just as Brother Yuan said. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's national policies, according to the literal meaning, are to encourage the annexation of land. However, I don't think that they would have the intention to harm the people. It's just that we are unable to understand the deeper meaning. Everyone, there is no need to panic. That's right, that's right. What's there to be afraid of? Would Xiao Bao and the rest harm us? I don't believe it. They would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Isn't that so? If they say that I am harming myself, I believe it. If they say that Xiao Bao and the rest are harming me, I don't believe it. I guarantee that there is something that we do not understand. Let's not worry about it first. Teacher Yuan, please continue reading. There are still 11 more. Teacher Yuan was clearly in a fit of pique and didn't say anything. I'll read it. I'll read it. Su Wei, who had already read the 12 national policies 3 times, stepped forward. Official Su, please continue with your work. Just find an official to do it. An official to do it is even busier. I'll read the same thing. The second policy, the Tang Bank will reduce the interest rate in one go and can increase the amount of loans in the future. Su Wei read the second policy out loud and explained it according to what he understood when he was reading the newspaper in the Yamen. The purpose is to tell everyone not to keep their money in the bank. Take it out and spend it. If you're not willing to spend it, the interest rate will decrease when you keep your money in the bank. There is no need to worry about the money you have saved before. Furthermore, it encourages everyone to work together to open a workshop and take a loan from the bank. The interest rate will be lower than before. Furthermore, the bank will have enough money for you to take a loan. There is no need to be afraid that the bank will not have enough money. But money will become less and less valuable. Teacher Yuan could not help but say. Su Wei shook his head. That is hard to say. Whether money is valuable or not depends on its purchasing power, not how much it can be spent. The second policy is just like that. Su Wei then read the third policy, which was military service, and the fourth policy, which was for students to work as volunteers. The people did not understand the first 2 points, but the third point did not matter. Being a soldier was much better than being in the past. In the past, they had to prepare their own weapons and armor, and they were not paid. Furthermore, there was only so much time every year, and they could still shoot to satisfy their cravings. The food in the army would not be bad, and after some training, their bodies would be strong. In case there was a need to fight, they could pick up a gun and contribute to the country. The fourth policy was for students to work. If they want to do it, they can just treat it as training. Don't study all day and become stupid. Su Wei then read the fifth policy. The people felt that this was good, and it would be more lively in the future. The sixth policy was for lottery. The people were indifferent. Only those who opened gambling houses were troubled. The seventh policy was for craftsmen to use the same ruler. The people felt that it was not bad. In the future, when making furniture, there was no need to worry about the different sizes. The eighth policy was for food quarantine. The people around the announcement nodded their heads. This was right. What if they ate something bad? The ninth policy was for workers to have a minimum wage. Good. In the future, if any employer dared to give them less, they could sue them. As for rest, there was no need for that, right? Rest when you're tired. Rest when you're not tired. Just wait and see. If you really can't do it, you could do it secretly. The 10th policy was for the government to train. In the past, they could go to the Yamen to learn and then arrange for them to work. Now, they just had to go to the Yamen. Perhaps it would be a waste of time. They did not know if there was a need for them to learn. The 11th policy was for sellers and stalls to not have to pay any money. Was there such a good thing? There was no management fee. All the money they earned was their own. The 12th policy was for them to send things to distant people in the future through the Yamen. They did not know if it was cheaper than the original. If it was cheaper, they could use the Yamen. Would it be faster to send things? If it was faster, they could also use the Yamen for the same price. Su Weinian explained a little, and the people followed suit. Their thinking was very simple. Everything was for their own benefit. Deeper knowledge had nothing to do with them. All right, that's the general idea. There's a lot of knowledge in it, including the one in front of me. I have already read it 4 times. I still do not understand it. In any case, most of them seem to be beneficial to you. After Su Weinian finished, he added this sentence. He shook his head and remembered what he came out to do. He continued to work. After he left, Teacher Yuan was still in a daze. Previously, he had concluded that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's national policies were harmful. However, after the last 10 policies came out, they started to become good. What was going on? Teacher Yuan, look, you misunderstood Xiaobao and Cuckoo, right? I knew it. How could the two of them harm us? In the future, we can go and watch normal football matches. It won't be like now. Sometimes they play, sometimes they don't. It makes people anxious. Someone nudged Teacher Yuan and said, but the first policy is indeed, I don't understand. Is there a need to say that Xiaobao is scheming? You may think one thing, but it is actually another. You may think that he is good to you, but he might not be good to you. You may think that he is bad to you, but he might not be bad. Yes, he is not bad. Someone said at the side. Teacher Yuan really could not understand what was wrong. He shook his head. Forget it. I will take one step at a time. We will see in the future. I'm going back. You can see for yourselves. After he finished speaking, he left with his hands behind his back. He bent down and lowered his head. It seemed that he was still thinking. The people did not disperse. They still surrounded the bulletin board and said a few words from time to time. They were mainly afraid that they would forget. There were 12 policies. They should memorize them first. It would be easier to show off when they told others later. Especially when their children came home from school, they would let them read it and ask them what it meant. If they could not answer, they would teach it to them. They would let them understand that parents were still very powerful. Chapter 1240. What are you going to perform tonight? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan as the two of them returned to the restaurant and waited for the news of the firing. Wang Wan thought about the few performances she usually prepared and replied, how about I sing Xiao Hongchun, song and dance? Then I'll sing Ocean's Laughter. Zhang Xiaobao followed suit. Why don't you choose a few new songs? They're old songs that have been around for more than 100 years. There's nothing new about them for you and me, Wang Wan suggested. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, to us, there aren't any new songs. The so-called new songs have been around for a very long time. Besides, the popular songs of that time didn't even last for more than a few years. If we hadn't come here, I reckon that after a decade or so of normal time, the people of that generation wouldn't even remember the popular songs. That's true. Then why do you still remember Xiao Hongchun and Ocean's Laughter? Wang Wan began to discuss this question with Zhang Xiaobao again. The two soldiers seemed to have forgotten that there were still several battlefields as they nervously prepared. It didn't matter if it was because they were confident of victory or because they didn't care. In any case, there wasn't a trace of the haze of war in the sky from them. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and said uncertainly, it's probably related to the mode. The two songs both use pentatonic modes, which is the easiest way to resonate with the human body and make it easier for people to grasp the intervals. Am I right? How would I know? Anyway, the Europeans like a different kind of structure influenced by the 12 equal temperaments. It's mainly early church music, which generally pursues overtones. Later, due to the hard work of the colonial era, there were black elements in America. Under the influence of European music, rap music was added. Rap music is popular not because of the good mode, but because of the strong sense of rhythm. Different from the mode that affects the human body's body structure and voice resonance. The biggest influence is the human body's blood flow and heartbeat. It can be said that they lead to the same destination by different means. Wang Wan analyzed the relationship between the existence of music and people from another perspective. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it, but he really couldn't come to a conclusion. He could only return to the original topic. Then, are we still going to sing Laughing at the Mortal World and Laughing at the Sea? Sing? Why wouldn't I? The Three Strokes of Plum Blossoms is even more old-fashioned. Haven't there always been people who like to listen to it? There are a few songs in Carmen. Let's not talk about that. In the past, someone actually said that Sister Zhang sang better than the original version. Why don't you sing the Matador song from there? Wang Wan had always liked the original version. She felt that the original version not only put in a lot of effort at the beginning, but also had a contemporary feel. I'm not going to sing. I don't like narrative songs. I've realized that the difference between China's songs and Europe's songs is that they focus on the details. Just like language, drawing, and so on, China songs focus on depth and connotation. When singing, Europe wants to directly express their delicate emotions through their voice, while China songs focus on touching the inner feelings. Their ideologies are different, so it's very difficult to perfectly integrate them. If one day they really integrate, it's China that embraces them, not them absorbing China. The simplest example is the division of land. Their large land is divided into small pieces, divided into different countries. If it weren't for special geographical restrictions, it would be impossible for such a situation to exist in China. They would have been annexed long ago, or they would have been annexed by others. That's why our Chinese people are a nation that loves peace and stability. We don't like to divide a piece of land into many parts, and then we're always on tenterhooks about fighting each other. Zhang Xiaobao talked about ideology from music and then praised his own nation. Wang Wan was angry and amused. We all know what that last sentence means, so don't say it. Okay, where are Xiao Bei and the others? Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had been back for a while, but he didn't see his younger siblings. They're probably preparing for some performance. They didn't go out yesterday, saying that they were afraid that someone would attack them during the war. If they were hurt, it would affect us. The provincial governor invited them to Ezhou School to take a look, but they refused. In their courtyard, other than teaching each other, they're assembling toys. Wang Wan smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. In fact, she wasn't worried about anything happening in Ezhou. The guard she brought had firmly controlled the entire prefectural city. Her younger siblings were very sensible and stayed at home to not cause trouble for the adults. Xiao Bei and the others were currently in their courtyard. They weren't teaching each other, nor were they assembling toys. They weren't even preparing for a performance like Wang Wan had said. They were reading newspapers, ignoring advertisements and stories, and studying the 12 national policies together. Xiaobei's face was full of sadness. I can't see anything. It involves all kinds of aspects. It's a mess. Gap, this is the gap. Xiao Yuan supported his chin with his hand and nodded. There's always been a gap. I originally thought that the gap between us was gradually narrowing. Today, I realized that it was because our older siblings didn't use their full strength. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. Why don't we just assemble toys? Toys. Is research more important? Or is playing with toys more important? Xiao Bei pouted. For us, playing with toys is the most important thing. We need to learn. We need to learn while playing, not reach the sky in one step. Reaching the level of our older siblings is just a dream. Absolutely. Brother Xiaohai, what do you think? While speaking, Xiao Yuan flipped through a catalog with the names of various toys. She wanted to choose one to play with. They had a lot of toys, so many that they could fill up a large room. They were divided into many types, and each type of toy required them to treat seriously. They contained all kinds of knowledge. Even the simplest push-car game had to be played with brains after adding in the rules. But at least they were playing, unlike now, where they stared at the words on the newspaper and pondered over them. When the words were combined, it wasn't a poem, nor was it a story. It was a strategy related to the stable development of the entire Tang Empire for a period of time. Xiao Yuan felt that with the current level of the Tang Empire's inspection team, they should stay away. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, they would be qualified to participate. Xiaohai, who had strong logical thinking ability, was currently in a confused situation. He wanted to use his logical thinking ability to organize the 12 policies, but the more he did, the more illogical he felt. It was too painful. Hearing his brother Xiao Yuan's question, he sighed and said, "Anyway, I still have to learn. Sister said that my mathematics level is at the level of a second to third year in a certain period of time, the kind that has a little contact with mathematical Olympiad. There's also something like first to third year in high school, followed by professional first year to fourth year, and only a certain category. After that, it's a graduate student of that category. Then, when will I be able to understand all of the categories? Then I'll continue to learn to a higher level, to the extent where I can calculate the circulation of the universe and calculate the trajectory of time and space. Sister also said that she can only teach me to the level of a graduate student in one of the categories. I have to walk my own path in the future. Otherwise, she told me to wait for her and my brother to find time to specially study it. With their talent, they might be able to teach me to a higher level. Xiaohai trembled as he spoke, clearly feeling the fear of the future. Wang Wan had indeed told Xiaohai that if she wanted to continue teaching Xiaohai, then she and Zhang Xiaobao had to give up many things and focus their energy. Then, the two of them would study mathematics together. With the two of them's IQ and previous experience, there was hope to achieve the dream of educating Xiaohai to become an academician. And as for academicians, no matter which discipline they were in on the path that belonged to them, it was only the beginning. Even Zhang Xiaobao admitted that in his lifetime, he was just a baby who had just opened his eyes in the field of economics. The world was so strange and varied. Let's understand one thing first, okay? Don't worry about the rest. Xiaobei saw that everyone had lost interest in the 12 national policies, so he made a request. Zhang Chang shook his head vigorously. It's not that I don't support you. It's that I don't understand it at all. It's not like you don't know my brother's style. What's the use of taking out one of the policies? It's a chain of policies. Not one of them can be missing. It's much more difficult than the various reforms we learned in history. That's right, that's right. Seiyuan echoed and said, after seeing my brother play, I know that the reforms of the past were really too simple. Let's play Monopoly, okay? Okay. Xiaobei gave up on continuing to study the 12 national policies. What program are they preparing? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were waiting for time. They did not wait for a telegram, but they did wait for someone to check on Xiaobei. They're playing Monopoly. Many people are busy. They want to add in the 12 national policies rules. They say that they want to carefully study the reforms in the game and reach half of your level. The person who went to check on them reported. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and smiled. Wang Wan also smiled and said, the people who proposed the reforms in history are all heroes. What ability do we have? It's nothing more than summarizing the path taken by our predecessors. In fact, everything we have was given to us by our predecessors, so we have the obligation and responsibility to pass it on to our descendants. Wang Wan thought about the development of various parts of the world in various historical periods and was filled with emotions. The figures that stood out in every period seemed to be right in front of her eyes. They were so vivid and distinct. Whether it was success or failure, there was a star that belonged to them in the night sky of history. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips twice and knocked on the table with his hand. He said, that's why humans are more powerful than other creatures. The inheritance of human experience is systematic. Xiaobei and the rest are really smart. They know that they don't understand, so they let people put the rules into Monopoly. As they play, they can feel the specific changes. This is an era full of vitality, and we have a lot of potential. What you can do is to invade, and you're encouraging me to invade as well. Wang Wan habitually attacked Zhang Xiaobao. We're spreading the seeds of civilization so that the people of the world can feel the abundance of spring and the harvest of autumn as soon as possible. In the heat of summer and the cold of winter, right? Reporting a call from the front. The vanguard of our first army has engaged the garrison of the Akang Duo. They're advancing at full speed under the cover of artillery fire. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were leisurely chatting, a person who was guarding the telegram ran in and reported to the two of them. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. They were finally fighting. As for the engagement, that was impossible. What kind of fire did the other side have? The other side probably had a stomach full of anger. Wang Wan thought for a while and waved to the person to leave. Then she analyzed to Zhang Xiaobao. Using artillery, it's probably because the local garrison of the Akang Duo has gathered troops. At the same time, the infantry also took bulletproof measures. If they use thick wooden shields, normal bullets can't penetrate them. At the same time, the enemy's arrows are also effective. The Akang Duo are learning to be smart. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed with Wang Wan's words. Hot weapons were indeed superior to cold weapons. It was an overwhelming advantage. However, the two of them pursued 0 casualties in the battle. As for running and falling to death, being bitten to death by poisonous snakes, or even dying of illness, that didn't count. To achieve 0 casualties, long-range attacks had to be in place. Otherwise, once they entered the range of the enemy's long-range weapons, there would definitely be casualties. That was absolutely unavoidable. Now, what was tested was the supply of artillery shells. As long as they were willing to spend money, the Tang Empire's military supply could keep up. It wasn't difficult to destroy the enemy. Wang Wan still looked indifferent and said, "The Kang duo can only last through the first wave of attacks. Even if they make wooden shields, when the situation is out of control and they are defeated, they will definitely throw away the shields. Or, the main defensive weapons of the defending troops will be removed by the small cannons. War is about logistics. They have no way to use their advantages to counterattack and can only passively defend. If we want to rely on mobile warfare, our commander must be stupid and advance into their encirclement alone. I believe that our commander won't be so stupid. Yes, it's just like India. Not the current India, but the India of our time. They only know how to buy weapons from others. They don't produce good weapons themselves and rely on buying. If they really fight, they will be used up after a few rounds. What will they do then? Buy more? If they don't use nuclear weapons, it won't take too long. 3 years, and the entire country will be worn down." Zhang Xiaobao followed and deduced. The cavalry that the Kang duo could think of was to gather at the periphery and wait for an opportunity to attack. Then, they would make simple defensive equipment. This should be the result of previous small-scale conflicts. But if they had to rely on bulky and heavy wooden and iron shields to block the barrage and were blasted by the small cannons a few times, would the production be able to keep up? How many people and tools did they have to produce the shields? Thus, it sounded very serious. In reality, the use of artillery had always been beneficial to their side. As for which direction they should continue to advance and occupy, they would need to see the actual situation. It would take 3 to 5 days to understand. They're not going to fight a blitzkrieg, right? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Relying on infantry to fight a blitzkrieg? Not to mention now, even Germany during World War II couldn't fight a blitzkrieg when faced with the current Kang duo. They had to fight a positional battle and advance step by step. Wang Wan chuckled and shook her head as she imagined the map of the Kang duo's territory. This was the strategy that had been formulated before. Originally, they wanted to wait for the Kang duo to gather more troops and supplies at the border. Then, the Navy would disembark. But there was a small problem, so they had to start the war early. Even if they started the war early, they had to take it slow. They had to give the Kang duo the illusion that the Tang Empire was attacking from land. The Kang duo probably wouldn't think that the Tang Empire would play a land battle. So, what we're waiting for now is Zhenla's movement. I've been angry this whole time. Why do they have to wait for us to start the war? When their people go back, they'll give us some trouble. I'm guessing that they felt that they had received a lot of rewards from the Tang Emperor this time. They think that we have to be on good terms with them because we want to fight, so they took the opportunity to indulge. But they forgot about the two of us. Fuck, they dare to bully the women of the Tang Empire. If I can take this line down, I'm not a man. I'd rather not fight the Kang duo to let them understand what they can do and what they can't do. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the previous matter again. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Wang Wan's face was also cold. She gritted her teeth and said, "This is not over. Even if they don't resist and let us catch them, we'll have to punish them when we have time. After we complete the early strategic goal of fighting the Kang duo, you go and cripple Zhenla through economic means. I'll organize the troops. If they make a move, we'll go and kill them directly." Reporting, our troops in Mud Polo have broken through Guangyan City and are camping outside the city. At the same time, we're chasing the enemy who escaped from the city in the form of small troops. We're not going to get supplies from the city because we're afraid that the people in the city will play tricks. We'll continue to bombard or use explosives to blow up the walls in other directions of Guangyan City. Another person came in to report. Got it. Go and wait. Send back as soon as there's news. Who's in command in Mud Polo? They didn't send electricity when they attacked and only told us when they drove people out of the city. Isn't this called a general on the outside can't obey the orders of the emperor? We'll deal with him later. That's referring to the situation when the communication system was not developed in the past. Now there are telegrams and various transmission points along the way. Would he die if he told us in advance? When Zhang Xiaobao heard that the city was broken and the troops were camping, he remembered to send a message and curse it angrily. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression and said with a smile, "That's our family's people. They probably feel that it's meaningless to tell us in advance. If they tell us in advance, we'll fight. If they don't tell us, we'll still fight. It's better to tell them after the fight. If it were the generals of the imperial court, they wouldn't dare to do so. It's easy to be accused of having bad intentions. Our family's people can be so flexible. They're clearly playing with us. I can't say whether it's good or bad to have such soldiers under us." Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. His family's people could do so because of Wang Wan's teaching. None of them were serious at all. Especially when facing weak opponents, they always liked to show off. If he was right, what if something went wrong? If he was wrong, there were many such generals in history who were famous generals. All right, don't worry about him. If he can't fight, send a report to him in the middle of the night and scold him, Wang Wan said. He might not be able to sleep in the middle of the night. He'll definitely come up with some wicked ideas, like setting a trap or something to let more man-eating drillers do a night attack. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed this person's personality. That's possible, Wang Wan agreed, reporting, "Our troops guarding Gamma Labo have not found the enemy crossing the river to fight. They're now crossing the river. The vanguard has already passed by 15,000 people." Another person came in to report. Wang Wan frowned and muttered, "Then where are the enemy's ships?" Chapter 1241. The so-called crossing of the river was actually the Brahmaputra River, which was also the Brahmaputra River in India. Although it was called India, there were very few indigenous people there. The land was fertile, the flow of the river was abundant, and there was a lot of rain. There were also many types of animals and plants. The reason why there were so few people in such a good place was because there were also many floods. It rained almost every year, and most people did not have the courage to live there, especially the small rivers and tributaries. Because there were water, mountains, trees, and wild animals in the mountains, water could provide the necessities for people's survival. Thus, the cannibals treated this place as an important place to attack the Tang Empire. As long as the army crossed the river and continued north, some of them would die and they would be able to reach Lhasa City. There were many good things in Lhasa City of Tibet. Other than the Tang Empire's army helping them when they were affected by disasters, the usual things were all transported to Lhasa City by the Tang Empire and sold there. Tibetan specialties were also sent to the city and then transported to Tang by the merchants of the Tang Empire. Trade with each other and exchange what they needed. The original Tibetans had better days, and the Tang Empire also got what it needed. Compared to the previous war, the trade activities were many times better. Then, what exactly was there in the city that the cannibals coveted? First, there were various advanced tools for accurate calibration. Second, there was a small hydroelectric generator and 2 small wind generators. There was also a munitions factory directly controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There was a medicinal material classification center, a simple processing center, countless pressure cookers, endless salted eggs and century eggs, cloth and silk from the Tang Empire, finished medicines, and hundreds of tons of salted fish and shrimp sent over from Qinghai Lake. There were also books, seeds provided by the Sanong Sea, and a large research branch set up in the area. There were barrels of soybean oil and high-quality white wine, cleaning products, skincare products, and iron ingots with good hardness and toughness. There was also a smelting workshop set up by the Tang Empire. There were 3 main telegraph stations, a substation for the Weather Collection and Measurement Department, a branch of the Institute of Disease Prevention and Research, a bookstore for the humanities and history editors, a breeding base for the military and police Tibetan mastiffs, a breeding base for goshawks, and a farm for other animals and birds. These were all things that the Tibetans did not even dare to think about in the past. There were a bunch of things that could directly form a social development system. Zhu Zan of Child was still the local manager, and the Princess of Jinsheng still treated him as a married wife. The difference was that Zuzan Chitta had thrown the idea of independence beyond the ninth heaven and buried it in the bottomless abyss. What he had to do every day was to help manage the merchants that came and went, and to learn all kinds of books from Princess Jincheng. On the other hand, Princess Jincheng was a woman of her word. Other than raising the child, she would instill the thoughts of the great Tang into the Tubo people. Occasionally, when she was in a good mood or feeling unwell, she would allow the other women to accompany Zhu Zan for the night. When the weather was good, the couple would travel to the capital of the great Tang Empire and see if they could bring back anything good. Thus, such a good city was targeted by the man-eaters. As long as they could attack it, even if they couldn't defend it, they could move the craftsmen, students, and other things back. However, the other places were heavily guarded, especially the Wuchang region in the north. Originally, there was a direct route that could easily lead to the original location of the Turkic Khaganate. But now, that place had become a training ground for the Great Tang. Small-scale conflicts were incessant, and all kinds of weapons were used for testing. In a situation where there was no other way, the man-eaters gathered an army of 120,000 and planned to sneak through the Brahmaputra River's sluggish basin. Then, they would cross the mountains and ridges to launch a surprise attack. The other armies in the other places would cooperate with them to feign an attack. Although it was called a feign attack, it was actually a suicide mission. The man-eaters' idea was not bad, and they were willing to pay a huge price for it, even going as far as to take a detour. According to the historical records that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew, they had never done so before. But the current Great Tang was developing too quickly, so quickly that it was like a piece of cake smeared with honey in the eyes of others. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of it and then retreat, getting as much benefit as possible. It was much better than watching the Great Tang develop to its limits and then turning around to bite them. Of course, if everything developed according to history, the Great Tang couldn't have sent scouts everywhere, especially the Brahmaputra River. If one went north, the geography was extremely harsh. Canyons, snowy mountains, and dense forests were not places that people should go. Man-eaters believed that they would have to sacrifice a lot to attack this place, but they would be able to catch the enemy off guard. Thus, they secretly built the ships. They didn't need ships that could be transported across the ocean, and they didn't need ships that could withstand strong winds or currents. As long as they could get the people to the other side of the river, they would have completed their mission. Man-eaters' calculations were not bad. In the past, if he didn't care about other battlefields and just concentrated his forces to attack, the Tibetan cavalry wouldn't have been able to hold. Now, they no longer wanted to seek victory on other battlefields, even paying the price of religious compromise. But their opponent was not the original Great Tang, but the Great Tang controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them would not allow their intelligence network to have a blind spot. No matter where the border was, regardless of the local environment, as long as there was a border, they would definitely send people to investigate. After the two of them received news of the man-eaters' movements, they also secretly sent their soldiers over, and they even sent a total of 46,000 people. Their goal was that after defeating the man-eaters, some would stay behind while the rest would continue the pursuit. The man-eaters had sent 120,000 soldiers, not more than 1 million, but less than 200,000. How many supplies would 120,000 soldiers need? Were there supply points? Where was the source of the supply lines? Are there any local Indian ethnic groups involved? Both sides moved in the same way, stealthily. The difference was that the Great Tang side sent over small cannons, which were mortars and grenade launchers. For this reason, the grenades were specially primed, otherwise they wouldn't be able to be fired. As for why they didn't send the field cannons over, it was because they lacked transport helicopters. The two of them originally planned to attack when the enemy was crossing the river, and then continue to attack after crossing the river. How could they make the other party attack at the time they requested? As long as they sent out a small portion of their troops to stand on the other side of the river, the man-eaters would be afraid that the Great Tang would send more troops and expose themselves. Under such circumstances, they would have no choice but to attack earlier. The idea was good, and there weren't any problems during the operation. The problem was that when the man-eaters saw the small portion of Great Tang's troops, they didn't forcefully cross the river. From a simple telegram, the other party seemed to have given up. Wang was puzzled. Their side had sent over 15,000 people, so where was the man-eaters' resistance? Whether or not their ships were captured by them could be judged from these 2 points that the other party had made a strategic move in advance. Go and ask. The content of the telegram just now was too vague. Let them say a few more words. Zhang Xiaobao ordered the person who passed on the message. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao didn't know whether to comfort himself or Wang Wan. He calmly said, "There's no need to rush. The man-eaters aren't gods. It's just that the information they sent over wasn't detailed enough. The commander there is Zhang Shouge, and he sent the eunuch Yang Xixuan to supervise the troops. We'll send 2 battalion commanders, graduates of the Third World. I'm not worried about the man-eaters suddenly disappearing, but I'm worried that the man-eaters will destroy the enemy's ships and kill the future slaves." Wang Wan continued, "That's true. We have information on him. This person likes to use the lies of his enemies to intimidate them. We don't need that now. I hope he learns to be smarter. Otherwise, we'll lose slaves. I'll have him carry the stones himself." Zhang Xiaobao had a good understanding of Yang Xixuan. Wang Wan's words were also recorded in history. This person liked to kill, and he didn't even let go of captives. In Zhang Xiaobao's view, this was a form of intelligence. Killing the enemy's captives could intimidate the enemy, and at the same time, reduce the enemy's youth. Otherwise, if you attacked and captured a lot of people, bringing them back would be a problem. What he was afraid of was that he would use this intelligence on the man-eaters. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's goal wasn't to kill people, but to obtain resources. Human resources were also resources. They'd only built 1 railroad, and they had to continue building it. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said when he was thinking about who should die in the construction of infrastructure. "We also need people to blow up the river. Blowing up the submerged reefs is almost a death sentence. We can't use our Great Tang people. I can't bear to add people to it." Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion and asked, "Blow up what river?" "It's the river between us and India, the Brahmaputra River and the Brahmaputra River. If we can form a navigation channel, it will be very useful." Zhang Xiaobao explained. "No, the place we're connected to is affected by the geographical environment. It's not navigable. If we build a dam in the future, we can add a few sets of generators. Can you think of something more practical?" A map appeared in Wang Wan's mind. She shook her head and rejected Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. "I'm being practical. The geographical environment can be changed. In the past, it didn't change because of India. China has to spend a lot of effort and countless manpower and material resources to transform the river so that it can be navigable. However, India directly said that you can come over. What do you think China should do? Is the investment in the early stage gone? Tell me, which river in the world can't be transformed? The main problem is whether the investment is proportional to the return. We're not at that time now. Why do you want to stop the duo crossing the river and send troops to track down their supply line?" Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation at that time and asked Wang Wan, "I'm thinking that if someone in India gets involved, we can attack them, question them, and force them to admit their mistake. Then we can give up a line of the Brahmaputra River, including a certain area on both sides. They can't control it now, and there are always floods. They think that by paying a small price, they can get the forgiveness of the Tang Empire. So we can occupy the river, just like the Qing Dynasty ceding land to pay reparations. Occupying the Brahmaputra River is occupying the lifeline. What's there to be afraid of floods? We can build a dam and slowly transform it. If we don't have the opportunity to occupy it, we will be struck by lightning." Wang Wan repeated the strategic intention that they had discussed before to Zhang Xiaobao. "That's right. Then why don't we transform the river together? We can't even think about building a dam to block the river within 10 years. It's better to open it to navigation. Who said that canyons can't be bombed? Who said that canyons can't be bombed? Destruction is always easier than construction. As long as we are willing to sacrifice the lives of others, I promise to bomb the river within a year and complete control of the entire river basin within 3 years. That's the entire basin of the Brahmaputra River and the Brahmaputra River. I've already thought about it. Capture captives and let them bomb the canyons and reefs for me. If they don't die after the first bomb, I won't let them go a second time within a month. If they don't die 3 times in a row, I'll directly give them a generous reward and let them get rid of their status as captives and slaves. Then, our country's people who lost their land through the 12 national policies can go there and give them a large piece of land on the plains created by the river. They can buy cattle from India. Anyway, India doesn't value cattle, so they can buy them for our people to use. If it rains heavily and floods are coming, our people can directly retreat and rush over. It's not a pity to rush over the land that was taken for free. If there's any harvest, it's ours. Zhang Xiaobao was in a state of almost sleepwalking, imagining the good times in the future. Wang Wan also listened with a look of yearning. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, she pointed at Zhang Xiaobao's head and said, "You really don't blush when you talk nonsense. India doesn't value cattle? Value? I remember that Indians value the neem tree more. After other people plant it, other people can casually pick the branches and leaves of whatever they pass by and use it to brush their teeth. Can cattle be casually used by other people?" Zhang Xiaobao said with a serious look. Brushing teeth is valued? Then cattle also needs to be valued because Indians also use cow dung to brush their teeth. Say something else. I'm disgusted. Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao on the shoulder. He actually led the topic to this. I'm disgusted too. Anyway, we have to occupy their livestock. The river has to be built, and people have to be arranged there. This is not called colonization. It's a normal migration, or it's arranged to a slightly more remote place to enjoy high-wage job opportunities. Zhang Xiaobao stopped himself from thinking about the habits of India and dreamed of planting his own land in other people's land. Report. The person who had just left came back and said to the two, "The troops guarding Karma Nagpo have sent back news again. They found that there are many cannibals, large and small, and there are countless boats. When the cannibals saw our small troops, they suddenly panicked and scattered. Our troops took the opportunity to cross the river and chase them. The enemy ran on horseback and ran on 2 legs. The enemy also threw away a lot of weapons, some made of wood and iron, and some made of wood. There are also places where they live, some made of branches, some made of leather. They also drank from wooden buckets. Some are spliced together with pieces of wood, but most of them were hollowed out in the middle of a piece of wood. Most of the food they eat is also made of wood. There are little young, get to the point." They foolishly sent back such detailed information. Why did you read it? Zhang Xiaobao glared fiercely at the person who reported. Did the daily habits of the cannibals need to be explained in a telegram? The person called Little Liang by Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly and nodded. Okay, what Zhang Shigai mainly said is that they have already occupied the original camp of the cannibals. They just occupied it. Now, some of the follow-up troops are left behind, about 5,000 people, and the others are crossing the river. The troops who have already crossed the river are chasing the enemy's scattered troops and capturing many prisoners, mainly to let the people who can speak the language of cannibals shout. General Zhang Shigai also said that a lot of the supplies of the cannibals are still there, not burned and not protected by anyone. Zhang Shigai wanted to ask what to do next. He judged that the fleeing cannibals might look for grass roots to eat. Our troops only need to find a place with a water source to encounter the cannibals. But it is impossible for the fleeing cavalry to kill horses for food. It is more likely that they will run far away, at least to the next supply point on the supply route of the cannibals, or even attack the Indians to plunder survival resources and obtain physiological satisfaction. The main content of the telegram was relatively euphemistic, but the meaning was clear. The cannibals were defeated before the battle. Those are 120,000 people and 120,000 well-prepared soldiers. They ran away when they met our small troops. Madam, do you believe it? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Little Liang, send back a telegram. Tell General Zhang Shigai to retreat immediately after a day's pursuit and defend Riverside. Use the resources provided by the cannibals as supplies. It is forbidden to kill prisoners for no reason, and it is forbidden to go in alone. Process the captured ships and use the local resources to continue to build simple transport ships. Wang Wan instructed Little Liang. Little Liang did not ask any more questions and turned to leave the telegram. Wang Wan turned back and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I believe it. Winning a war is not a matter of numbers. We made a mistake and overestimated the cannibals. They wanted to launch a sneak attack on us. When they see our people, the first thing they think of is the advanced weapons and communications of the Tang army. They are afraid that if they run too slowly, the Tang army will call in more people to attack them. If a few of them run first, they will definitely lose the morale of the entire army. It's not like this didn't happen when the Japanese attacked China in the past. In the First and Second World Wars, this kind of phenomenon is really too normal. What I want to say is that if they run away, our strategic purpose will not be realized. Isn't it to kill the enemy's strength? After they run away, how many people can we catch in a day's pursuit?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that the cannibals were not giving them face. What could they do if they persisted? Couldn't they learn how to attack halfway? It seemed that they could not. As long as the people in front of them passed by, the machine gun positions and artillery positions would be set up. The gap between weapons made many tactics useless. Wang Wan did not continue to explain to Zhang Xiaobao. She knew that it was not that Zhang Xiaobao could not learn, but that sometimes he was not willing to learn military skills. Even if he knew, he still pretended to be stupid and asked her. Wang Wan was helpless and happy about this. She was happy because she understood that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to set her off, let her perform, and then be happy with him. Many men did not understand this. Generally, women understood, so their family life was very happy. What made her feel helpless was that Zhang Xiaobao actually knew that she understood his intentions, but he still pretended to be stupid. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not look pretentious but cute. He was really good at coaxing girls. "Hubby, tell me, how did you train?" Wang Wan suddenly asked. It had nothing to do with the war they were talking about just now. "I saw it in family psychology and couple psychology." Zhang Xiaobao immediately knew what Wang Wan was asking, and his current behavior and tacit understanding explained his understanding of the two kinds of psychology. What I'm asking is, forget it. I'll tell you about the 3 essentials and the knowledge of how to use them to survive, okay? Wang Wan returned to the previous topic. "Okay." Zhang Xiaobao sat upright. Chapter 1242. First point. Wang Wan raised a finger. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it seriously. When he realized that it was not the middle finger, he did not do anything else. To survive, the military structure cannot be lacking too much. Even if there's only one person left in a battalion, the structure is still there. Why is it a battalion and not a squad, platoon, or company? Is it because there are more people in the battalion? Zhang Xiaobao said enthusiastically. There are more people in the regiment. I'm talking about our time, not now. Now, the regiment is under the battalion. The battalion now is a regiment or a reinforced company? Yes, reinforced company. Now, a regular battalion has about 600 to 700 people, and a reinforced company can have more than 1,000 people. For example, guard company? Zhang Xiaobao continued to be enthusiastic. Yes, now we're not talking about guards or not. We're talking about why the battalion structure needs to survive. The number of people in our battalion can form a natural survival unit. It is gathering, farming, hunting, guarding, and building. The number of people in a battalion can be replenished, and in the case of no one to rely on in the wild, they can survive independently. In fact, they can even survive, but it is very difficult. As for a platoon of 30 people, can they survive? In theory, they can. If they want to live a good life, half of them need to be from the Special Forces, and the other half need to graduate from the Shonan Science and Technology University. Then their survival rate is higher than that of a battalion. Are you saying that almost all of them are like the 2 of us? Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest and said confidently, "Your role will not be reflected in the situation where we do not meet other tribes." Then what if we meet them? Very simple. We will no longer be 2 people. They will be confused by you and then work for us. Even if there's a language barrier, I believe that you have the ability. Thank you. You are welcome. That is why, in order to maintain the survival of an army, the existence of the structure is very important. It is enough to replenish the personnel. The role of the veterans must not be ignored. The second point is that we need a strong political leader. In the situation where we cannot achieve military victory, he must use his rhetoric to paint a picture of a pie for the soldiers. Is it to quench one's thirst by looking at plums? Zhang Xiaobao echoed. More or less. Under normal circumstances, this political leader can't be someone who participated in the direct command of the battle. Otherwise, confidence won't be able to gather. If he's still a commander who participated in the battle, he can still play the role of winning people's hearts after his failure. Then, he's not an ordinary person. For example, Napoleon. I think that in this era, the two of us should be fine, right? Zhang Xiaobao didn't have much confidence when he spoke. Who knows? The people of the Great Tang already treat us like gods. In their hearts, we represent invincibility. If we lose, then I'll have to readjust my domestic policy. How about we also make a movie and advertise it, saying that we had times of failure, but in the end, we stubbornly survived. This way, we'll leave a psychological hint to the people that we're also humans. Our strength lies in our tenacity. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips, as if he didn't want to adjust the policy after failing. Do you think it'll work? Wang Wan asked. No, absolutely not. We're gods. We're not mortals. The people think so too. Third, what's the point of thinking about this? I don't believe that there's anyone who can compete with us in terms of military and economic power now. At most, a sudden natural disaster will cause losses to our army, but we can slowly push forward and try to circumvent the weather disasters as much as possible. The third is simple. In addition to the above structure, we can't lose much. We also have to have a political figure with strong affinity and charisma. We also have to collect the necessary resources for human survival. Snow mountains and grasslands are not easy to live in. That's why I admire the Red Army at that time. Brainwashing needs to be done to a certain extent. Wang Wan raised her third finger and said. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his nose and asked, Then what does that have to do with your previous arrangements? The third is that they need water and food. There are more fish and shrimp in the river, and many animals go to the river to drink water. We just have to leave the boats and search along the river. Why should we follow behind and eat dust? What if the small pursuing force is surrounded and annihilated? Wang Wan finally said why she had told him that the troops would be back in a day. If the defeated army wanted to regroup and rest after losing all their supplies, they had to find a place with sufficient water, not all of them going to their long supply line. Only when the defeated army went there would the people at the supply transit point would be scattered. The combatants would eat and drink and then take away the valuable things. The non-combatants would take away the relatively less valuable food and fodder. They would never be entrenched, unless it was the second line of defense that had been set up before. The idea of the cannibals at the Brahmaputra River was to launch a sneak attack. Their usual supplies were calculated and even slightly insufficient. Why would they set up layers of defense and play a strategic game of depth? Listen to you. You're the commander. Do you mean that my logistics supply has to be increased to the Brahmaputra River line? Zhang Xiaobao considered his mission. Originally, it was to defend. Now that a large portion of more than 40,000 people had advanced, the supply line would inevitably be extended. Yes, your mission is very important. Think about it now. I'm going to see my brother and sister. I'll cook tonight. Wang Wan got up and planned to leave so that Zhang Xiaobao could think about where to get people to send supplies to the front line. Zhang Xiaobao tapped his face a few times with his hand and said to Wang Wan, who had walked to the door, Tell the kitchen to prepare the seafood for spicy soup and chicken soup. I'll go over to prepare the ingredients later. You're not thinking about logistics? Wang Wan asked in surprise. No need. I'm not going to send food to the front line over there. Tell them to save their bullets. Don't shoot hundreds of bullets when facing one person. I'll get someone to send ammunition once and bring enough money. Let them find a place in India where there are people to buy things, Zhang Xiaobao said casually. Wang Wan raised her eyebrows. Buy? Yes, buy. If we encounter a large number of Indians, use our Tang Dynasty money to buy from them. The use of international currency will be perfectly reflected at this moment. Let them tell the Indians that if they don't want to use money to buy gold, they can go to Tang Dynasty to buy other things or wait for Tang Dynasty merchants to go over. Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. Wang Wan thought about it and felt that it was possible. There might be people in Tang Dynasty who had never heard of countries like India or India, but the Indians would definitely have heard of Tang Dynasty. For the Indians, it was very cost-effective to exchange food for foreign currency. Usually, they would not be able to exchange their food for Tang Dynasty's money because Tang Dynasty did not lack food. Just as she was about to agree, Wang Wan suddenly thought of something very important and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Are you sure they know about Tang Dynasty's money? It's fine as long as they know the Tang Dynasty's army. We don't have to print a batch of fake money for them. Now, that place is not completely under our control, right? And there are many people there, right?" Zhang Xiaobao said. "Where?" Wang Wan was confused. "Trust River," Zhang Xiaobao said. "Then it's called Indus River in our time. Do you think there are people there?" Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all. "Yes, there should be." "Then, is there anyone in Pakistan's Fort Murmak now?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "Yes, the duo cannibals are there. There are quite a few of them. It's an important entrance for us to attack the duo cannibals. Do you really not remember, or are you just trying to find something to say?" Wang Wan was too lazy to continue talking. Yes. I'm thinking of something else. Let them quickly take down Fort Murmak. What is it called now? No name, right? It's the Laval tribe. What are you going to do?" Wang Wan asked. "Occupy. Let the troops be fast. First, occupy a few salt mines. Send a report to Lessa City and let them print salt tickets. Mobilize Shui Yun's family and send the printed salt tickets to our troops in Brahmaputra River. Let them rob some horses and quickly go to the relatively nearby places to tell the locals that we have salt tickets. We will exchange them for salt later. Isn't it more direct than money?" Zhang Xiaobao thought of a solution in the blink of an eye. Wang Wan sighed. She knew that the troops would be stationed there for a long time in the future. That was because the current Hindus did not know that the place Xiaobao wanted to occupy had several very good salt mines. Their salt mainly came from the original Tubo side, which was Qinghai salt. How much salt does that place have? It could be used to build roads. However, it was very expensive to bring it to India. How expensive was it? Salt itself was a currency, and its value was very high. Ever since her family occupied Qinghai Lake, she had made a lot of money just selling salt. Of course, for the domestic market, it was just a flat transportation fee, but not for India and Duoshur. This was probably the reason why Duoshur always wanted to attack. In the past, trade was not restricted. Now, salt was a strategic resource. If it were anyone else, they would not be willing to be restricted like this. Therefore, it seemed that most of the people fighting were the various countries and vassals of India. In fact, Duoshur and the various countries in India had discussed this. Different religions could unite when they had a common enemy. Wang Wan knew that even though the Indians who had been convinced by the Polyeder were not helping either side, they had been secretly helping the Polyeder all along. Once they knew that there was good salt at their doorstep, they would almost 100% send troops to get close and try to get it. It could also promote the temporary alliance of their various countries and races. Of course, if her army was strong enough, it could also become a large trade market and conduct more trade with various countries and tribes in India. Xiaobao, I can't think of what will happen after your goal is achieved. We have to continuously transport arms and medicine there. Don't you understand what kind of demand the Indians have for salt? Wang Wan wanted to persuade Zhang Xiaobao to take back this decision. After all, her family still controlled an area of Qinghai Lake. Anyway, they were selling salt. Why should they cut off the original market? Consequences? Can we still fight a planetary war? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be stupid and said, Chapter 1243. Then you should organize the logistics of the space battleship to fight Star Wars. I'll tell the kitchen to make malatang tonight. Sichuan is more humid, like the sea. Eating more spicy food will help with blood circulation. Wang Wan planned to talk nonsense with Zhang Xiaobao. With a flash, she disappeared from the door. Zhang Xiaobao sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he got up and chased after her. As he chased, he shouted, "Wait for me, I'll go too. I have to tell the kitchen to prepare rice noodles. Just seafood malatang won't be able to fill my stomach." When he caught up with Wang Wan at the staircase, Zhang Xiaobao added, "Today's soup should be bland and less salt. We're not some Indian, Arabian, or polyglot. They shouldn't eat too much salt, they'll be thirsty." The problem is that they don't have salt. The drying method of sea salt hasn't been passed to them yet. You don't let their people get close. Say, they're stupid. Why don't they think of ways to learn from Japan and Shinlaw? Didn't we have an alliance in the past? That time with Japan. Wang Wan felt that it was sad for a nation to be controlled by salt. In the past, we worked with many countries in the world. Have we learned all the techniques? How slow is it to directly dry seawater? How many of them know that they need to put in brine later? Let the people by the sea continue to boil salt and put a rope or something in a container. It's good to crystallize. Speaking of which, our people are the ones who are blessed. How much did salt cost when we came? How much does salt cost now? In daily life, other than water, the cheapest thing is salt. 1 copper coin is enough for a person to eat for half a month. This is because the transportation cost is high. Zhang Xiaobao recalled and felt satisfied. He continued to work hard to improve the living conditions of others. Then he sighed, "Salt is the root of so many racial wars." When Wang Wan arrived at the entrance of the kitchen, she stopped and admitted, "Indeed, there are many wars caused by salt. Wars between races, wars between religions, wars between countries, and wars between people. Food and salt are the most basic needs for survival. You can make the arrangements. At worst, we can increase the war investment and try to see if controlling a country's salt can stop its gradual rise. Don't always think about investing. There are returns. They're all places with slavery and caste systems, right? If we control the salt mines there, we will directly control the 2 river basins of India, the Sindhi River and the Brahmaputra River, not the Ganges River. According to what you said, the Ganges can also be controlled because the Brahmaputra River is further away from the Sindhi River. It is now called the Naga River. The 2 rivers basin refers to the place between the 2 rivers. Doesn't that mean you want to control the whole of India? What I mean is that you should try not to use force to conquer India, because the man-eaters still need us to fight a long war with them. You can give the Indians more preferential treatment in trade." Wang Wan was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would calculate and eventually force the Indians to launch an all-out war. That would be very busy. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head as if he was thinking seriously and then looked up. "Preferential treatment. It must be preferential. In the past, if it was half a kilogram of salt in exchange for a slave, I will increase the price by 5 times. 2 kilograms and a half of salt in exchange for a slave, male or female, but not a child. I will not let them raise a child. Their own country has not yet understood how to raise a child. There are also ceramics, silk, glass mirrors, and tea leaves. If it really doesn't work, I will specially mix various kinds of curry powder for them. I would rather let the Tang people eat less chili and provide them first." Wang Wan shook her head and stopped talking to Zhang Xiaobao. She opened the door and went into the kitchen. As soon as she said not to force the Indians to launch a war against the Tang Empire, Zhang Xiaobao used other means to tempt the Indians to fight their own people. Slaves were not planted. There needed to be war to plunder, and they needed to be oppressed by caste to obtain slaves. The kitchen of the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant was very clean. The bluestone floor had to be cleaned every day, and all the dirt had to be sprayed with disinfectant. If someone wanted to eat at night, another kitchen would be used. The chopping boards for raw meat, cooked food, and vegetables were separated. Except for the chopping board that needed to be chopped raw bones, the rest were all made of bamboo. After using them, they were brushed with an iron brush. After a few days, they were thrown away. Anyway, bamboo grew quickly. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao came in, they heard the sound of cooking and cutting. Because there was no range hood, the air was full of the smell of various dishes. Zhang Xiaobao sniffed. "There's the smell of chopped green onions. How many dishes don't have chopped green onions? I can still smell the oil." Wang Wan also sniffed and looked for the person in charge in the smoke, who was the head chef. It was a little early for the kitchen to cook now. but the people in the inner courtyard didn't eat in a big pot as long as they could afford it. They would only cook in a big pot when they had no other choice. At that time, even Xiao Bei and the others would have to eat with them. Now that they could afford it, the restaurant cooked in advance and put them in insulated food boxes. When the time came, they would take them out for the inner courtyard to eat. Therefore, they were very busy. The head chef had good eyesight and soon found that there were 2 more people in the kitchen. He came over and asked, "Young master, are you two going to... We're going to eat malatang tonight. Make some preparations. There are also rice noodles. We will eat them during the performance. Find someone to prepare enough cooked food for the performance venue. We can use a big pot." Zhang Xiaobao ordered. The head chef nodded and suddenly thought of something. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Young master, there have been a lot of cows and sheep recently, especially females." Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything. He looked at the head chef and waited for him to explain. Most of them are people from the West. They drive the cows and sheep and drink milk along the way. When they reach Izhou Prefecture, they sell the animals and find other jobs, the head chef said. "Oh, I see." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't give any instructions. He turned around and left with Wang Wan. The shadow of war hangs over the sky. "I hope they will come more often," Zhang Xiaobao said as he came to the door. Wang Wan nodded. "They are from Tubo, which is on the border with India. They don't want to be directly involved in the war." When they found out about the cannibals and Indians, they had no choice but to come here with their family property. The males were probably killed and eaten along the way. This is an abnormal loss in war. It's just a small loss. It's okay. Give the order. Let the merchants in Jiannan Road buy livestock at normal price. They will find a place to build a farm. There's a lot of alfalfa, so it's not worth much. We can make up for the loss in 2 or 3 years. Moreover, the livestock we will buy along the way will be in good shape. Their genes will be very good. Zhang Xiaobao was optimistic. It wasn't a big problem to exchange livestock from the Indians and Indians. "Let's go and see Xiao Bei and the others." Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the courtyard of her younger brother and sister. 5 o'clock. Let's go until we reach Hongnon County. I will invest 5,000 strings of cash to build a local market. You have to buy when you come in. After Xiao Bei threw the dice, he picked up his little figure and walked 5 steps forward to an open space. He took out the fake money that represented 5,000 strings of coins from his box and handed it to the game referee. He said happily. The map they used was a very vague and abstract map of Hunan Province. It was much more profound than the Monopoly games played by ordinary children, but it was also much simpler than the games played by adults. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the top-ranking assessment. That kind of assessment not only depended on how much assets you had, but also your assessment results. If your assessment results were good, the bank would give you a loan to help you do business in the real world. It was the same as when you came up with a plan and looked for venture capital. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, the referee picked out a small model of the market from the box and placed it next to Xiao Bei's little figure. The map was very big. It was 11 meters long and 5 meters wide. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to cover the entire Hunan province. If the game didn't end today, they would remember the location and roll up the map. They would put it back the next time they played. That's not right? I took out 5,000 strings of cash. Why did you give me a small market? Hongnon County is a big county, not a small county. It's the one that had a flood. Xiao Bei looked at the model and realized that it was a small market. She turned to look at the referee. The referee smiled and explained, "It's a small market. The price of the materials used to build the market has increased. It's mainly reflected in the cost of labor. Hongnon County used to be an important county where the army was stationed. It is now a Shang County and has a lot of farmland. Due to its good location, there are many cattle." That's right. With many cattle, it means that the cost of labor has decreased. Why is it still expensive? Xiao Bei argued. If she had known, she wouldn't have spent the money on the market. Because the land is grouped into a group of 100 households and villages. After the merger, there are cattle for large-scale farming. The team leader fired many of the original farmers. A portion of the fired farmers left the area to seek more income. Some of them wanted to do small businesses. Some of them had good skills and were given a very high grade during the assessment. Hence, their income was high. The final portion went to participate in training. Hence, there was less cheap labor available in the area. The referee patiently analyzed the situation. Xiaobei blinked and looked at the other 8 people. Everyone looked at each other and communicated with their gazes. After a while, Xiaoyuan reacted and said, "So the effect of the 12 national policies on society are so direct? Then what will happen if the population of Hongnong County decreases? Will it be demoted to Zhongxian County? No, because Hongnong County is an important county in Hunan Province. It has developed water transportation. Furthermore, the county will increase the number of merchants seeking opportunities. Hence, there are more immigrants than locals leaving. However, the newcomers are usually people who don't have any skills in their original areas. They won't go to the market. Instead, they are willing to accept low wages and squeeze into the service industry, as well as the poor transportation industry." The referee explained to Xiaoyuan again. Xiaoyuan lowered her head and thought hard. Xiaonan interrupted and asked, "Will the previous port workers of Hongnong be affected? What will happen to them?" "That depends on how many new products Hongnong has produced. What's the concentration of production efficiency and demand for goods? If the merchants prefer luxury goods, it will cause a large influx of luxury goods from outside in a short period of time. If the local workshops and agricultural groups further increase their efficiency, it will speed up the export of local goods. Because the original port workers of Hongnong have rich experience, the new laborers working at the port will not be as efficient and safe as the local workers. Hence, the wages will be divided into different levels. At the same time, the local workers will be promoted to become the foreman of the new workers." The referee continued to explain patiently. These 9 little guys were the hope of the future. They had to be taught well. It's a loss. Xiaobei didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the explanation. Hence, she agreed to spend 5,000 strings of coins to buy a small market. The main reason was that her market was beside the county, far away from the workshop. Furthermore, there were many shops in the city. "Actually, I should have built a chess room," Xiaobei added regretfully. "What you should have built is a gambling site. The investment is small, but there are many people entering and leaving the city." Zhang Xiaobao's voice sounded at the door. Chapter 1244. Xiaobei looked back at her brother and sighed. Alas, there are 12 national policies. Everyone is anxious. It's hard enough to play games, but I don't know what it's like in real life. Just do what you're supposed to do. Let's take a rest. We'll leave the city in a while. There will be a good show tonight, Zhang Xiaobao said to his brothers and sisters with a smile. The little guys began to prepare. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also went back to their room to rest. Night fell as everyone was looking forward to it. Tens of thousands of Tang citizens who had passed the household registration verification came to the west side of Yizhou City. The stage was not facing one direction, but was surrounded by the crowd. It was a test of the actor's ability to control the situation. They had to take care of all aspects. There was an empty space in the crowd facing the north. Zhang Xiaobao and the others sat there and put the Malatang utensils on the rack. People in other places began to give out lunch boxes. There were no disposable plastic boxes. They were made of thin bamboo slices and could be used again after being cooked. 2 copper coins per serving was enough to cover the cost. As for the snacks, they were handed over to the local merchants to sell. They didn't care how much they sold them. While the host was still talking on the stage, the whole place was filled with the smell of food. Fortunately, the performers had eaten a little in advance. Otherwise, it was easy to not be able to continue the performance. Many people opened their lunchboxes and looked at the food inside, then closed them again and waited until midnight to eat. Although they had been informed that there would be a restaurant selling lunchboxes at night, and they had not eaten dinner, they could not bear to eat now. Otherwise, what would they do when they were hungry later in the night? The host was stirring up the audience's emotions. Seeing this, he pretended to be angry and said, "You look at me after looking at the lunchboxes. Do you think I'm a dish?" The crowd burst into laughter. "Okay, let me tell you. There will be a midnight snack. If you don't eat now, you won't be able to eat too at night. If you take it away, you'll have to pay for the lunchboxes. How about this? In order not to waste everyone's time watching the show, let's eat first. Before the actors appear on stage, I'll sing first. I'll sing a Jiangnan's Purple Bamboo song. I'll repeat it 20 times, and I believe you'll finish eating. The audience continued to burst into laughter. They had never seen the same performance before. In the past, when they had seen a song and dance performance, it was very serious. Whether it was singing or dancing, it was all methodical. The noble mood made the audience full of admiration for the actors. Only when they were listening to storytellers in the tea house would they relax a little. Therefore, when it came to people who sang and played on the stage, they wanted to listen but were also restrained. When they finished listening, they felt that their souls had been washed away. However, if they wanted to feel happy, they needed to flatter others afterwards. There was no such thing on the spot. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally knew what the audience wanted. When it came to elegance, the two of them knew it. Moreover, they could arrange it very well, ensuring that the atmosphere of the venue, as well as the actors' expressions and professionalism, would allow the audience to understand the artistic conception of spring and snow. However, even after the commoners comprehended it, they still didn't gain anything. They couldn't possibly learn it so professionally. Therefore, the two of them began to use the performance method they had at that time. In fact, it evolved from the form of the northeastern two-people rotation. Some people said that two-people rotation evolved from the beggar's method of falling lotus. In any case, regardless of the origin, this method was chosen because it was closest to the commoners. It refined the singing and communication of folk songs, forming an all-round contact and interaction with the commoners from language to dance to musical instruments. During the performance, the actors showed self-deprecation, ridicule, commoner thoughts, carefree, and acknowledgement of the reality of society, and unyielding. This was the portrayal of the soul of every normal commoner. Therefore, when it came to the two of them, all the performances and programs were in this style, even if it was a gala on CCTV. But they also understood that at that time, not everyone liked it. A small number of people were unhappy when they saw it. One was people who were criticized by the content of the program, such as officials. The other was a small number of people who lived at the top of the pyramid. They hoped to hear an aria from an opera, to see the fingertips glide over the 88 black and white keys, and then they would squint and think with enjoyment that this was the Ninth Symphony. Or to listen to the high mountains and flowing water, the kind of zither where the performer had to sweep the zither 72 times, which was to sweep the strings continuously, and then think beautifully. This was the 72 rolling and flowing water. Or it would be a national symphony. First, it would be Jiangnan Spring played by the flute. Then, it would enter the main melody. When it heard the part about the forced marriage, it could even hum in its heart, Dwashi laudo lie. But which commoner would have the time to remember that the sound that appeared was a horn? Who would care about the change in tone of the main spin during the butterfly transformation? The commoners would usually hum a few lines of the main melody and sing the lyrics, "The green grass is green and the blue flowers are in full bloom." If it was the zither, the commoners were more willing to use it as a companion and sing the song, "Swallows Fly Together," which was sung by the very famous Qian Shuesan and his wife, Jiang Ying, when they were childhood sweethearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also liked it very much. Occasionally, they would sing, "Swallows Fly Together, the picturesque railings are quiet in the evening breeze." Now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had their family, who were in charge of entertainment, learn elegant and popular ways. If there were people who needed elegance to eat in a restaurant, they would let them experience this kind of atmosphere. Of course, being elegant also meant that the price was high. Moreover, the restaurant also specially provided a venue for the guests to enjoy a Western symphony. There were pianos and so on, but they had only practiced for a short time, only 7 or 8 years. The problem was that the guests did not know what a rhapsody was, so it was fine if they did not play it. Li Longji had once asked Pei Guangning to treat him to a meal. Pei Guangning's family was rich, and because he was an official of the imperial court, he had a 30% discount. Therefore, a blue Danube waltz only cost him 4,900 strings of coins. Including the dishes and drinks, That meal came to a total of 6,125 strings of coins. The change was rounded up, and he only received 6,100 strings of coins. He gave him a small gift and did not give him an invoice. Since then, when Li Longji asked people to treat him to a meal, he would change the program to crosstalk, skit, or sing a few songs. Today's performance was free, so Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to put anything expensive on the stage. The piano was quite heavy, and it took a lot of effort to move it around. Tonight's performance did not have a duet or an allegro. There were a few folk music pieces to be played separately and in unison with the folk music. There were also a set of timpani, a drum set, 2 cellos, a harp, 2 trumpets, a trombone, and 2 guitars. Unfortunately, there were no effects instruments, and the timbre was required. It could be considered a combination of Chinese and Western music, although there were no such instruments in the West. The main thing was that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were going to sing laughing at the mundane world and laughing at the vast sea. Zhang Xiaobao chose the Mandarin version, as he felt that the Cantonese lyrics sounded better. However, in terms of emotional expression, Huang Zhan's version was better. Wang Wan also chose the Mandarin version, as the Cantonese lyrics were a bit of a failure. Of course, these instruments and musical scores were all taken out by Wang Wan. She knew how to play them, and she could even teach Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had always been very sentimental about this. If only he could have been born in the same family and received the same kind of nurturing. How good would that have been? Wang Wan also sighed. Hardships made people. Xiao Bao had fought his way up from the bottom of society, showing off his heroic spirit. His life was not in vain. The host on the stage did not know more about the meaning behind this, nor did he know about the past encounters of the young master and young lady. At this time, he was singing the Purple Bamboo tune. Sometimes he would spin around, sometimes he would do a handstand, but he did not stop singing. Originally, it was time for others to eat, but when they saw him playing around on the stage, everyone looked at him. After singing twice, the host half-knelt on the ground and stuck out his tongue in tiredness. He said, "Eat, I'm so tired. Why aren't you eating? How many times do you want me to sing? Everyone, please be merciful." There was a cheer from below, and the children brought by the adults also jumped, and clapped happily. The whole party had just started and was full of jubilation, but who would have thought that there was gunfire somewhere else? Zhang Xiaobao had a gratified smile on his face. While cooking seafood skewers for his younger siblings, he also cheered along with them. Wang Wan also put her hand in her mouth and whistled loudly under the surprised gazes of Xiao Bei and the others. Then, Xiao Bei and the others understood. They had to be as happy as possible today, so they coordinated the rhythm and shouted together, "Sing, sing, sing, sing 100 more times." The host, who could control the whole scene, naturally paid a lot of attention to the north. He was a spy, so he had to be vigilant of the situation below on the stage. When he saw the little ancestors shouting, he could easily see their mouths under the bright lights, so he made a bitter face at Xiao Bei and the others. He turned around, pointed behind him, and said, "Did you see that? Did you hear that? Just because you didn't eat, our little ancestors made me sing 100 times. I'm so tired." When the audience heard the host's words, they all stood up and looked at where Xiao Bei and the others were. Actually, only the front could see, but the people behind were blocked. Carry us up high." Xiao Bei had a chance to show off, so she quickly instructed the people around her. Thus, a simple human ladder was set up. At the bottom were 3 people, and at the top was an adult. The adult was riding a little fellow on the adult's neck. There were a total of 9 human ladders. Xiao Bei supported the head of the bodyguard with one hand and held a string of sea cucumber with the other. In fact, it was only half a string. She waved it vigorously, then stopped to take a bite, indicating that she was also eating. She had the temperament of a celebrity and was not afraid at all. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people were much worse than Xiao Bei. They could only wave their hands and did not do anything else. When Xiao Bei finished eating half of the sea cucumber, she finally got someone to put her down. The audience was excited and sat back down after a while, burying their heads in eating. They were indeed hungry. If they did not eat now, it would be even more difficult to eat later when a better program came up. The host did not continue singing on the stage. Instead, a female host came up and played with him. This kind of thing had not been rehearsed before. In fact, all the program arrangements had not been rehearsed. What they usually practiced was the basics. As long as they had a solid foundation, they could do whatever they wanted when it was time to perform. In the entire Tang Dynasty, the family performance team that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan organized was the only one that could organize and perform immediately when Li Longji suddenly arrived and requested to watch the program. The two of them joked on the stage for more than 10 minutes, and the audience had already finished their food at the fastest speed. Looks like everyone has finished eating, right? I won't wait for those who haven't finished eating. If you stay any longer, it will be my performance. Oh, there's still that person. All right, let's watch the first program. A famous beauty from Tang Dynasty will perform a song and dance for everyone. Xiao Hongshun, please take the stage. After the host finished his speech, he was the first to applaud. The audience did not know who it was, nor did they know who Xiao Hongshun was, but they still followed suit and applauded enthusiastically. Chapter 1245. At this time, Wang Wan had already changed her clothes in the dressing room below the stage. She wore a pink dress with many gold and silver threads. Part of her hair hung down from her temples, while the rest draped over her shoulders. The head ornament was inserted almost all over her head, trembling and reflecting the light. Other than her eyes, the rest of her face was covered by a horizontal veil, and there was a red between her eyebrows. When the song started, that set of instruments was used. This set of instruments was usually not taken out casually outside. Even when eating in a restaurant, there was no drum accompaniment. At first, the people around thought that it was a jie drum, but later they realized that it wasn't. Before they could figure it out, they saw a woman in pink walk up from the slanted steps below. She had a small microphone around her neck, and there was a long line connecting it to the speaker. From another place, a group of men and women floated up. Some wore loose dresses, some wore tight short shirts, some held wine glasses, some held swords, and some held fruit platters. It was a very mixed scene. Worldly affairs, laughable, infatuation is the most boring, supercilious. All right. The voice came from the woman on the stage as the audience watched. Each and every one of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths. Even the children didn't shout blindly. This woman was really too beautiful. That figure, that voice, and that gaze. They couldn't see clearly. It was too far away. While the people were marveling at the performer's beauty, they were also conquered by the comfortable tune and lyrics. Zhang Xiaobao could understand the feelings of the people. If this wasn't a pentatonic mode, the people might feel uncomfortable and have to listen a few more times to get used to it. Now that it was a silent mode, and with a special arrangement, it was refreshing. Zhang Xiaobao knew that people who listened to this song for the first time would be attracted. After all, those who weren't attracted were in the minority. There was no other way. You couldn't let everyone admire you. The only thing you needed to do was to put more effort into the people who admired you. Wang Wan had also specially practiced this kind of spinning stage control. She practiced it in her own courtyard. The difference was that the stage was spinning, and now she was the one spinning. She continued to sing. When I wake up, I smile to people. In my dreams, I forget, sigh, it's too early. The next life is hard to predict. Love and hate are written off. To drink and sing. I only wish to be happy until I'm old. At this moment, the drums suddenly played a small continuo, and then the hanging cymbals, the stepping cymbals, and the ground drum sounded one after another. Then, no matter how cold the wind is, I don't want to run away. No matter how beautiful the flowers are, I don't want them. Let me float. Wang Wan sang the first part of Endure Me, Float, with a strong sense of rhythm. When it hooked people's hearts, the four words, allow me float, accompanied by the swaying of her body like a willow, expressing the meaning of this sentence incisively and vividly. This kind of fast rhythm suddenly turned into a soft and tenacious effect, conquering everyone in an instant. Some people in the audience held their breaths, some clenched their fists, and some people's legs were trembling. Just as these four soft and tenacious words were sung, without waiting for others to breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Wan sang again. The higher the sky, the smaller the heart. Don't ask how much karma, alone, drunk, today cry, tomorrow laugh, don't ask for anyone to understand, proud, singing, dancing, long night, finding, happiness, interlude. The people who were listening to the song were stunned. This song was not only soft and tenacious, but also had a strong sense of rhythm. The dance was the same. Every rotation, every flutter, every pause, every stretch of the body, they all matched the song perfectly. It was originally a song sung by a woman, but for some reason, the people who listened to it felt a lot of emotions in their hearts. There was the realization of life, the pursuit of life, the coldness of the long night, and the noise and prosperity in their eyes at this moment. It was like nostalgia, reluctance, tenderness, and determination. No matter what, they could not imagine how a song could contain so many emotions. Good, good, good. Cheers rang out, causing the surrounding air to vibrate incessantly. Some people even jumped and jumped, trying to find a way to vent the emotions in their hearts. When the song reached the climax again, Wang Wan suddenly lifted the veil on her face and flung it out, revealing her beautiful face with cherry lips and a jade nose. She continued to sing, "The wind is cold." Those who were not far away were all stunned when they saw the face behind the veil. Then they went crazy and shouted in a mess. "Cuckoo, it's Cuckoo. She's singing Cuckoo. Cuckoo is singing up there." When they shouted, those who were far away also looked carefully and wanted to squeeze forward. They vaguely saw that others were shouting Cuckoo, so they also thought that it was Cuckoo. Because there were people and stools in front of them, they could not squeeze forward, so they shouted along. Those who had good memories even sang along. After the song ended, Wang Wan's figure disappeared from the stage. The people who were watching the performance shouted and clapped crazily again. They felt that if they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe that the person who sang for them was Cuckoo. What kind of joke was this? How could Cuckoo go up to sing, and sing so well? If she was not crazy, then the world was crazy. Everyone was excited and happy, but at the same time, they were shocked. Cuckoo could sing so well. Who said that she only knew how to fight? All right, thank you for your applause. Xiao Hongshan's song was indeed very good. Of course, it was mainly because the singer sang it well. I did not introduce it before the song, but I believe that I do not need to introduce it after the song. Everyone should already know. That's right, the singer of Xiao Hongshan's song is my goddess Cuckoo. Then, just like the song just now, the song is singing, the dance is dancing, the night is long, and unknowingly, the search for happiness. Cuckoo sang the first song so that we can continue to enjoy the performance tonight. The next song is a solo on the horsehead zither. Please let us. All right, you can come up by yourself. I will not introduce you. The host returned to the stage at the right time and said to the audience. He did not introduce the person who played the horsehead zither because there was no need. This person was also from the intelligence department and was disguised. In the future, he would not perform for no reason unless it was necessary. This person did not have any accompaniment, only a horsehead zither. The most pure music. He took the microphone, adjusted it, and lowered his head to speak. Actually, I'm very unwilling to be the second to come up. This would be a very sad thing for me. When Cuckoo finished singing, your hearts had already flown away with her. I discussed it with the two brats behind me. I said that you should switch with me. After all, you are performing a language show, which is different from the previous song. Perhaps you can win back some of the audience's hearts. For this reason, I was even willing to treat them to a big meal, such as hot pot. However, I was mercilessly rejected by them. I found that they are very smart as I am. This is because it is impossible to eat hot pot outside in the inner courtyard, and eating at home is free. Ha! There was another burst of laughter. Some people were quick-witted and immediately understood that the person who played the horsehead zither was also very capable. If he did not say a few words to amuse the audience and just started playing the zither, it would really be like what he said. No one was listening attentively. Everyone was thinking about Cuckoo's Xiao Hongshan. Why don't I stop playing the zither? I will perform a stand-up comedy for everyone. When everyone is done laughing, I will see what those two behind me will do. There was another burst of laughter in the audience. Although he said that, he still had to perform the horsehead zither. After testing the notes, he began to play. His level was also very high. The audience sat back down and listened attentively, enjoying the moment of joy. This is really fun. While Xiao Bei was waiting for her brother to make something to eat, she looked at the person on the stage and said, "Is he a professional performer?" "No, he's from the intelligence team." Zhang Xiaobao whispered to his sister. His hands did not stop moving. He was currently peeling the shell of the prawn rake. He used a small knife to cut along the edges, opened the shell, and took out the meat inside. He placed it on a deep plate. After placing a dozen or so prawns, he scooped up the hot soup from the malatang utensil and poured it over the meat. After pouring it over the meat, he poured the soup away from the plate and poured it over again. After doing this a few times, the meat would be cooked. Xiao Bei waited patiently. She sniffed and smelled the soup. She nodded and said, "The people in our intelligence department are indeed very good. Especially after the incident in Jiangnan society, they usually train harder. I have to train harder in the future and show my professionalism. Isn't that right, brother?" "No need. If you're tired, just rest. You're still young. You have time to learn slowly." Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that if he said the right thing, his sister would compete with diplomacy all day from tonight onwards. In the end, she would confuse him. While they were talking, the prawn rake meat was cooked. Zhang Xiaobao specially prepared a small dish of sesame paste, sesame oil, soy sauce, and oyster sauce. Whoever wanted to eat could dip it in. "Come and eat." Xiao Bei called the 8 people watching the performance. She first used a stick as a pair of chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat. She shook in the sauce and carefully brought it to her mouth. She opened her mouth and bit into it. She nodded as she ate, making vague sounds of saying that it was delicious. The other 8 kids came over and surrounded the plate to eat. After eating a piece of meat, Xiao Bei asked, "Brother, when are you going to sing your song? I'm sure you'll be able to control the audience." "I don't know. It depends on the situation. Anytime. What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao was talking to his sister when an intelligence agent came over from the side. He signaled to Zhang Xiaobao with his eyes that he had something to say. The intelligence agent looked around warily. When he saw that there were no outsiders, he lowered his voice and said, "The duo man that Shui Yun led the team to capture has confessed. He said that the mission of the 231 people here is to capture the Tang people. It's best if they're real Tang people with status, such as officials and merchants. However, they didn't expect the Tang people to act so quickly. They captured them before they could do anything. He said that there are 3 groups of people. One group is them, and the other group is the people at the border who are hired to carry the logs. What about the last group?" Zhang Xiaobao knew that the 3rd group was the most important. He had his eyes on the group at the border. He believed that good news would come soon. The last group has more people and many ships. They're traveling by sea and bypassing Lu Zhou's armed ships and a lighthouse. They're heading to Hangzhou to capture people. They said that there are more people with status in Hangzhou compared to other coastal areas. "It's safer there," the intelligence agent said. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it for a moment before he shook his head. "Tell Cuckoo to come back quickly. Don't stay there and chat with the others. Prepare the horses. I'll ask Cuckoo personally." When Wang Wan returned and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion, Zhang Xiaobao said to her, "We're not the only ones who know how to land and fight. Their target is Hangzhou. They're quite smart." Wang Wan blinked and scoffed. "I'm worried that they'll die at sea when they go around the lighthouse and our armed ships. Let's go back and ask them." Chapter 1246. 1,000 years? Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your support. Time is redundant, riding the long river road. You are not abandoned. The heart is touched. But with 1,000 days of memories, the eyes are full of fog. For what reason? Acquaintances are often accompanied by deep feelings. Spring comes, the swallow searches for its home. The pen moves, no words of bitterness. The country speaks of the great Tang, still flying egrets. Do you remember? The sun warms the grain soil. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left on horseback. Whether or not they could come back at night to sing ocean's laughter would depend on the results of the interrogation. Without his brother to help him get the meat from the prawn rake, Xiao Bei did not let the others busy and changed to eat other things. If there were not so many people around, and he was afraid that the smoke from the barbecue would suffocate others, Xiaobei would have asked someone to bring a barbecue rack and then cut the beef into large pieces and barbecue it. He ate to his heart's content, and 2 skewers were enough to fill him up. In the future, we will also arrange for performances. If there is a chance, we will go up and perform. Xiaobei said to Xiao Yuan, who was scalding mushrooms. Xiao Yuan nodded indifferently. Okay, you could do whatever you want. With you around, we won't have to worry about being idle. Being busy can make people feel fulfilled. Give me a skewer too. I want the reticulated mushroom one. Don't put it among the spicy ones. I want to try it. Xiaobei held a big prawn in his hand and glanced at Xiao Yuan. After he finished speaking, he continued to watch the performance on the stage. I feel that you are not fulfilling enough now. You let me do it, and you watch the performance. Appreciating art itself is a kind of fulfillment. Look, the skit about selling fake goods is so good. Don't watch it. Listen and look at the mushrooms. Xiaobei continued eating. Xiaobei, why did you sell us fake goods? Xiaobei had just finished speaking when a young girl's voice came from beside him. The children turned their heads to look and saw a little girl about their age standing there, accompanied by a woman with an embarrassed expression. Xiaobei went to check on the guards first. Seeing that the guards did not respond, he knew that the 2 of them could come in, so they were not a threat to him. Only then did he recall the young girl's words and asked in confusion, "Fake goods? Where are they from?" "They are from Baby Candy House." "Look, are they broken?" The little girl stretched out her hand and revealed a small toy car in her palm. It was very small, and the little girl had no problem placing 4 of them side by side. Xiaobei reached out and took it. He placed it in front of his eyes and carefully examined it. The small car was made of wood and had 4 smaller wheels that could be turned. The bottom of the car was engraved with 2 cartoon characters that read Baby. The front of the car was split open. It's true. Baby, the candy house, and candy came with a toy car. Look, there's a word on the bottom. Baby. Xiaobei proved to the little girl. Then why is the front of the car cracked? The little girl didn't care about Xiaobei's identity for the sake of the toy. Xiaobei was at a loss and frowned. How would I know? There are various ways to break the wooden cart, such as dropping it, smashing it with a hammer, or jumping up and stepping on it. No, it's just a normal wheel. When I let go, it's my younger brother's car. As I was playing with it, I suddenly pushed it forward and let go. It hit the wall and broke. The quality is not good. Isn't it a fake? The little girl made a gesture of playing with a small car. Xiaobei widened his eyes for a while and blinked twice. How can this be played with? A small car is something that looks good. You can hold it in your hand and put it on the ground to let it run. Of course, it will break when it hits the wall. The small car is a gift. When you buy cakes and candy, you don't give them. Only children on their birthdays will give them things. The small car should be a set of 4. If one is broken, there are still 3 good ones. Speaking of cakes, Xiaobei sighed again. There were no cakes to sell now. He had to wait for his brother and sister to say that there was still a lot of food in the house before he could sell the cakes again. What he lost was all money. The little girl was at a loss for words. The gift was free. It seemed to be a very unreasonable thing to find someone to reason with if a free gift was broken. Look, I told you not to come, but you insisted. It's just a wooden thing. Later, I'll ask your 3rd uncle to make a few more for you. Your 3rd uncle is the best at carpentry. The woman who led the little girl over-smiled at Xiaobei, and the others embarrassedly and reprimanded her daughter. No, the little girl was obviously unhappy. What does a carpenter's small car have to do with a baby candy house? Uncle, do you dare to carve the same word baby on the bottom? The woman shook her head. No one dared to imitate it like that. The little girl looked worried. She looked at Xiaobei and asked unwillingly, "The gift didn't say that you can't play with it like that. Think about it. Who doesn't want to send a car far away when they play with it, right? It's going to put some lead in front. My brother is young. If you let him play with it, he will want the car to run far away." That won't do. Xiaobei was also worried. He shook the wooden car and said, "If it's lead, children will be poisoned when they put it in their mouths." You're right. The gift must also reflect the quality of the baby candy house. The more you give, the better it has to be. In the future, there will be a ring of rubber around the car. There's no need to be afraid of collision. If it breaks, it means that the force is too strong. I don't have a small car with me. Tomorrow, you have time to go to the baby candy house in the city. Take the broken car and ask them to replace it for you. Let your brother make do with it first. When the car with the rubber ring is out, the baby candy house will publish a message on the newspaper and put it on the second page. When you see it, you could take your car to change it, okay? After that, Xiao Bei added, but we won't take care of your travel expenses. Unless it's a big item, the kind that requires a carriage and animals to pull it. The little girl was very surprised. She didn't expect such a small thing to be published in the newspaper. She immediately regretted coming and whispered, "There's no need. There's no need to spend so much effort on a gift. You're not the only one with a car. There are others. Our family represents the highest quality of the Tang Empire. If we don't do it, we'll lose more than just the cost. We're standing here. All the merchants of the Tang Empire have to look up to us. We'll deal with whoever dares to cheat and cut corners." Xiao Bei explained his purpose to the little girl. Seeing the little girl's puzzled expression, he shook his head and gave up the idea of explaining to her. He said, "Since you're here, let's eat together. We can't finish it anyway. My Yu doesn't eat. She hates the smell." The woman said, "She doesn't even touch fish at home. Are you allergic?" Xiao Bei was concerned. The little girl and the woman shook their heads. "Then I know. Do you want to eat bean products?" Xiao Bei asked again. "Yes, I want to eat dried tofu." The little girl stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She was probably attracted by the smell of the malatang. Xiao Bei immediately arranged for people to make some dried tofu skewers and invited the little girl to eat together. As for the woman, she had just eaten a box meal and couldn't squeeze with the children. Only the 9 little guys were eating here. The dried tofu was cooked very quickly. It could be eaten after a few dips in the soup. After introducing the chili oil to the little girl, the 9 little guys began to watch the little girl eat. They also looked at each other. The little girl happily ate 2 skewers. Suddenly, she looked up and saw that she was surrounded. Her face immediately turned red and she whispered, "It's delicious. You guys eat." The 9 little guys tacitly turned around to get the seafood. Xiao Bei also took the mushrooms. He didn't eat them and put them on the little girl's plate. There were 5 mushrooms on a skewer. The little girl ate one and her eyebrows almost flew up. She nodded vigorously and made a whining sound. It seemed that she found it delicious. Xiao Bei ate a mouthful of squid and looked at the little girl. "Let me tell you a story." "Okay." The little girl was very happy. She slowed down her eating speed and stared at Xiao Bei, waiting for him to tell the story. There was a child who was 8 years old this year. He lived by the sea. The sea was blue and couldn't see the end of it. In the distance, it seemed to be connected to the sky. There were white seagulls flying. As for this child, he had 2 rabbits and already had 6 baby rabbits. He had to drink milk before they could grow. One day, the child came home from school and found that the big rabbits were gone. If the big rabbits were gone, the little rabbits would starve to death. The child was anxious and looked for them. He went to the yard and couldn't find them. He went to the barn and still couldn't find them. Where did the rabbits go? Xiao Bei stopped talking and tilted his head as if he was thinking about something. The little girl stopped eating and also thought about it. Her eyes were full of expectation. The child thought, did the rabbits go to the beach? So, he ran towards the beach. When he reached the beach, he suddenly became happy. The rabbits were really there. They were playing with the little crabs on the beach. So, the child ran over to take a look and played with them. When he found that it was late, he wanted to bring the rabbits home to feed the baby rabbits, right? Xiao Bei paused and told the story like a stream of water to fool the little girl. The other party didn't care. The little girl nodded. But suddenly, a sea monster with long fangs rushed out of the sea towards the rabbits and the child. It wanted to eat them. The child was weak and couldn't beat the sea monster. He was very anxious. What should he do? What should he do? Was he going to be eaten? Xiao Bei shook his head anxiously. He frowned and opened his mouth. The little girl clenched her fists and looked very engrossed. At this critical and dangerous moment, the child thought of what the adults said. They said that eating seafood, fish, prawns, and other things in the water could make people smarter and stronger. The little crabs seemed to know about this too. They had already helped the child drag a squid out of the sea. "It's the squid I'm eating now. It's called the squid mouth, where the squid mouth is. Xiaobei stopped and ate a squid mouth. He gestured to Yu. The child immediately dragged the little crabs over and hesitated to take a bite. It happened to bite the squid mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. Then he realized that he had become smarter and stronger. The sea monster that rushed over didn't have legs. In an instant, the child thought of a solution. With the help of the rabbits and the little crabs, he dug a big hole on the beach. When the sea monster rushed up, they hid and the sea monster fell into the hole. The sea monster didn't have legs. It wanted to come up but couldn't. The child then filled the hole with sand and the sea monster died below. When he returned home, the child liked to eat seafood and fish in the water very much. He became smarter and his body became better and better. Many children asked why, but the child didn't tell others. He wanted to become powerful by himself. Most importantly, the child realized that seafood and fish were very delicious. After Xiaobei finished, he let out a long breath. He was tired. The little girl Yu also let out a long breath. She was scared. Eat. You eat your dried tofu and mushrooms. I'll eat my squid mouth. It's delicious. It's better than eating soft candy. Xiaobei ate 2 squid mouths at once and smacked his lips hard. Yu's mouth moved as well. She asked hesitantly, Isn't it fishy? If you think about fishy, then everything is fishy. If you think about freshness, seafood and fish are very fresh. If you don't believe me, try it. Xiao Yuan, bring a skewer of squid mouth over. Xiaobei instructed Xiao Yuan. When Xiao Yuan brought a skewer of squid mouth soup to the little girl's plate, Yu carefully picked it up and bit off a squid mouth. She chewed hard. After a while, she ate it and felt that it was very amazing. She said, It's really delicious. It's not fishy at all. Then she ate 2 in a row. She turned to her mother and said, Mother, I want to eat fish in the future. I'll become very smart and powerful. You can also become beautiful, Xiaobei added. He forgot to mention it just now. Okay. Mother will make fish for Yu to eat in the future. The woman wiped her tears and said to her daughter. At this moment, she really understood how amazing Xiaobei and the others were. They were children of the same age, but they could tell stories to their children to make them like eating fish. Who would have thought of such a good idea? The little girl Yu didn't think about the profound meaning behind it. She ate the dried tofu and mushrooms on her plate as fast as she could. Then she focused on the seafood. She stuffed abalone, squid, and sea cucumber in her mouth until she was full. The woman took Yu, who was rubbing her stomach, and said goodbye to Xiaobei and the others. Xiaobei wiped the sweat on his forehead. I'm so tired. Is it difficult to educate a child? Why did you have to pull her in front of me to tell stories? Xiao Yuan also wiped his sweat. There are many children in Tang Dynasty who are like Yu. They don't like to eat this and that. We can't tell everyone the story once. We need more people to work hard. Yes. Xiaobei nodded helplessly. The person who had been serving them saw that the little ones were in a dilemma. He thought for a while, and when he passed the sesame oil to Xiaobei, he said, I don't know if young Master Xiao Bao can come back in time to perform. He's really busy with too many things. Sometimes he has to do it himself, and sometimes he has to guide the people through the newspapers. Many things that the people don't understand can only be understood by reading the newspapers. Fortunately, there are newspapers and the price is cheap. He almost doesn't need to pay for it himself. In the end, when the newspapers are sold, the money from the newspaper subscriptions will come back to him. The cost will be borne by the merchants who advertise. After he finished speaking, he turned around and sat back down, waiting for the little one's instructions. The eyes of the 9 little ones lit up. They looked at each other and were very excited. That's right. Brother can use the newspaper to tell the people things, so can we. We publish our own newspaper in the Precious Candy House. It's specially for the children to read. We tell stories in it. Those who don't like to eat vegetables have special stories. Those who don't like to eat fatty meat also have special stories. We give it to the children for free. The cost of printing and editing will be borne by the merchants who are involved with the children. We will advertise for them. If they are capable enough, they can monopolize the plot of a certain story in Tang Dynasty. We can even name the food in the story after the name of their product to help promote their sales. For example, there are 100,000 children in Tang Dynasty who don't like to eat fish. After advertising they like fish, then the number of fish sold will be additional to the number they sold before, right? Let's do it this way. Xiao Bei waved his fist, looking like he was going to do something big. The other 8 children also showed their support with their expressions. After confirming the matter, they were suddenly stunned. At the same time, they turned to look at the inner courtyard that had just passed the sesame oil to Xiao Bei. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath and said, "My family's inner courtyard is 1 in a million." I thought that Xiao Bei's calmness when telling the children stories to let Yu eat fish was very impressive. However, the people around us are silent. The inner courtyard just now smiled modestly and didn't say anything. Su Yilong, who had been following Xiao Bei and the rest, was stunned at the back. At this moment, he felt that he had seen too many incredible things and learned too much. He understood too much about the deep foundation of the Zhang family and Wang family. There were too many things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang, one didn't know what their younger brothers and sisters did after they left. After rushing for a while, the two of them came to the place where the polycannibals were locked up. After another round of interrogation, the result was the same as before. There were 231 polycannibals. It was impossible to maintain unity and not confess. As long as they pried open one person's mouth, the others would definitely not be able to hold on. Don't let them die. Give some simple treatment to those who were executed before. With more than 230 people, we can build a long section of railway. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left the interrogation place, they asked about the polycannibals. Wang Wan wasn't interested in this. Instead, she said with relief, "It's fine as long as there are no other schemes. If we really send people to patrol the coast, they can come around and smoothly. We can directly send people to wait at a place where they can go ashore in Hangzhou. If the ship is damaged at sea, it will be dangerous for them to find a place to dock. I'm afraid that they will either die at sea or dock at Xinyuan Island, which is Luzon Island. They will compete with the local aborigines for resources. In the end, they will either turn the locals into believers or they will become locals." Zhang Xiaobao said, as if he was telling a joke. He didn't think that the polycannibals would take such measures to deal with the war. At the same time, he found that he and Cuckoo had a weakness. They cared too much about the safety and happiness of the Tang people. But they couldn't change it. The imperial court cared about the people, so the people supported the country. If the people were disappointed again and again, even if they didn't dare to rebel because of the military suppression, as long as there were other factors that made the country unstable, the people would be happy to add fuel to the fire and make things worse. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao knew the weakness, but they couldn't change it. Looking to the west, she said, "Send more people to patrol the land. The border is too long." The long border on land was more difficult than on the sea. Fortunately, they could see very far on the sea. On the land, there were forests and valleys. Who knew where the enemy would come from? "Why don't we occupy the entire Eurasian continent? The land will be safe," Zhang Xiaobao suggested. "What about the sea? You can just say to occupy the whole world. Then we can fight against the alien enemies together." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. "That's fine. At that time, it will be the global village. The people of various places on Earth will be distributed according to their needs. Our Tang Empire will be in charge of researching the advanced technology, and other places will be in charge of processing and providing the raw materials. They don't need to research. If they do, it will be called a waste of resources." Zhang Xiaobao followed along, not blushing at all. "Do you think others are stupid? Do you think there are few stupid people? Many of the elites in China think so. There are even some in the ruling class. Do you think we should help build railways in other countries?" Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Use it. It's like when Japan invaded China. If we don't build railways, we can't transport things, and it's not easy to mobilize troops. In that case, we should build factories for them. That's fine. Many polluting enterprises will be built. Look at our Tang Empire. The pollution is very serious now. In order to speed up the progress, small factories are built. In the future, we will have to heal this scar. Fortunately, we have moved away the people around the factories. Looking at the colorful smoke coming out of the factories because of the technical limitations, it would be a lie to say that I don't feel bad. Zhang Xiaobao sounded like he was in a difficult position. Wang Wan was also troubled for a while, but she immediately stopped thinking about the pollution. Although the pollution caused by the creation of constant profits now required 5 or even 10 strings of coins to be reformed in the future, the accounts were not calculated like that. Now that constant profits were generated, this constant money brought about the improvement of technology. Moreover, when the time came for the Reformation, it would have already generated hundreds or thousands of strings of coins. The main problem was whether a small portion of the profits would be used for the Reformation. If the money used for the Reformation was not used for the Reformation, but to create more profits, that would be troublesome. According to the greed of human nature, there is a 99% chance that they would do so. Unless it was not only the lives of others that were threatened, but also his own life, then he would be willing to reform the pollution. Let's go. We'll go back and sleep for a while first, then we'll go to the performance. I wonder if the smart and bold people of Tang Empire have made preparation for the small cluster of agriculture and handicrafts. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao walked to the bedroom first. I guarantee it. There will definitely be news in 2 days. Wang Wan followed. Chapter 1247. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rested, saying that they would wake up later to participate in the performance. But in the end, they slept until dawn the next day. Zhang Xiaobao did not sing a laugh in the sea. When he got up, he stretched comfortably, saying that good songs should not be played all at once, but one by one. Wang Wan was also very tired. For the past few days, she and Zhang Xiaobao had been giving everyone the feeling that they were at ease, as if they did not care about the war. Only they knew that what they were most afraid of was that when the artillery was fired, a message would come from somewhere saying that they had been schemed against by the enemy. For example, when crossing a snowy mountain, there would be people shouting in groups, which would cause an avalanche or something. For example, when marching on the green and yellow grassland, they would suddenly find that the surroundings were on fire. For example, when the artillery passed by a certain area, countless fireworks buried by someone suddenly exploded. In any case, there were many methods in asymmetrical warfare, and they were usually very useful. Although they could not achieve a strategic victory, it was not a problem to reap the lives of some people. The two of them believed that if they were the ones commanding the multi-eater, they would definitely be able to trap the Tang army there after paying a certain price of lives and keep losing people. Since the method was thought of by people who could guarantee that there was not a particularly smart and lucky person among the multi-eater. When the time came, they would eat 500 Tang soldiers first, and then the Tang would basically lose 500 family members. War is really too cruel. At the cost of people's lives, they get a little bit of resources that are not equal to their lives. I really hope that the world is peaceful and there is no war. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan when he helped her to write the general tactical arrangements she had made for various places. Wang Wan did not say anything. She was still calculating the distance on the map and looking through the local climate, geographical environment, and other information collected. Zhang Xiaobao did not expect Wang Wan to cooperate with him. So he continued, but if there is no war, then the premise is that people must lose the mind to compare with each other. A peaceful wolf pack would never be able to survive. Without competition, humans would also not be able to develop. Humans, through the struggle, became the overlords of the world. Then, humans discovered that the world was only a small part of it. Outside the atmosphere were countless stars and unknown things. One day, the ultimate killer from beyond the heavens would descend upon Earth. Thus, humans continued to develop through the struggle. Wang Wan still didn't say anything. Instead, she handed 2 pieces of paper containing the information to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at it and cursed. Damn, you're so smart. After thinking for a while, he said, all right, I take back what I just said on behalf of humanity. It has nothing to do with world peace. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Just like what we had in the beginning, we just wanted to make our family more comfortable. Tell me, is it wrong to increase production in the fields? Was it wrong to open a shop to make money? What's wrong with getting some winter cucumbers? You're not wrong. You're wrong because you have it, but others don't. We can only think of ways to protect our own interests. In the end, we protect and protect and protect until we become like this. Who can we blame? All right, don't make it sound so dignified. Do you think I don't know you? Wang Wan finally couldn't help but speak. Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly. Haha, thank you. It's enough to have a confidant in life. Look, it says that the cannibals actually developed our fireworks and gunpowder and started to mass produce them. There have been several explosions in the workshops. I don't object to them making fireworks. It's just entertainment. But why do they put a large amount of fireworks and gunpowder in the stones with holes? Do they lack the paper to make fireworks? It's obvious that from the moment Tang Empire started to have all kinds of good things, those people from other countries have been jealous. If we give away our technology for free, we might be able to achieve a period of peace. Then, we will continue to research and give them technology. Otherwise, they will think about us. When they don't have technology, they will want to steal technology. Now that they have some technology, they will want to use this technology to steal more technology. Peace is never something that can be bought by giving in. Hubby, what are you trying to say? Wang Wan raised her head and asked. She really couldn't understand. What was Zhang Xiaobao's purpose for saying so much at this time? Could it be that he regretted attacking others and was afraid that he couldn't persevere, so he found an excuse for himself? What excuse did you need to fight a war? Comfort yourself? There was no need. They just wanted to bully you. They just wanted to rob you. They weren't willing to be enslaved. If you resisted, they would beat you. It was the same principle as lions eating deer and horses. Thinking of this, Wang Wan suddenly became worried. She was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would start to waver in his determination to fight. If he didn't invade others and gave up halfway, the cannibals would definitely not be grateful. Instead, they would strengthen their military and continue to look for opportunities to attack. Zhang Xiaobao showed a compassionate expression and said to Wang Wan, "What I want to say is that most of the people we are fighting now are the main force in front of the cannibals, the real main force. They're almost all the old soldiers that we used to fight against the enemy when we were training. They are very cunning. Once we fight, they know how to disperse and then regroup. They always stay in places that make our army uncomfortable. Why don't we send the captured cannibals back and tell them that we won't fight anymore and that there is peace? However, our army can't appear in certain areas, and they can't appear in certain areas either. After setting the area, we can roughly determine where they're gathering. We will send the hot air balloon troops over and take advantage of a windless night to quietly surround them. At daybreak, the ground troops will launch a general attack and kill their veterans." Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao and suddenly smiled. She said, "Very good. You are still the Xiaobao I know. If one day you become kind, I will be scared to death." "Thank you." Zhang Xiaobao was very happy that his idea was accepted. 5 days later, the war was still going on. Shui Yun's family flew back and forth and finally delivered all the salt tickets and some small things to their destination. They returned to the restaurant to have a big meal and rest. Seeing that Shui Yun's family had obviously lost some weight, Xiao Bei and the others felt distressed. They specially had people kill 2 lambs that were specially used to roast whole lambs and fed them to the family. When the telegram was sent to the capital, Li Longji specially made Shui Yun's family a high-ranking official and promoted him to the 4th rank. This was because Shui Yun, who was getting smarter, could be used as a strategic weapon. For example, he could take a bomb and drop it on the enemy's headquarters. Not only could he do it, but he had done it before. On the way back, he took a detour and blew up the headquarters of a 4,000-man camp. The telegram was sent back first, saying that they could increase the intensity of the attack and give Shui Yun credit for the loss of command. When Li Longji heard the news, he praised Shui Yun fiercely in the court, saying that he could take the head of the enemy's general as easily as taking something out of his pocket. He could complete a fixed-point kill from thousands of miles away. The court officials didn't believe that Shui Yun could target someone and kill them. At most, he would blow up the enemy's biggest tent. However, as officials of the same court, they couldn't say anything bad about Shui Yun. After all, he was just an animal. If they argued with an animal, they should be careful that the person who raised the animal would argue with them later. Why haven't I heard of this before? If Shui Yun can fly steadily and we can harden our hearts, find a child who knows how to shoot and fly over with a gun, we can kill a lot of people. The deterrent effect is very strong. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deliberately went to see Shui Yun's family. When they returned to the house, they sighed. Why not? We've always had them. We train eagles, dogs, elephants, dolphins, and other animals to help humans hunt and fight. What's so strange about that? Shui Yun is just a little smarter, and the chances of him getting albinism are lower than his. What our great Tang owes him is nothing more than some meat and cotton, but we've gained a lot from him. If you treat him better, he'll be dead set on you. He's stronger than others. Wang Wan recalled something and said with a slightly sad tone. Zhang Xiaobao also thought of that matter and sighed. Sigh. Life is like this. You should think from another perspective. If human nature isn't complicated, wouldn't it be too boring to live as a member of society? When did I say that human nature isn't allowed to be complicated? I'm saying that what he did was really infuriating. If he can't be evaluated as a craftsman, then he should go to a free training place to learn. During the training, the imperial court gave him some living expenses enough to eat. His 2 children don't need to be raised by him. The imperial court pays for their meals, clothes, and accommodation. We're no different from Germany now. He actually injured his wife, kidnapped his 2 children, and extorted them from the local government. He wanted a job with high wages, power, and freedom. What a fool's dream. Wang Wan talked about this matter. In fact, it was a person who found his own career after Zhang Xiaobao issued the 12 national policies. But the reality was that there was no such thing as a career, only a salary. If he went to the local government, the government would arrange work for him. If he didn't know how to do it, he would train him first. But this person felt that it was too tiring to do that. First, he wanted people to give him money for free, saying that the national welfare was so good that it didn't make a difference. Then, seeing that the government didn't agree, he kidnapped his children. He didn't care about his children, but the government did. Hence, while they were negotiating, they sent a sniper and shot him down. He never got up again. The 2 children lost their father because of this. This was a grain of sand washed by the tide of social development, but it was very touching. Was it right or wrong to increase the welfare of the country? There was an intense debate in the imperial court. Some people felt that the 12 national policies were artificially widening the gap between the rich and poor, intensifying the competition and comparison between the villagers in small areas. That was why such a thing happened. In the long run, the country would no longer be a country. Some officials felt that this matter existed alone. They would first observe, and if it happened a few more times, they would adjust the national policies. There were also people who criticized Zhang Xiaobao's strategy for not doing the right thing. After creating chaos in Great Tang, he didn't immediately fix it and instead ignored it and treated it coldly. Li Longji was annoyed by the noise and sent a telegram to Zhang Xiaobao, asking him what he should do. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt depressed. Who was the one who was so free to magnify a small problem? Wouldn't such a thing happen if the country didn't develop? That's right. According to historical records, there were very few people who were sentenced to death in Great Tang every year. Moreover, it was said that Li Longji would personally ask the other party if they felt that their death was unjust. However, that wasn't the case. Historical records stated that many punishments didn't go through the government and were directly dealt with by the local clans. Furthermore, this was also a period of land annexation. So how could the gap between the rich and poor be small? The officials were all bored and felt that the government was running smoothly. That's why they targeted us. Did they see how far we were from the capital? They were waiting for us to return. Zhang Xiaobao said mockingly, I feel that it's also your fault. Who asked you to take out the 12 national policies? At the very least, that person was executed because of your influence. What about your follow-up actions? Wang Wan argued, Wait, let's wait for another 2 days. I don't believe that the people of Great Tang will die in just a few days Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily. Chapter 1248. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's sullen look, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. I'll be okay. Others don't understand you, but I do. You're a good person who loves this nation the most in the world. You have the talent to cheat others, but you never do anything to your own people. You could have obtained more money, but after you stabilized the Tang Empire's financial situation, you let go and nurtured other businessmen. You were originally an unruly person, but when faced with the accusations of the Tang people, you chose to endure. You had countless reasons and excuses to explain clearly, but you still chose to remain silent. Some people may think that you're weak, but in my eyes, you're a real man. Whether you're weak or not, ask the original Tubo people, ask the Turks, ask the Xinhua people, ask the Japanese people, ask the north of Hebei province, which is the 3 northeastern provinces, and they will give a fair answer. In fact, Wang Wan was not worried that Zhang Xiaobao would lose confidence and stop using his abilities for the Tang Empire, because she believed that as long as Zhang Xiaobao saw the children of the Tang Empire, he would definitely be firm in his confidence. That Grandpa Dean had already gone deep into his soul. Speaking of which, whether it was China in the past or the current Tang Empire, they should all thank such an ordinary and great old man. He used his life to write a legend that followed the trajectory of the track. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly hugged Wang Wan and kissed her. As if he had taken advantage of her, he said, "You should support me. You're my wife. If you don't support me, who will you support?" Yes, you're my God. God, how did I meet you? Wang Wan replied with a smile. Same, you're also my God. It's so mushy. Don't pinch me. I hate women pinching men, especially on the ribs. I can't use any strength. Look, I'll analyze it for you. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed Wang Wan's hand and said, "Oh, there's a talk?" Wang Wan asked cooperatively. "It's an analysis. Look, yes, I admit that the 12 national policies I took out will cause social unrest, but that's because society is already on the brink of unrest. Ever since we started suggesting that the imperial court help raise children and take care of pregnant women, that sum of money was the source of unrest. Do you agree that the welfare of society can never exceed the minimum average income of society? Otherwise, there would be a deficit, and it would not be a deficit in the development process. A deficit in development could bring about future profits, and a deficit in welfare would not only increase consumption, but also disguised inflation. So why do I insist on giving a lot of benefits to pregnant babies? One reason was that I needed a large number of people, and the other reason was that the Agrarian Technology Research Department already had technology that could be applied in daily life. This is the so-called civilian technology. Actually, I have always put civilian and military together. I'm not afraid of others stealing from the people of Great Tang. Of the surrounding countries, other than Japan, I'm concerned about their intelligence. Even if I give them technology, they won't be able to learn it. They're all too stupid. Of course, Russia is still possible, but is there a Russia now? Our people in Hebei province have been moving there for construction and exploration. I won't give them a chance to establish a country, right? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot, not only for Wang Wan, but also for himself. He was very strong in front of outsiders, but when facing Wang Wan, he showed his weak side. This was a kind of trust for his partner, a kind of dependence. Therefore, when many officials had too many people to rely on, they were reported by others. The officials who were strong and calculative in front of the public also needed a harbor for their souls. If they had too many harbors, they would not be able to take care of them when distributing resources. Therefore, internal wars became the source of division. Wang Wan also needed a harbor. In this world, she was no different from Zhang Xiaobao. She couldn't find a partner by relying on local materials. Otherwise, she would always be lonely in her heart. Of course, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao more than once that if the child lying next to her was the person who held the child hostage, she would find a way to kill him. She would rather be lonely than compromise with that kind of person. Whether it was the gap in social status or personality, she couldn't accept that kind of person. As for Zhang Xiaobao, she felt no problem. No matter where Zhang Xiaobao was, he must have a place. Only with this kind of person could there be common topics and ideals. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaobao said what was in his heart, Wang Wan gently leaned on Zhang Xiaobao and said, "So you asked me to accompany you to walk on the edge of social contradictions and outbreak. You still have the spirit of adventure in your bones. But now you've caused the contradictions. Why don't you do something? What do I count as? Without the influence of other powers facing the current situation, I am far too relaxed. Li Longji has been fooled by us, and the other ministers are just a piece of cake. However, Li Longji didn't lose out. We don't want his throne. We're content with being in charge of the currency, economic planning, and strategic deployment. In fact, they haven't encountered a more difficult time. Yes, first I centralized production in agriculture and handicrafts. Then, I raised the working conditions of the workers and forced merchants to choose those with high grades when choosing workers. This caused a group of people to lose their jobs. The scariest thing about people losing their jobs isn't that they don't have money, but that they're used to the sudden change in their working environment. Most people are obedient and like to listen to other people's orders. After many years, there'll be a loss if that person doesn't order them around anymore. My goal is to let them know in advance that they can make their own decisions. Even if others endlessly change, they can still make accurate judgments and live a good life. During this process, I didn't give up, nor did I use shock therapy. I didn't let the unemployed bear the losses of the change. I provided them with employment training institutions. They receive free training and benefits, just like in the United States. That's why that man kidnapped his own child. It's the same problem. His unemployment isn't absolute. It's relative. If he has a job, he doesn't want a low income. At the same time, he doesn't want to bear the pain and tiredness of training. Say, our social and educational benefits are the same as Germany's. Our employment is the same as America's. Our stability is something that Iceland desires but can't achieve. Our military strength is something that neutral countries like Austria don't even dare to think about. And our care for our citizens is deeply rooted in Chinese Confucianism. Why do you have to push the blame to us when there's a problem? Based on what? Where do these rules come from? Zhang Xiaobao started slamming the table as he spoke. Wang Wan straightened her back and pushed Zhang Xiaobao with all her strength. She laughed and slammed the table with Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he paused and laughed as well. People are fucking insatiable. It's such a good era. Cherish it, fuck. Zhang Xiaobao muttered again. You're scolding me. Wang Wan was still laughing. No, I'm saying that after we occupy India and many other places to plant grass, we'll turn them into large pastures. We'll transport them to the riverside and seaside through their trains, and then transport them to the Tang Empire. We need to build big ships. It seems that the transportation cost is too high, but as long as the cost of raising is reduced, it can be equal to the domestic cost. It has to be equal, even if it's lower than the domestic cost. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the domestic animal husbandry industry. I plan to divert 70% of the people who have a real career and send them to the battlefield in the form of transportation. Zhang Xiaobao finally said his plan to deal with the turmoil caused by the 12 national policy articles. Wang Wan pondered for a moment before saying, by the time they arrive, the front lines will have already advanced, and they will be at the rear. You want them to contract other people's land and lower taxes, right? It's tax-free, and we'll also provide them with interest-free loans. We have so much money, and Li Longji has so much internal funds. After the agriculture and handicraft industry cluster, we can't possibly keep so much tax revenue in the bank. As long as the military can ensure the safety of their livestock and produce results within 3 years, flourish within 5 years, and 10 years, we don't even need 10 years. Once they have money, they will definitely attract the envy of other people in the country, and they will immediately follow suit. We'll rotate the troops there and continue to expand. This is called stable colonization. I won't foolishly send people to faraway places. When the time comes, we'll let them play the game of independence with the Tang Empire. Empire on which the sun never sets is a dream. Zhang Xiaobao's words were something that even the people of his era wouldn't be able to understand. They also didn't have the time to understand. They were all in different positions, and they were all busy with their lives and dignity. I feel that you care a lot about 5 years. Why is that? As an intellectual woman, Wang Wan knew how to cooperate. You're asking me? You're from a red family, and you're asking me? Fine, I'll explain it to a big-breasted but brainless woman like you. Hubby, you think it's very big? I think I'm very brainless. Let's get down to business. 5 years is the minimum period for the technology to be converted from military to civilian use. 5 years is the average period for the establishment of an enterprise to achieve stable growth and development. 5 years is the adaptation period for the cultivation of crops to be popularized. 5 years is the regular period for the operation of capital to be doubled. 5 years is the inevitable period for the change in the content of educational materials. 5 years is the period from when I was born to when I ate my first bowl of cold jelly. 5 years is the period when I held you in my arms and hoped that you would still be happy after countless 5 years. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he reached out and hugged Wang Wan's waist. You're really the biggest liar in the world. I won't be fooled. Wang Wan leaned her head on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder again. She remembered what happened at the beginning. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to treat her to cold jelly, but someone threatened the child. In the end, she didn't get to eat the cold jelly. At that moment, she knew that Zhang Xiaobao wasn't with the other party. After coming over, she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's regret was why he couldn't eat the cold jelly again. Well, she and Xiaobao were both crazy. What they thought before they died was different from others. It definitely couldn't be explained by the word free and easy. You found out. I'm really a liar. I'll deceive the whole world to bless and cheer for you. If anyone dares to oppose, I'll deceive them to death. Zhang Xiaobao put his other hand around Wang Wan's waist and carried her to the bedroom. What are you doing in broad daylight? Don't worry. I won't do anything else. No, I don't trust you. Wang Wan suddenly stopped. She remembered that she seemed to have said this to Zhang Xiaobao before. She said, No, I don't trust you. My mission is to bring you back. Damn the 5-year rule. It actually reminded her of the past. I know. Your mission is to bring me back. Then why don't you carry me? Zhang Xiaobao's EQ, IQ, and psychological foundation exploded at this moment. In fact, when he was talking about the 5-year rule, he had already thought of the past at the last moment. He just didn't expect Wang Wan to be so cooperative. Fortunately, I came with you. Otherwise, you would have ruined many girls. Wang Wan sighed in her heart. You've investigated me. What women do you think I had in the past? Who knows? Just like you said, the 160 billion data we got from the investigation is inaccurate. There are always loopholes. Then I'll whisper to you in private now. No one can hear. No, how can you be like this? Liar and hooligan. Aya. Hubby, tell me, when will you release the remedial measures? I'm planning to. Since you're scheming against me, we'll talk about it in the future. Wait, Xiaobao, let me tell you. Who would have thought that the wind and rain of that year would be sad and lonely? Since ancient times, it's difficult for ambitious and ruthless people to stay for long. I've never been a hero, but I've always been quiet at night. The unfinished business of winter and summer in my previous life, I'll share it with you tonight. It's enough to have you in this life. Chapter 1249. Before the enemy had reached the Great Tang, the people of Great Tang felt that the war was both distant and close. Every day, the newspapers would take out a small section to describe the general progress of the war, how far they had advanced, and how many enemies they had killed or captured. Or, the Great Tang had used up too much ammunition and retreated a few li to reduce their supply line. Occasionally, there would be a section describing the environment and resources of the battlefield. After the people read it, some would sigh that there was good stuff in a war zone, some would be troubled as to how to transport the good stuff back to their country, and some would just let it be. In any case, they would have to sell it for money, so they couldn't give it away for free. They could transport it whenever they wanted. The articles in the newspapers didn't mainly describe these things, but how brave the soldiers were and how they overcame the difficulties they faced. Iron and blood intertwined, and it was like an eternal song that lingered in the hearts of the people. While the people felt this from the newspapers, their lives were also affected by the war. Almost every day, They would see a convoy transporting supplies, and when they occasionally met, they would greet each other. The transport teams didn't transport the supplies to the front line in one go, but in different sections. After delivering the goods to the front line, they would see if the other side had anything good from the front line. If they did, they would transport it to the other side for the exchange, or they would send it to a designated place to store it. As long as the people saw the logistics teams of the war, no matter what the situation was, they would definitely make way for them. The people were keenly aware that the great Tang army hadn't lost many people. While it was a little difficult, life was very precious. This was because of the rules set down by Cuckoo and Xiaobao. Using ammunition to exchange for a life was a price that could be paid for one life. In reality, there had never been a case of using 10 million shells to exchange for one life, but there were still cases where a few or a dozen shells were fired to prevent their own people from taking risks. Whose lives weren't lives? The people consciously did their best to make things more convenient for the transport teams. When they saw a heavy carriage crushing the road, they would gather a few people and take the initiative to fix it. As for the number of people who were killed by the cannonballs in the war, the people were very indifferent. It was just like when they heard that someone in a neighboring village had died in childbirth. They would just sigh and forget about it. Their lives would not be changed by the dead pregnant woman. And it was even more so for the people who were killed by the cannonballs. There was not a single anti-war demonstration. Not a single Tang citizen complained that the Tang army was killing too many people, and not a single person accused Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan of being utterly devoid of conscience for taking the initiative to plunder the war. Everyone used their own actions to support the war effort. When they returned home, some offered incense and prayed, hoping that the war would go smoothly and that Xiaobao and Cuckoo would live a long life. The most realistic effect of the war was an increase in the price of goods. The people who pulled the carts found that the price of a jar of butter, which had been introduced 3 years ago, had increased from 6 copper coins to 10 copper coins. The people who bought the kitchen knives and sickles found that the original 5 copper coins worth of kitchen knives had now become 7 copper coins, and it was said that the price was still rising. The price of pottery had also increased. The original 10 copper coins to buy a set of 12 plates had now become 15 copper coins. The price of hemp rope and linen had also increased. The price of pork and chicken had also increased by half. But for some reason, the price of fish had unexpectedly decreased. Moreover, the fish were salted and brought to various places in large batches by the troops transporting the war materials. The price of cotton cloth, silk, fine linen, and silk had fluctuated according to the normal season. The same was true for white flour and millet. The price of Highland barley, which was specially used to feed livestock, had suddenly increased. However, a large amount of white rice had suddenly appeared, and it was said that it was released from the northern part of Hebei province. According to the interesting words that Xiao Bao had taught his younger siblings, others should ask, what's going on? In a war, didn't the price of everything increase and then the tax increase? Now, why did the price of peace increase and the price of peace decrease? It gave people a messy feeling. Especially for salt, the price of sea salt, rock salt, and well salt had not changed at all. It was still the kind of salt that one could buy expensive and cheap if one wanted to buy expensive. To be honest, this is the first time that I have encountered such a war. It is said that it is a total war with several fronts fighting at the same time. When I was young, the people had no way to make a living. In a tea house in Fengxiu County under the jurisdiction of Bianzhou in Henan Province, an old man gently patted the table and said in a strong voice after listening to others reading the newspaper and thinking about what he had seen and heard recently. Old Master Feng, you are lucky to have lived until now and have the same surname as the county. You are 86 years old this year and have seen more than us in the past. But when it comes to the current situation, you can't keep up with it, a young man joked. The old man snorted coldly and refused to admit defeat. I don't know if I can keep up or not. All I know is that the money for the tea and the clothes I'm wearing today was given by the yamen. It's not much, just 600 copper coins a month. If it weren't for the fact that I am old and can't read, and that my grandchildren have not come back from school yet, I would have crowded with you to listen to the newspaper. I have ordered 5 copies of the same newspaper at home. There is no other way. I have many children, and all of them are obedient and filial, except for 3 who are not old enough to enter school and learn real skills. The rest of the children can't be ordered less. Unfortunately, the children who have left home are not around. Alas, after the old man finished speaking, he was greeted with all kinds of envious and jealous gazes. The people nearby knew very well that it was just as the old man had said. As long as he was alive, the imperial court would give him 600 copper coins every month according to his age. There would also be other gifts sent to him during festivals. He didn't need to spend any money to send letters to his distant descendants. When he went out, he didn't need to spend any money to take the carriage of the newly established imperial court. In any case, all the places where the government collected money were free of charge. He had no other choice. He had lived for a long time. He was 86 years old and had 5 generations living under the same roof. The oldest grandchild was 14 years old. If he lived for a few more years, he would have 6 generations living under the same roof. In Fengxiu, there were countless acres of land and mulberry trees in his home that stretched as far as the eye could see. Because there were too many people in his home, many of them had left to seek development in other places. They could live and give birth to more children. When the government had policies, the local officials would come to discuss with him and ask if he needed anything. In the past, he would always raise conditions that were beneficial to him, and the officials would agree to them one by one. But now, he had learned to be smart. When the officials came to ask, he would directly support them without any conditions. This made many people with bad intentions very disappointed. They hoped that the old man would raise conditions or even refuse to carry out the orders of the government. Then, they would anger the people of the government and confiscate the family. The old man had long known that some people had bad intentions, so he said that the current government was very good and would not deliberately harm people. If they followed the government's orders, they would enjoy endless benefits. Sure enough, there were a few times when the entire family supported the government's policies. The government gave his family an excellent family plaque. The good thing was that every time the government organized a small event, they would send someone to send a letter asking if his family was willing to participate. The government would take care of all the expenses, and when they returned, they would receive gifts. If his family wanted to get a loan from the Great Tang Bank, they would have priority. There were no other benefits. The benefits were shared by the people of Great Tang, and it was impossible to take away others' benefits just to stand out. Thus, some people gave their blessings, some were envious, and very few were jealous. As for what they were jealous of, they could not say. After all, they could not say that they were jealous of the old man's age. But no one criticized the old man's support for the government, because the government was worth supporting. In this era, there was no need to worry about being oppressed by the government. As long as one felt that the local government was wrong, one could run to the telegraph office and send a telegram, and the higher-ups would immediately come to investigate. Of course, one needed to use one's real name and use one's household registration to report. If one was framed, the crime would be the same as that of the official after the successful frame-up. This is called controlling. In order to show that he was up to date, the old man summarized the recent events. Father controls son, grandfather controls son and grandson, generation after generation, and the government controls all of us. Why don't many things increase in price? Is it because the merchants don't want to? No, it's because they don't dare. It's like a father controlling his son. If you do, they will beat you. Old man phone. Do you know who beat the merchants? Another person joked. It's that Xiao Bao who is only a few years older than my grandson. This old man still can't figure it out. How do you think he gave birth to a child? He hasn't even been crowned yet, but he's already so powerful. The merchants will hate him. The old man began to worry about Zhang Xiaobao again. The merchants won't hate him. You always don't understand the 12 national policies. The preferential treatment for merchants is not small. When a merchant earns enough money, they turn around and change their identity. They want to take the imperial examination. 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 They want to take the land. They want to take the land. They all understand that with Xiao Bao controlling them, They seem to be at a disadvantage, but without Xiao Bao controlling them, they are finished. The Joker finally found the opportunity to be the old man's teacher and tried his best to show off. "Grandpa, why aren't you going back? We were discussing important matters at home." At this time, a man in his 40s rushed in. He was wearing yellow and blue silk clothes and looked slightly awkward. The old man had not finished drinking his tea when he heard the voice. He turned his head and stared. "You make the decisions at home. This old man, your father, and uncles have already let go of the family. You are the third generation head of the family. Why are you looking for me?" "My dear Grandpa, today's discussion is different from usual. I can't make the decision alone. I plan to take care of the land in 3 villages and open 4 workshops. In the past, I will pay for the land first. I will have to take a loan from the Tang bank and use my family's property as collateral. I will have to leave immediately and will only be back in a month. Someone at home doesn't agree, so I can't ask you for support. Please come back with me." Old Man Feng's grandson's face was full of anxiety. When the others heard this, they all stopped talking and waited to see what the Feng family was going to do. The old man didn't move, and he wasn't as anxious as his grandson. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he slowly put the teacup back and scolded, "Useless thing. Yes, your grandson is useless." "Then, Grandpa, if you think you are useless, then give the position of head of the family to someone else. The head of the family is the head of the family. When you are the head of the family, others agreed. Now, who dares to stand up and say they don't agree? A snake can't do without a head, and a bird can't fly without a head. Even if the decision of the head of the family is wrong, the family has to listen." Just like the rumor that Xiao Bao had 12 policies when he left the country, many people in the imperial court disagreed. What happened in the end? Whether they agree or not, they have to do it. If they can't figure it out, they have to think about it slowly. Xiao Bao is like the head of the family arranged by the emperor. When he decides, it is for the people who listen to carry it out, not for questioning. Go back. Either suppress all the people who disagree, or find someone to be the head of the family. I'm already 1 foot in the coffin. Do you want me to worry?" After the old man lectured him, he turned back and no longer paid attention to his grandson. The current head of the Feng family was scolded by his grandfather. He stood at the door and thought about it. He gritted his teeth. "Grandpa, don't worry and drink tea. Your grandson will go back and deal with it. I promise there won't be any more problems." "Don't promise me. I won't listen." "Yes, your grandson will take his leave. The old man is so courageous." When the old man's grandson left, some people stuck out their thumbs and pointed at the old man. Many people also showed looks of admiration. It seemed like the old man was scolding his grandson and was unreasonable. In fact, he had taught them everything. The head of the family had to be strong, just like the leader of a pack of wolves. If he was weak, the whole pack would be finished. "Old man, from what Brother Feng said, it seems like your family is planning to do a big business." A man in his 30s asked. "Don't ask me. Ask your Brother Feng. I came to the tea house to drink tea and gossip. The matters of the family, whether big or small, will be taken care of by them. My children and grandchildren will have their own fortune." The old man said indifferently. After that, he stopped talking. He picked up his teacup and squinted his eyes, thinking about something. The old man's grandson was called Feng Liang. He was not the oldest grandson of the old man, but he was the most capable grandson. That was why he was chosen as the head of the family. He almost became a high scholar, but the government cheated and his position was taken by someone else. Many people said that with his knowledge, it would be no problem for him to become a grand scholar. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. He was 19 that year. After being reprimanded by his grandfather, he couldn't help but think about the past when he was being taken home. Feng Liang clearly remembered that when he was young, he was very smart and eager to learn. His family had land and money. Because the government school was too far away, his family specially found a teacher to teach him. He could write poems, compose essays, and comment on current affairs. He was in the limelight for a while, but that damn county magistrate actually got in touch with the examiner of the provincial government during the exam and used someone else to push him down. At that time, he hated, resented, and was depressed. He didn't know how he got through it. Others looked at him differently, and his close brothers and sisters in the family unnaturally communicated with each other. At that time, he was on the verge of death and wanted to find a rope to hang from a crooked tree. Later, it was his grandfather who found him and told him that many people lived worse lives than him, but they lived happier lives than him because they had the belief to live on. Some did it for their parents, some did it for their wives and children, and some had unyielding ambitions. Failure wasn't scary. Countless people failed for decades and finally became successful late. Some started earning big money at the age of 20 and became rich at the age of 40. Some started to learn how to earn money at the age of 40 and became rich at the age of 50. Who was worried and who was inferior? So what was scary was falling and never wanting to get up again. So what if you became a grand scholar at the age of 19? How many young geniuses can you remember today? If you continue to live and work hard for the family wouldn't have raised you in vain. It was easy to die, but what about the family's money and effort to nurture you? Feng Liang clearly remembered that he didn't want to die at that time. He wanted to continue doing things for the family that had provided him with so much help. He decided to become the head of the family and lead the Feng family to prominence. He waited for 20 years before finally having the opportunity in front of him. Furthermore, the era was different. It wasn't like the past. In the past, there could be people who could push him down. Now who would dare? That former county magistrate, who was promoted to the state government's army, was still dealt with 3 years ago. As long as he met a good ruler, he could do whatever he wanted. The current situation was arranged by Xiao Bao. Those who had the ability could definitely go up and take over the land and organize the workshops. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't be able to get it again in the future. Xiao Bao, I believe that you will definitely not harm others. I, Feng Liang, will bet with you. Feng Liang clenched his fist and encouraged himself. When the driver heard the commotion, he shook his head and waved his whip in the air to urge the horse to move faster. His heart was filled with worry. In the past, the family had enough money. If they wanted to do something, they would first set aside a portion of the money and then use the rest to do it. Furthermore, the property and land deeds were not touched. Even if there was a problem, the loss would only be the portion that was taken out. It wouldn't affect the family's foundation. Now, the head of the family actually wanted to rent out the land of the other 2 villages. He also wanted to buy technology and equipment to build 4 large workshops. He had taken out all the family's money and even had to mortgage things to get loans. If something went wrong, there would be no one left in the family. It was too risky, too risky. When he returned home, Feng Liang directly used a strong tone to pass his decision. He told the people in the family that they could either transfer his position to someone else or listen to him. There was no third choice. The people in the family compromised. In the past 10 years, they were used to Feng Liang acting as the head of the family. If someone else suddenly took over, they wouldn't be able to support such a large family. Feng Liang first went to find the village chief of the 2 villages. In fact, the Feng family's village didn't only have his surname. The village had a population of more than 600, and his family only accounted for half of it. Moreover, his family also had a manor. He first settled the people in his village, then signed a new agreement with the manor. The previous agreement of selling one's body was no longer allowed. The government allowed slaves to exist, but they didn't allow the Tang people to be slaves of the great Tang people. Thus, the previous contracts of selling one's body were changed to employment contracts. The value of a person was re-evaluated, and the slaves with the contract could complain to the government at any time. When the time came, the government would help to cancel the contract. Whoever disagreed would be punished. The government didn't enforce this because some people weren't willing to change their status as slaves. For many generations, they were used to living with the master. Usually, there was no distinction between master and servant. In fact, the master even treated some of the servants better than the people they hired. For example, if they were tired from work, the master would arrange for them to rest. If they were sick, they would be treated. Of course, this wasn't necessary now. Now, there was free treatment. If you wanted to work more without rest, the master would order you to stop working. At first glance, it seemed that these people had lost their freedom, but in fact, they were living very well. The government didn't care. For example, 100 years before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, foreign investors would force them to commit suicide every few days. The government didn't care, let alone this kind of master who treated his servants well. If one really wanted to talk about it, those who worked for others and were forced to commit suicide from exhaustion were the ones who were cheap. In terms of personality, they couldn't even compare to the current slaves. At least, the people who signed the contract of selling their bodies still had their own persistence and beliefs. There weren't many of these people, but they existed. The most obvious ones were the manor owners of the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County. Their families were very rich, and any one of them would be ranked among the wealthiest in other places. They signed a contract of selling their bodies. At first, it wasn't. Later on, because of confidentiality, they changed the contract. However, they weren't willing to change their identities. They had many properties in the Great Tang, but only the one in Sanshui County was their home. As for Feng Liang, he persuaded his own family's manor owner and finished discussing with the people in his village. After that, all he needed to do was to rent all the land in the two neighboring villages. In order to successfully complete the plan, he paid a year's rent in advance and added a 50% premium. In addition, he hired people to farm. It didn't seem cost-effective, and he couldn't even keep his capital. His family objected to him because of this. However, he had his own thoughts and considerations. He wouldn't grow crops like others. On the day he learned about the 12 national policy, he went to Bianzhou Prefecture and found the branch of the Sinong Temple in the prefecture. He asked them about the technology. The purpose of all the Sinong Temple branches was to collect data on the local environment and the effect of soil on various crops. The other purpose was to provide technical support for people who came to inquire, free of charge. For example, what to do if the cabbage at home had worms. Go to the branch of the Sinong Temple to ask and describe it. If they understood, they would directly give a solution. If they didn't understand, they would send someone to follow them home and then tell them what pesticides to buy. If the soybeans planted in the land didn't grow well, they could also go to the branch of the Sinong Temple and ask someone to check what the problem was. If the problem was in the soil and could be solved by using fertilizers, they would recommend a specific type of fertilizer. Feng Liang didn't ask about the worms and bad growth of his crops. He asked the Sinong Temple if there were any new varieties that he planned to bring over to try planting. In the end, there was. They told him that there was a new crop seed that was grafted from pepper and tomato. It had just been tested last year and hadn't been popularized. If he wanted it, he could buy it. The Sinong Temple would send someone to keep an eye on it and collect data at the same time. If it was suitable to grow on the land in Feng Liang's area, the Sinong Temple would reward Feng Liang. If it wasn't suitable, the Sinong Temple would compensate him for half of the losses and he would bear the other half himself. At the same time, he would sell the new varieties. The Sinong Temple would supervise them. He would sell them directly to the Sinong Temple, and both sides would negotiate the price. Feng Liang was so tempted. Even if he failed and bore half of the losses, his family wouldn't go bankrupt. However, if he succeeded, the gains would be huge. Feng Liang used 2 days to successfully sign a lease contract with the two villages. At the same time, he also encountered trouble. As for the trouble of hiring people, Feng Liang signed a second contract with the two villages. After leasing the land, he would hire people to farm. He could plant whatever he wanted without negotiating with others. The people of the two villages naturally hoped that they would be hired back to farm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find anything else to do. In fact, the two villages and the people of Feng Liang's village didn't lose anything. Feng Liang was leasing at a premium. The extra 50% was enough to make up for the losses of the original landowner. In other words, if they farmed themselves, the final harvest would only be this amount. Moreover, the new rules now required them to sell themselves. Perhaps their income would be even lower than normal. Feng Liang was taking all the risks for them. At the same time, he was freeing their labor. If they worked again, the income they received would be considered extra. Even so, they still hoped that Feng Liang would hire them back to farm for Feng Liang. Some gave him gifts, some played the family card, and some implied threats. Feng Liang didn't accept gifts, but he wasn't afraid of threats. Those who played the family card were persuaded to go back. Then, he began to choose the locals. Usually, they were close to each other, so they knew each other well. Which family did farm work well, so they all knew. Feng Liang chose a portion of them, and planned to look for a portion of them outside to gather manpower or see if there were any extra cattle to rent. When the remaining people who weren't chosen complained, Feng Liang told them about the 4 workshops and was willing to hire the locals to work in the workshops. This way, it would be much easier for him to control. People who were good at farming were usually men. Women didn't have strength, and there were also men who had strength but lacked skills. They were the kind that were more stupid. Normally speaking, those who didn't meet the requirements should be eliminated. Most businessmen would choose this, or they would lose money. Feng Liang originally planned to do the same. Later, he referred to the Zhang Wang and Wang families in Sanshui County and found that the 2 families used a very reasonable labor distribution method more than 10 years ago. Every farmer didn't look very tired, but they were very efficient. No matter who was in the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads, they were all useful. Even if they were children, when they were not in class, they could play around and help out the master's family. Even if they were lame, they would be given a very good job. For example, if they were afraid that birds would eat grains, they would be given some firecrackers. They would sit there and drink tea while looking at the fields. When they saw a bird coming, they would set off a whip or even make a whip that was used to drive a carriage. If they had skills, the crippled people would help make baskets. Feng Liang initially thought that the Zhang Wang and Wang families didn't want to let anyone go and wanted to squeeze everyone. After reading an article in the newspaper, he understood that the goal of the Zhang Wang and Wang families was not to make others work hard, but to make everyone feel that they were valuable. A person who thought that they were worthless would lose confidence in life. When the basket weaver realized that the baskets he made were useful to the master family, and at the same time, he could earn more income and be useful to his family, he would be very happy. Therefore, he would affect others. The entire Zhuangzi people would be in a happy atmosphere, and their work efficiency would increase. Feng Liang was deeply moved. He admired the way the Zhang Wang and Wang families distributed labor at that time. At the same time, he felt that there was a strong sense of humanism in it. After that, he read another article about corporate culture. It said that only a cultural enterprise with its own soul was a successful enterprise. Only then could it go further. If one sincerely invested in the construction of corporate culture, one would realize that it was directly proportional to the income of one's enterprise. In fact, the proportion of output was even greater than the proportion of investment. As a cultured person, Feng Liang agreed with this. Of course, it also depended on who wrote the article. If it was written by someone he had never heard of, he would be suspicious. However, the author of the article was Zhang Xiaobao. This could be questioned. However, if one couldn't think of a better way to manage a business, it was best to learn from him. If one had a good idea, they could write it down and let others learn from it. After concluding, Feng Liang came up with a plan to rent land and build 4 new workshops. Those who were not good at farming and were eliminated by him were arranged to work in the workshops. There were more women in the village. The men who were eliminated did not work with the women. Instead, they were assigned to work in the transportation and mixing of raw materials. There were also older men who were responsible for cooking for others. Anyway, everyone who could be used was used. Even the elderly were assigned to the position of night watch. The advantage of doing so was that the villagers did not have to work outside. If the men stayed behind a farm, what would happen to their wives at home? Would they stay there and not work? Or would they run outside to find a job? Would the men still have the mood to farm? The workshop's factory had not been built yet. While Feng Liang arranged for people to build the house and level the land, he ran to the county yamen to ask about the grading of the types of work. He explained his situation to the yamen and asked the yamen to send people to his home to grade his hired workers. It was a little troublesome because the grading of farming depended on the results of the work. Feng Liang first asked the yamen to put it on the agenda. Then, he asked the yamen to help him train his hired workers. This was free. He did not want the welfare subsidies for a period of unemployment. He requested that the Yaman's trainees be specially trained according to his requirements. The Yaman usually considered everything, but after hearing Feng Liang's words, they felt that it was okay and sent people over. There were many people in the 3 villages, so it was not a problem to send people over. It was not a waste of the Yaman's training resources. While the training was going on, Feng Liang ran to Bianzhou's Kaifeng Manor and wrote notice. He stood beside the Yaman's bulletin board and raised it to shout, "Free volunteer assistance base for students is provided. Not only is there no charge, but accommodation and food are also provided. The local people are kind and gentle. The local children are obedient and cute. The local accommodation environment is comfortable and the food is reasonable. We welcome all students to come." Feng Liang's shout attracted many people to watch. Some people did not know what he was doing and were just there to join in the fun. Some people revealed a look of realization. One of the 12 national policies said that if students wanted to qualify for the imperial examination, they had to do 200 days of volunteer work and 100 days of free teaching. The main emphasis was on teaching. If they were willing, the first 200 days could also be used for teaching. In total, they would be qualified for the examination after teaching for 300 days. At the moment, most people were in a wait-and-see period when it came to the 12 national policies. Very few people were actually taking action. Feng Liang was considered to be the group of people who were eating crabs in advance. Seeing that the number of onlookers was gradually increasing, he rolled his eyes and shouted again, "I promise that within 3 months, I will build a library. There will be all kinds of books in it, and all the writing tools will be provided by me. Students can teach their children while learning by themselves. There is no need to pay any fees. At the same time, there are countless talented students in the schools around the village. Every month, I will fund a student exchange gathering. Come, only I know what you need. Come, I will definitely provide you with a good teaching and learning environment. If you miss it, you won't be able to find someone like me. Hey, why are you calling that? Are you different from others? I don't believe that I will regret missing out on you. I think you're just like that." Someone in the crowd jeered. Feng Liang knew that the person who jeered was definitely not a student, but he could not scold back. He revealed a gentle smile, looked in the direction of the voice, and nodded gently. "Good question. What do I have that is better than others? First of all, my family is quite rich, enough to support me to fulfill my promise. I am not showing off. Everyone knows that the richest families in Tang Dynasty are the Zhang family and the Wang family. Showing off your wealth will only make people look down on you. This is the second advantage that I want to talk about. I'm not as rich as Xiao Bao, but I am like him in Cuckoo. I have a heart that cares for children. I hope that the children in our village and the surrounding villages will have good teachers. I really can't teach them all by myself. Although I should have been a high scholar, I was forcefully pushed down by others. Keep bragging. You think you're a high scholar? I believe in rotten people." Someone jeered again. His words were a little harsh, so the moment he finished, the person beside him gave up his seat and kept a certain distance from him. In the end, he was despised by others. He lowered his head and disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Feng Liang really wanted to rush over and beat up the person who jeered, but he knew that he had to control himself. He still revealed a warm smile and said, "Yes, actually, you can say that I am bragging. I feel that if you want to brag, you have to have the ability to do so. I will brag. I will brag with all my strength. I will blow away the clouds and see the morning sun. The morning sun shines without sorrow. Without sorrow, without sorrow, in the country, children roam together with laughter. Ask which side do the children laugh. The children laugh and point at the emperor. The pillar of the emperor, the Huiying Hall, illuminates the country and gradually becomes stronger." After Feng Liang finished speaking, the surroundings immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at Feng Liang differently. He was indeed a student. His words flowed like water, and his words were eloquent. "Good, well said. Unfortunately, I am not a student, so I can't go to your place to teach children. Do you have any students? Go quickly, follow this big brother. You definitely won't lose out. When you have nothing to do, you can even communicate." Someone began to support him. That's right, that's right. Look at how well he said it. I don't understand the meaning, but it is very comfortable to listen to. Another person echoed. Finally, someone walked out and approached Feng Liang. He asked, "When will you start? Don't you have a teacher to teach you now?" There are 150 children in the surrounding 3 villages, but there are only 6 teachers. That's not enough at all. There aren't enough subjects, so I can only teach the Analects of Confucius and simple arithmetic. I want to add in all the subjects. I'm currently studying geography and physics, and I'm still taking the chemistry exam. After I pass the exam, I'll be able to obtain the experimental equipment provided by the imperial court, and I'll use it to teach the children. Feng Liang said sincerely. He was indeed doing so. Count me in. Don't shout here. I'll help you find a few more people. With everyone contacting each other, there will be more people who want to volunteer. The person who stood forward persuaded Feng Liang. Feng Liang nodded immediately. All right, I'll treat you to a drink. We'll talk while drinking. In fact, it's best to start work now. The sooner we finish the 300 days of work, the sooner we don't have to worry when we want to take the exam in the future. It's useless to wait and see. Will Xiao Bao change the national policy? I heard that when the imperial court is discussing, His Majesty only allows everyone to listen, watch, and discuss, but is not allowed to object. Xiao Bao is playing a big game of chess. Don't think that you can reverse the tide. Feng Liang spoke very loudly for others to hear. When he was about to leave, he turned around and shouted, "My family is from Fengqiu County. My surname is Feng. Anyone who is interested in developing there can come and take a look first. I'll definitely be waiting for you." There was a clamor of agreement from the surrounding crowd. Feng Liang was relieved. Now, he didn't have to worry about the children of his employees. With a good teaching environment and teachers, he believed that the employees would work in peace. At the same time, they would stay in the local area to develop. Even if the skills of the employees improved in the future, and someone wanted to spend a large sum of money to rope them in, the employees would first have to consider if it was worth it to leave the local area to earn more money. Would others still provide their children with such a good education environment and care? Feng Liang was the first batch of people to take action when the 12 national policies were released. There were also people who were not in business or agriculture who actively joined the army to receive military training. Some of them wanted to complete the stipulated time for this year's military training as soon as possible, while others wanted to practice guns. Usually, they could only see guns made of wood. It was satisfying to hold them in their hands or shoot out fireworks horizontally. It was not easy to get the chance to touch a real gun. At the same time, they did not need to worry about being sent to the front lines to fight right after they started training. Then, they would be beaten to death because they did not learn the basics well. It would probably take them at least 2 years to learn. If they really needed to participate in the war, they would also have to undergo intensive and specialized training. Then, they would learn more and would not need to be afraid of dying when fighting with advanced weapons. After Zhang Xiaobao released the 12 national policies, the entire Tang Empire society began to quietly change in just a few days. One after another, people who dared to gamble chose to be the team leader after the land was annexed. Furthermore, most people chose the second option, which was to lease the land and then farm it according to their own wishes. At the same time, there were people who originally had a small workshop and hired a few people. Seeing that they had the support of the national policies, they began to expand their scale. There were also people who were originally workers. When they saw the hope of earning a lot of money, they contacted a few people from the same hometown and started to recruit people to start their own workshops. The Great Tang Bank was filled with people applying for loans. The officials were also busy helping the bank to verify the qualifications of the applicants. There were also businessmen who were rich and wealthy who began to look for investment opportunities. They observed the land in various places and the existing workshops. Then, they asked the other party if they were willing to expand their production. If they were willing, they would be able to get a sum of money from the other party if the loan amount was not enough. This money was not a loan shark, but an investment. The first type of distribution was shares, which meant that there would be dividends when the time came. The other type of distribution was based on a fixed number of months and years. When the amount reached a certain amount, there would no longer be a partnership. Regardless of which type, The investor would have to bear the risk together with the person in charge of the land or the workshop. 2 days later, social problems began to erupt. A large portion of the land was annexed, and many people who were weak in farming lost their jobs. A large number of workshops were annexed, and if they were not easily annexed, they would be affected by the cost and closed down in the future. Similarly, a large number of people lost their jobs. Many people began to go to the designated places to take the examination for their work. When their rank was high, they would request for better treatment. Some people did not pass the examination, or because they did not have any skills in the past, they could only participate in training. In the end, a scene that the officials and Li Longji did not expect occurred. They initially thought that Zhang Xiaobao's 12 national policies would cause a large number of people to lose their jobs, which would be a source of unrest for the country. However, what they saw shocked them. It wasn't that many people lost their jobs, but that many people were unable to find workers. Those who passed the examination had high expectations, so they would rather not do the work if the pay was too low. Those who did not have a rank were mostly participating in training. They did not want to lower their income due to a lack of skills, and there were also some who had reached the age to participate in military training. For a moment, Great Tang's manpower shortage appeared, and many workshops and merchants were extremely anxious. They wanted to raise their wages, but they also had to calculate their own costs. If they wanted to raise the price of their products, they would have to consider the purchasing power of others. This was especially so when Zhang Xiaobao refused to allow the price to rise. During the morning court session, Li Longji shouted to the officials below, "Xiaobao is truly infuriating this emperor." His detailed explanation did not mention what to do about this matter. The officials remained silent. In any case, he was not talking about them but Zhang Xiaobao. Only after he was done talking could they move on to the next step of the discussion. "Speak. What did you all say at the start? You all said that there would be a large number of people losing their jobs, but what about now? You can't find any workers. Isn't that miraculous? Didn't you all think that you have learned very well? Now, I want you all to explain to this emperor what went wrong." Of course, Li Longji couldn't possibly look for Zhang Xiaobao. It was too far away, and there was no point in sending a telegram. Wouldn't that mean that he had admitted defeat? How difficult was it to beat Xiaobao? This was an opportunity. Could it be that none of his subordinates could think of a solution? The officials remained silent. In any case, they would just hide as long as they weren't called. The Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, stepped forward and said, "This subject doesn't know why this situation happened, but this subject wants to say that the expenditure of the national treasury has increased recently. Training people is money, so is the evaluation. Also, the training of the recruited soldiers is also money. Due to the lack of manpower in the workshops and merchants, the flow of goods and cash will also decrease for a period of time. This subject is worried that there won't be enough money." Many people looked at Wang Bei and cursed him for lying through his teeth. How could the national treasury not have enough money? Even if there wasn't any income, it would still be enough to last for half a year. Furthermore, there was a steady flow of money into the national treasury. Could it be that the things plundered from the battlefield weren't income? Zhang Xiaobao wasn't greedy. Could it be that the things he sold to Japan and other places weren't income? Li Longji raised his eyebrows and stared at Wang Bei. Wang Bei felt his hair stand on end. Only then did he say, "Minister Wang, make a report. It needs to be detailed so that this emperor can take a look." Wang Bei was dumbfounded. Writing a report would be very troublesome, right? Li Longji's eyes swept over everyone's faces. When he saw that Zhang Zhong's expression was normal, he thought for a moment and asked, "Minister Zhang, do you have anything to say? Actually, this subject wants to say what your majesty said to this subject a few days ago." Zhang Zhong stepped forward. Chapter 1250. "What did I say to you?" Li Longji blurted out his thoughts in a daze. Then he realized that Zhang Zhong didn't want to make things difficult for him and wanted him to show off his abilities as an emperor. Thus, he hurriedly said, "Yes, I told you before. I said that it's a lack of manpower, but it's not a problem. Furthermore, it's a simple matter that will be completely solved in 2 months." Zhang Zhong cooperatively continued the conversation. Yes. I mentioned it when I ate at your restaurant that day. That day, you said that it's not the season to eat crabs yet. When the time comes, you should think of a way to have Xiao Bao personally cook a few crabs and send them back for everyone to try. Li Longji came to a realization and pointed at Zhang Zhong as he spoke. The officials standing on the steps watched the emperor's performance and took it as such. They were already used to it. Not only did they look at the emperor, but they also looked at their colleagues in the same way. If one day they were to see a colleague speak the truth, then they would be shocked. Zhang Zhong nodded repeatedly. Isn't it just crabs? When the time comes, I'll send a few crabs to everyone to try. It's not a big deal. Then, he continued, back then, Your Majesty said that the lack of manpower is due to the sudden influx of people participating in military training. After this year's training, everyone will understand that during a certain period of time, they won't be able to participate in the training. Next year, this busy period of time will be different. Usually, the training will take around 2 months. If it's fast, 4 to 7 days will be enough. By then, the manpower will be replenished. Furthermore, the price for recruitment will no longer be the high wage given the lack of manpower. Instead, it will return to normal and be calculated according to the grade of the job. Perhaps during this period, a group of people who helped cheat will be investigated. When everything is on the right track, there will be no need to worry about the instability of the country. With that, Zhang Zhong returned to his seat. Li Longji and the officials thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. When the people who participated in the military training returned, and after the training, there would still be unemployment. Oh, we also said that the significance of this was that while it seemed like there would be a delay, after these 2 months, the Great Tang as a whole would have improved in terms of technology. Moreover, in the future, there would be accurate rules to measure competition, which would allow the people of the Great Tang to improve their own standards. Li Longji wasn't stupid. He had come to this conclusion from Zhang Zhong's words. It was worth it to exchange a small amount of unrest in the country for a long period of steady improvement in the country. Your Majesty is wise, the officials said in unison. Li Longji smiled and nodded. He didn't blush at all. After a short pause, he turned to Zhang Zhong and asked, This emperor also mentioned something the other day. Do you remember? Wang Ke snickered and looked at Zhang Zhong. He thought, You deserve it. Who told you to talk too much? Say it again. Zhang Zhong expressionlessly stepped forward again and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve. He didn't look at the tablet in his hand. Clearly, there were too many things to remember. Unless there was a flipping device on the tablet, he couldn't remember anything. With a cough, Zhang Zhong read, Your Majesty also said that people from Xinluo in Japan have begun to come to the Great Tang. Some of them will arrive immediately. There are also children and their families participating in the competition. More than 200,000 people can come at once. This group of people came at the right time. Keep them here. According to the plan discussed by Xiao Bao, this can solve a part of the shortage of workers. Moreover, they don't need to be paid too much. It's fine as long as it's 1 or 2 times more than their original salary. There's such a thing. When you mentioned it, this emperor suddenly remembered that it wasn't just the people who came back this time. There were also people from Xinluo who were willing to leave their country. There wasn't much use for them to stay in northern Hebei province for the time being. It would be better to send them here where more manpower is needed. After some calculations, with the help of the merchants from Japan, it won't be a problem to attract more than 1 million people. Moreover, with their participation, the employers won't have to raise their wages indefinitely. This will balance the relationship between employers and workers in society. Li Longji was very happy. He didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so capable. If he couldn't answer, how embarrassing would it be? Your Majesty, this subject remembers that you said a few things to Brother Yongqing that day. Wang Bei joined in the fun and said with bad intentions. Li Longji glared at Wang Bei. Many officials wanted to laugh, but they had to hold it in. They looked very hurt. Without waiting for Li Longji to find a way to smooth things over, Zhang Zhong continued. Yes, Your Majesty also said that the army in front of us will capture many captives. It's too cruel to kill them. Therefore, we should give the captives a chance to turn over a new leaf. It just so happens that there are many things in the Great Tang that require courage. Why not let the captives prove themselves once? Li Longji turned his head to the west and asked, "When will they be back?" According to the latest intelligence, the first batch of captives has more than 175,000 people, and they're currently on their way back. A portion of them are man-eaters, and the rest are people from various countries in India. They're helping the man-eaters distribute supplies and provide shelter. Zhang Zhong replied. Li Longji looked at Gao Li Shi, and the latter nodded. The news had just arrived when a morning court was about to begin. Most likely, Zhang Zhong had been shoved into his hands before coming here. Otherwise, he would have been able to memorize it. There was no need for him to read it out loud. Li Longji was relieved. Yes, I did consider the matter of the captives that day, but I didn't expect that the first batch would already be on their way back. This means that we can free up some manpower in the mines and quarries, and, at the same time, reduce the cost. There won't be a need to invest too much in safety measures, and there won't be a need to provide them with good food. Similarly, there won't be a need to provide them with alcohol. As a qualified emperor, Li Longji's first thought was to reduce the cost of assistance. His own people would use all kinds of methods to carefully investigate the mines before going down. Even so, they couldn't avoid danger. Therefore, he repeatedly told his people that as long as they felt danger, they should immediately come out of the mines. They could mine slowly and not put their lives on the line. At the same time, there was no lack of alcohol and meat, and the working environment was cold and humid. Similarly, in the quarries, they had to wear safety helmets and gloves. Some even had to use thick glasses to block their eyes and wear dust filters. These were all costs. The captives caught from outside didn't need to wear these things. After all, they had the same job in their own country without any protective measures. Although they weren't provided with meat, they were provided with enough salt. The food they ate in their own country might not be as good as that of the Tang slaves. The only difference was that they didn't receive wages. Li Longji thought about it again and felt that there was nothing else to say. He looked down and said, "What else do you all want to discuss?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still in the province. They didn't go to any of the battlefields. The feedback from the battlefields was good. The speed of their advance wasn't fast, but it was stable. At the same time, they saw through many of the enemy's tactics. They didn't suffer any casualties when they attacked. Lu Zhou's landing team had gone around Jinla and was heading toward the back of the duo people. If Jinla made a move, the two of them would go over personally. Their personal guards were enough to push in. Now, they just had to wait for news from the Meteor Squad. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were free now. Every morning, afternoon, and night, they would look at the map according to the news from the front line. Then, they would come up with a plan. If they could use the front line, they would use them. If they couldn't, they would abandon them. The rest of the time was spent on learning and teaching their younger siblings. Recently, Little Bay and the others would go out for about 4 hours every day. They seemed to be busier than the adults. Sometimes, they would go to other people's restaurants. Sometimes, they would listen to storytellers in the tea houses by the street. Sometimes, they would go to the nearby school to play with the children. After going out today, they only came back when it was almost time for dinner. At noon, they ate outside with the children in the school. They were picky with their food and obviously didn't feel good. At dinner, they ate half a bowl more than usual. After that, each of them held a plate of fruit and stared blankly. Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao, signaling him to see what was going on. Something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao first called the people who accompanied them out today and asked them. They didn't find anything wrong. At noon, they ate almost nothing. Therefore, when the little ones got their food, they only got half of their usual share and ate it all. In the afternoon, they had 2 classes with a class of their own. After that, they played for a while and distributed the snacks in their bags to the children. Little Bay sang 2 songs and came back for dinner. Everything was normal. "You guys made it?" Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what was going on. He directly asked his younger siblings. "No." Little Bay shook his head. "Why are you so listless?" Zhang Xiaobao asked again. "I'm thinking about something." "Brother, you and sister go to your things first. I'll find you later." Little Bay pushed his hand and asked his brother and sister to leave. They wanted to discuss something. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. They turned and left, leaving only Little Bay and the other 9 people behind. Could it be that they saw something bad in the school and have some thoughts? Wang Wan walked out and asked, "Who knows? Let's wait and see what they want to discuss." Zhang Xiaobao smiled. After about half an hour, Little Bei held a notebook in his arms and skipped into his brother and sister's room. "Finish the discussion?" Zhang Xiaobao asked. Little Bei nodded and came to the sofa. He nestled his whole body in it. He first smiled at his brother and sister and then said, "Brother, we found a problem." "What problem?" Zhang Xiaobao was very cooperative. "About the oil extraction. Today, I'll treat our school friends to snacks. You know sunflower seeds, right? There's oil in them, and they look pretty good. Press them out and taste them. They're so fragrant." Xiao Bei took out a handful of sunflower seeds and bit one open. Then, he pressed his hand against the glass coffee table with all his might. His thumbnail was already on it. Then, he raised his hand and waved his thumb in front of his siblings, indicating that there was oil on it. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes widened in surprise. He stared at Little Bei's thumb and said, "Oh, there's oil? What's going on?" "Brother, your expression is so fake. Hee hee, look at sister laughing at you." Little Bei winked at Zhang Xiaobao and laughed happily. "Okay, you saw through me. I admit that your sister and I already knew that there was oil in sunflower seeds. We also know that the oil inside is pretty good. It's better than soybean oil. It can be used to stir-fry vegetables or cold dishes. It's even nutritious to drink a small spoonful of it. It's nutritious. The reason why sunflower seeds taste good is because of the oil inside. Otherwise, when you eat watermelon seeds, if you don't add seasonings or cook them, the taste will be much worse. Sunflower seeds are very good both when stir-fried and raw. Your sister and I originally planned to plant more and then start to extract oil in large quantities. In fact, part of the oil you're eating now is sunflower seed oil. We just didn't tell you." Zhang Xiaobao explained to his sister. Little Bei was very disappointed. "There's already oil? We were still thinking of using some of the sunflower seeds at home to make premium oil in the future to make money. Then we'll leave this business to you. We won't interfere with the sunflower seeds anymore. You'll be in charge. You'll build the equipment and sell it. Okay?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and gave her a type of oil. "Okay, brother, sister. Don't worry. We'll definitely sell the sunflower seed oil at a higher price. Then, we'll use more of it to make cakes. Sunflower seed oil is good for the body. We'll give it to the children." Little Bei swung her 2 legs and looked very happy. She lowered her head and looked at her notebook. Then, she looked up and said to her brother, "There's still one more thing that needs to be negotiated." "Oh, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile. "We want to buy the copyright of our family's children's Monopoly game. Then, we'll open it in Duoshire in India. We'll use their style and maps to play. At the same time, we'll send it back to China. We can also add some exotic scenery." Little Bei said to her brother. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Okay, your sister and I will allow you to sell the children's version of Monopoly outside. However, it must be made by us. You can't make it privately. At the same time, for every copy sold, you have to pay us 50% of the profits. Any changes to the content of the game have to be approved by us. We'll use a one-time payment method for the foreign maps and characters you sell to China. That means no matter how much we produce or print in the future, we won't continue to pay you." Xiao Bei stared at his brother with his eyes wide open. After a few seconds, he blinked and said, "That won't do. The domestic market is so big. If we sell it overseas, there won't be many people who can afford it. We're planning to target their civilization and attack them. Besides, we have to get your permission when we play. Also, your demand for profits is too high. We have to obtain the production rights and the rights to change the characters and maps. For those sold to China, because we're the main source of resources, we ask that the quantity and quality of your production be strictly monitored. For every copy sold, you have to pay us. If you hold a children's competition, we ask for the right to advertise." After saying that, Little Bei stared nervously at her brother. Wang Wan was smiling at the side. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while, rolled his eyes, and said, "Okay, we agree to your request. However, we have to add a condition. If you use the maps provided by the military and the maps of our intelligence department, you have to pay extra. It can be a one-time payment, but at least 500,000 strings of cash for a map of 10,000 square kilometers. It can also be based on the amount of production, with a 50% profit. During this process, the rights to the other versions of Monopoly will be completely given to us. You're not allowed to carry out any sales, publicity, or production. Little Bay slapped her forehead hard. Aya, brother, why are you like this? Didn't you just give up the sunflower oil right away? What are you doing? Now that you're talking about it, my head hurts and I'm confused. I can't figure it out. Is it a loss or a gain for the relief draft? Zhang Xiaobao smiled, but did not say a word. Wang Wan got up and went to Little Bei's sofa. She hugged Little Bei and explained, Little Bei, you said before that if you wanted the production and sales of the sunflower oil as your brother and sister, we would give it to you because you are our younger siblings. But you said later that it was a negotiation, so we need to put aside our other identities and just be negotiating partners. In other words, that Xiao Bao in front is your brother, but the one behind is not your brother. Why don't you give up on the negotiation and ask your brother and sister for it? Your brother and sister will give it to you directly. Don't. Little Bei pouted and shook her head. I don't believe it. I'll remember what I said just now. I'll look for Xiao Yuan and Xiao Hai to discuss it. Negotiation is negotiation. At the very least, I have to figure out what's going on first. Wait, if there's no result tonight, we'll think about it again tomorrow morning. With that, Little Bei ran out. Chapter 1251. When they woke up the next morning, the 9 little guys didn't go anywhere after breakfast. They went back to their own yard to discuss things. At noon, they came out for a quick meal and turned around to go back. In the evening, Xiao Bei came back with a book in her arms. She set up a carriage and negotiated with her brother. In the end, she left in a daze. The next day, the result was the same. On the next day, Xiao Bei ran to Zhang Xiaobao as soon as she came in. She opened her arms and hugged Zhang Xiaobao's neck. She said coquettishly, Brother, you must be very busy with domestic affairs recently. You must be very tired, right? It's okay, Zhang Xiaobao said as he leaned close to his sister's face. Don't lie, we all know. Brother, how about this? You rest first. It's just a small problem of children playing Monopoly outside. It's not worth your trouble. Sister will do it with you, right? Xiao Bei continued to hug her brother's neck. Yes, it's the same whether I talk to your sister or not. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and hugged Xiao Bei and spun 2 rounds on the ground. Xiao Bei giggled for a while. After landing, she looked at Wang Wan. Then, is it the same if we talk to my sister? It's the same. You talk, I'll go rest, Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister with a smile. Goodbye, brother. Seeing her brother go to another room, Xiao Bei waved her hand and turned to Wang Wan. Sister, let's start the negotiation now, okay? Wang Wan nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. All right, let's talk. Last time, your brother said that he allowed you to get intelligence and military maps at the price of 5,000 strings of coins per 10,000 square kilometers. However, you must gather 85% of the foreign children in this 10,000 square kilometers. For every percentage point less, you have to pay an additional 1,000 strings of coins. At the same time, you will also be given 26% of the shares of other domestic Monopoly games. However, you need to taste the real foreign food and develop a series of food that domestic children are willing to accept. At least 50% of the children will like it. For every percentage point less, your shares will also be reduced by 1 percentage point. Everything else remained the same. Your older brother directly agreed to all of your requests. He didn't make any changes based on your requests. Instead, he added our side's conditions. You have to understand that if it were anyone else negotiating with your brother like this, your brother would definitely not make such a concession. Allowing your conditions is a loss to his own interests. Now, tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Wan made things very clear. Xiao Bei represented the 9 of them and made one request after another in exchange for more benefits in the negotiations. Zhang Xiaobao did not directly discuss Xiao Bei and the others' conditions. Instead, he came up with new conditions. It was impossible for the same thing to happen in a real negotiation. The other party's conditions would definitely be the most beneficial to the other party. A very important part of the negotiation process was to suppress the other party's conditions, even if they did not understand the effect of the conditions on the mutual benefits of the two parties. Wang Wan kept looking at how Zhang Xiaobao nodded, no matter what conditions Xiao Bei put forward. Then, he put forward his own additional conditions, weakening the benefits of Xiao Bei and the others again. When it came to spoiling and training his younger brothers and sisters, he showed his level. Not everyone could use additional conditions to make up for the loss of benefits caused by the main conditions. Wang Wan also knew that Zhang Xiaobao did not take the negotiations proposed by his younger brothers and sisters seriously at all. Every time they negotiated, he would deal with them as they came. And all of this was not to say that his younger brothers and sisters were weak. If it were someone not on the top-ranking list of billionaires negotiating with Xiao Bei and the others, they would definitely be tricked by Xiao Bei and the others and suffer a big loss. Don't think that children are easy to fool. You have to see how they were raised first. The people who followed Xiao Bei and the others, except for Li Yilong, were all elites from the inner courtyard. There were people who specialized in conspiracies, people who played open schemes, people who knew economics, people who understood politics, people who planned battles, and people who were familiar with human nature. Xiao Bei and the others learned by themselves. Occasionally, they would pull someone from the inner courtyard to have a discussion with them. After so many years, if they could not learn anything, how low would their IQ be? Wang Wan could say with certainty that the people assigned to her younger brothers and sisters were better than the people who followed her in Xiao Bao, especially the two fast shooters who guarded the two guards. Now, there were 4 of them. She and Xiao Bao did not have a single one by their side. They were all given to their younger brothers and sisters. Therefore, Wang Wan felt that at her younger siblings' current age, she could not be too indulgent and flattering. She should suppress them when she needed to. It just so happened that they came looking for her, and, as expected, they were casually suppressed by their older brother, Xiao Bao. That kind of understatement and unrestrained additional conditions that he proposed were the most hurtful. She believed that her younger siblings would work harder in the future and not be arrogant and complacent. Now that Xiao Bao was sent away, she had to complete this task. She was also casually nodding and agreeing to her younger brothers' and sisters' conditions. She also gave additional conditions. Otherwise, if she was weaker, Xiao Bei and the others would feel that they were more capable. It would be easy for them to suffer more losses. Xiao Bei did not know why she was constantly suppressed by her older brother's negotiation techniques. She and the other 8 siblings did not understand their older brother and sister's painstaking efforts. They wanted them to have confidence, but not be arrogant. They just wanted to have a little advantage in the negotiation. However, it had been 3 days. She was very serious in the negotiation, but her older brother dealt with it like it was a game. What was the problem? Xiao Bei thought. She looked up and saw her older sister's smiling eyes. She twisted her body and smiled embarrassedly. Okay, sister, yes, we are afraid of brother. We finally know why the merchants of Tang Empire are so honest. We thought and thought until our heads hurt. In the end, brother casually said something. When I went back and thought about it with them, I found that I was at a disadvantage again. In the end, we felt that we made a mistake, a big mistake. Yes, a mistake. So? Wang Wan asked with a smile. So we decided to change the negotiation rules. According to Xiao Yuan, instead of stopping the boiling water, it is better to take drastic measures. We found the wrong opponent to negotiate with previously. It is the biggest joke in the world to play economic games with brother. We're using our shortcomings to attack his strengths. To sum it up, we are stupid. Xiao Bei was very calm. Since her older brother had promised not to participate in the negotiation, he would not go back on his words. Even if her older brother heard what she said in the room next door, he would not come out to the negotiating position again. It was just like how her older brother disdained to use administrative means to solve economic schemes. In the past few days, the 9 of them went to visit. Most of the merchants said that they were afraid of their older brother, not because of his position, but because of the confidence that her older brother had when dealing with them. If he did not use administrative means, they would not be her older brother's opponent. That administrative order that could be used at any time was like a loaded bullet that had not been fired. It was like swimming on their own. They were not afraid of how deep the water was, but they were afraid of not being able to find the bottom. Administrative orders were the simplest method and could easily solve any economic scheme. However, if her older brother did not use them, no one could guess how many methods her older brother had and how profound his way of doing things was. Indeed, the unknown was the scariest. Wang Wan looked at the changing expression on Xiao Bei's face. She seemed to think of her sister's concerns and admiration for her older brother. So she said, "Did you guys adjust the negotiation strategy and use a trick to lure the enemy to change the leader? It looks like you guys are treating me as a pushover. Tell me, what is the content of your negotiation today?" Xiao Bei shrunk her neck and stuck out her tongue. Her eyes kept rolling as she shook her head. "No, I just feel that sister is better than brother. Brother is not giving in at all. Be careful that your older brother won't cook for you guys tomorrow. All right, let's see if I can give in today's conditions." Wang Wan touched and pinched Xiao Bei's face as she spoke. Xiao Bei sat up straight, looked at the folder she had brought, and said, "All right, regarding the conditions raised by brother yesterday, we have the following ideas. For every 10,000 square kilometers of map provided by the intelligence department and the military department, we should not pay 5,000 strings of coins. This is because everyone knows that it is impossible to use military maps in a child's Monopoly game. Military maps are top secret. We ask that you treat some of our partners according to the actual situation. We have protected your military confidentiality system, but your fees are too high. Furthermore, when we release the game locally, we will definitely obtain new local intelligence, more detailed and specific information. Children are not tight-lipped. Therefore, in exchange for the exact information we can obtain, we will reduce the cost of all map modifications. At the same time, due to the geographical constraints of the objective traffic situation, where can we find 85% of the children? If you insist, I need you to fully equip the early stages of transportation infrastructure. As for the second point, we believe that the 26% shares we can obtain is too little. In other words, we lack the understanding between partners to let 50% of the children like to eat foreign food. Because after continuous trials, we believe that more adults will like to eat the foreign food that we have researched. Therefore, we ask that you increase the shares given to us in other Monopoly games. Otherwise, we will ask that the adults in the country are not allowed to eat the foreign food that we have researched after trying it." After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he looked at his sister without blinking. They had discussed for a long time last night before coming up with targeted conditions, and they were very convincing. Now that brother was not participating in the negotiations, he wanted to see how his sister would respond. Perhaps he could gain a huge advantage. Wang Wan still smiled and nodded. "All right, we accept all of your requests." Xiao Bei immediately sighed when he heard this. He knew that it was over. His sister's tone was too similar to his brother's. In the past few days, he had already known that when his brother agreed to his conditions without hesitation, the additional conditions he mentioned would cause him to lose a lot of benefits. His sister definitely knows how to. You businessmen have been deceived. The demoness cuckoo in your eyes is not only good at fighting." Just as Xiao Bei was worried, after Wang Wan agreed to the conditions, she said to Xiao Bei, "We fully support your pursuit of benefits. Similarly, we also have our own interests." "Say it, I am mentally prepared." Xiao Bei lowered his head dejectedly. Under normal circumstances, when an adult saw Xiao Bei like this, they would be soft-hearted and give in. However, Wang Wan knew that now was not the time to be soft-hearted. Her younger brother and sister negotiating with her, and Xiao Bao was a child acting coquettishly and showing off to adults. If it was too easy for them to gain recognition in terms of knowledge, they would very likely put their thoughts on other aspects in the future. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiao Bao, who had half of his head peeking out from another room. She said to Xiao Bei, "According to the advantages you mentioned, we require you to summarize a piece of useful information from the foreign children every day. At the same time, we no longer require you to recruit 85% of the children, but you need at least 20% of the children to be convinced by you within half a year to acknowledge our Tang Empire. You also need to convince 10% of the parents to change their hostile views towards our Tang Empire. As for the second point you raised, under the condition that we agree, the share distribution will be calculated according to the proportion of the adults who specially order the foreign dishes in each restaurant. You can send financial supervisors to calculate and then distribute according to the net profit ratio of the foreign dishes sold. You can have 50% of the shares. I knew it would be like this. Anyway, there's still a lot of time before we can really sell the Monopoly toy to the foreign world. We are not afraid. We have already prepared for a long and difficult negotiation process. I will remember it. When I go back, I will discuss with them. I can't put all my thoughts on the negotiation and delay other things. It is not worth it. I'm going back now. Brother, where are you? I'm leaving now. Xiao Bei found that things were not different from what he had guessed. He let out a long breath and admitted this fact. He yawned and prepared to go back to his courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao came out from the room next door and carried Xiao Bei downstairs. Wang Wan followed to send him off. At the back door of the first floor, Zhang Xiaobao said to his sister, I heard that the prefectural school will hold a table tennis competition for all children between the ages of 7 and 13. If you have time, go and take a look and support the sports development of Tang Empire. Then, will we come back for dinner tomorrow? Xiao Bei was very afraid of eating outside. If the food was not delicious, he had to pretend that he liked to eat. It is not easy to be a public figure. Xiao Bei sighed like an adult. Zhang Xiaobao kissed his sister's face and patted Xiao Bei's head. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to send food over. Take it as supporting the sports development of Tang Empire. Out of the 8 dishes, you could choose any 4 dishes. 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. Okay, I'm leaving now. Xiao Bei skipped away. Wang Wan looked at Xiao Bei's departing figure and turned to Zhang Xiaobao. It is not easy for the younger brothers and sisters. As public figures, they are invited to participate in all kinds of activities almost every day. Unlike us, others know that we have to think about the war and domestic affairs, so they do not dare to invite us. The children of aristocratic families seem to be very happy, but they are actually busier than ordinary children. After a few days, it is up to them. If they feel tired, they can tell others not to invite them in the future. Otherwise, they will be like celebrities and have to appear in all kinds of situations. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he coughed and said to Wang Wan, What era are you talking about public figures? What era are they? Wang Wan was stunned. Then, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Why do you have such a strong resentment for that era? Yes, public figures must be able to perform the specific actions that his or her identity in front of the public represents to society. The social role you embody is to promote purity, so you cannot perform any actions that are pure. You want to create an artistic image for the public, so you feel that you cannot reveal your erotic nature. You want to let the public know what honesty and justice are, so you cannot be corrupt or take bribes. Are you planning to criticize them? Criticize the public figure of that time for not being in line with his or her specific actions and promoting social concepts. But you have to know that existence is reasonable. Under the circumstances of a special social period, there are bound to be some special social behaviors that survive in the soil. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head, looking as if he had been wronged. I didn't say anything. I was just asking. Knowledge. I ask as I learn. What makes you think you can judge me? But I agree with a part of what you just said. Do you agree that it is reasonable for public figures to perform under certain circumstances when they do not perform as they wish? Wang Wan asked. No, I agree with what you said before. For example, if there is a prostitute in a brothel, she must ensure that she has not been groomed by a man. Otherwise, she will immediately be removed from the list of prostitutes. I actually admire the women from more than 100 years ago. When they debuted, they took off their clothes. That was their public image. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. But I'm very disgusted by the fact that they spent tens of thousands of dollars to invite women from other countries who sell their bodies. They just have to talk about art. This is clearly a kind of blasphemy to their identity as a prostitute. Zhang Xiaobao continued to criticize as he explained. Watch your mouth. Be careful of offending people. What if you meet someone like Wang Bei who is unrepentant and insists on making trouble for our family? Actually, what you just said is related to the education of the local officials. Back then, it was not like now. If the officials did something immoral, they would be pointed at and scolded on the street and blushed. The officials back then were successful in their cultivation. Okay, let's not talk about the things back then, okay? Let's talk about Xiao Bei and the others. I was serious about what I said just now. I have really decided to use Xiao Bei and the others' game of Monopoly to attack the national spirit of the other countries. He was already used to Zhang Xiaobao's cynical personality, so he changed the topic and talked about the national spirit of the other countries. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, I know. I also support it and have been doing it. Just like the long-term strategy that the United States used against China, they used all kinds of methods to destroy the history, culture, and beliefs of the Chinese people. The simplest method is economic. Yes, the United States was very successful. Some people were attracted by the beautiful foreign economy. They did not think about how long China had been established. They only saw the wealth of the United States and the various domestic problems at that time. But in fact, the United States was also a failure. The Americans seemed to be unable to understand our nation. We scold and love at the same time. When we have nothing to do, we scold to our heart's content. But when faced with a life and death situation, we will stand up and use our lives to support our nation. I used to think about it, and later I felt that this was the survival of the Chinese people. All the ancient civilizations had disappeared, so why did China still exist? It is because this nation is very different. Their nobility makes the world blush with shame, and their despicable level embarrasses themselves. It is a contradictory combination. It is also because of its uniqueness that its civilization and spirit have been passed down. Then what you mean is that now we also want to see what situation the people of Tang are in now. Wang Wan asked, No, I want to see if we can help the other ancient countries to perish in advance and then be reborn. The reborn countries do not even have their own civilization spirit. I will help them to reorient themselves, such as learning our Chinese civilization and becoming a part of us, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Chapter 1252. The next day, Xiao Bei and the other 9 kids went to the government school together. It was an ancient school that had been around for more than 100 years. Many talents had been produced and recorded. Now, portraits were hung up for future generations to admire. Were there any villains? Yes, but villains weren't qualified to be painted, let alone be hung there. The government school used to be located in the center of the city. Now, because of the expansion of the city, the location of the state capital was shifted, and the school was shifted as well. It was similar to the state capital, but it was slightly renovated. It wasn't an unspoken rule that officials didn't renovate the yamen. In the past, the government didn't renovate the yamen. The officials would rather be greedy than renovate the yamen. They would be scolded by the people, criticized by their colleagues, and impeached by the imperial censor. Now, the yamen was renovated as much as possible. The officials had to work in a comfortable environment, and the rooms for receiving the people also had to make them feel no pressure when they came in, as if they were at home. The reason why the yamen and school weren't renovated immediately was because they were going to move. Ezhou planned to further expand the city without the city wall. The city wall was no longer useful, and there was no need to leave it as a cultural relic for future generations to see. If future generations wanted to travel, they wouldn't come just to see what the wall was, right? What needed to be left for future generations was a kind of spirit, a series of knowledge, and a rich and beautiful land. The yamen and school were going to be moved out of the city. They would be renovated in the city. Now, there were more and more people, and it was too crowded. Outside the city, they were building a base, designing the water and sewer systems, spacious streets, and towering buildings. They were 4 stories tall, and each household was very large. There was quite a lot of space between the buildings. Then there was the library, the garden, and the open-air market. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, they felt that life was too leisurely, so they suggested to do it locally. They also helped to design it. Because there was no electricity, gas, or natural gas, they still had to burn coal. The buildings were designed with special flue pipes. The reason why the distance between the buildings was enlarged was that it was convenient for the people to communicate with each other. They didn't want to lose the warmth of neighbors because they lived in the buildings. The library wasn't for everyone to study. There would be all kinds of newspapers, chess, and cards in there for a period of time. At that time, the people living in the building would come out to bask in the sun, go to the library to chat, discuss national politics, and scold uncivilized behavior. When the sun was about to set, they would go to the market to buy some food to cook. In order for people to be willing to move in, they would have to relocate the government office and school. Next, they would have to relocate the manpower market and small commodity wholesale market. If there was still not enough people, they would have to build a new stadium nearby. Of course, there would also be a movie theater that would play Li Longji's image first. It was a very conventional method. Not to mention Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Anyone from their generation would have done this. This kind of urban management and relocation knowledge was no longer knowledge, but common sense. Unless the person who came did not care about the common sense of society at all, then there was no other way. He believed that such a person would not be able to survive in this era. When Xiao Bei and the others arrived, they saw the dilapidated courtyard and buildings in front of them. Why isn't anyone paying to fix it? What were the authorities thinking? It's fine if it's broken, but it actually caused the prefectural school to break as well. Also, why didn't the merchants give some money when they saw that it was a prefectural school? The children in the school don't have it easy either, right? Li Yilong put her hands on her waist and shouted in front of the school. The faces of the officials in the school and the government office immediately turned ugly. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people moved a few steps to the side, meaning to tell everyone that they were not in cahoots with him. No matter how poor we are, we can't be poor in education. No matter how hard it is, we can't let the children suffer. The children are our rising sun. Everyone is responsible for the children's education. It needs all of us to protect and contribute. Isn't that right, Xiao Bei? Xiao Bei and the others hid, but Li Yilong did not plan to let them go. After she finished speaking, she asked Xiao Bei. Everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei turned his head to the other side, as if he was very interested in the ants that were moving insects on a bluestone at the school entrance. Is it going to rain? The ants are moving. After everyone waited for a while, Xiao Bei finally spoke. Xiao Yuan cooperated and walked closer, squatting down to look. He turned back and said to Xiao Bei, "It doesn't look like it. It's a group hunting operation. The ants are very united. I don't know if they will follow when the school moves to a better place in a while." Li Yilong was more embarrassed and said, "Xiao Yuan, you didn't hear what I said just now, right? The school is too dilapidated. Didn't you hear what I said? The school is about to move. The new prefectural school is much better than what we see now." Xiao Yuan felt that there was a problem with Li Yilong's IQ. Li Yilong was scolded and her face turned slightly red. She defended herself. "When did this happen? I don't know. Look at the local newspaper. Are you Principal Zhou? Hello. It's not the first time I've heard of you. You value the health of the children very much. You often let them participate in exercise. It has a great promoting effect on strengthening the physique of the children in our country. You have worked hard." Xiao Bei said to Li Yilong, turned around and smiled. He went forward and shook hands with the principal. In his heart, he complained. The school was not repaired, but the road at the entrance was repaired. It was full of potholes. What if the children fell? It was better to lay a layer of fine sand. Principal Zhou didn't know that the little guy opposite him was giving him face. He really thought that he did a good job. He raised his hand to touch Xiao Bei's head. After Xiao Bei dodged, he said with a smile, "I haven't done enough. According to the Yaman's instructions, we have to further improve the physical fitness of the children in the school in the future." With Principal Zhou's words, I believe that the future of the school will be beautiful. The learning life of the students will be happy. When will the table tennis competition start? Xiao Bei was really unwilling to talk nonsense with him. "Immediately, please. When the children are ready, it will start immediately." Principal Zhou realized that the expression in Xiao Bei's eyes was not very good. He quickly got to the point. Xiao Bei and the others were about to step in when someone suddenly appeared nearby and shouted to Xiao Bei, can I ask you a few questions? Everyone looked sideways. The person who shouted quickly introduced himself. I'm the information collector of Ezhou newspaper. I want to ask you a few small questions. Xiao Bei thought of the reporter in the story and waved him to come closer. He looked back at the other 8 brothers and sisters, took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth curved up. He showed a professional smile and said, go ahead. The reporter was very happy and said, my surname is Wang. You can call me Collector Wang. First, I want to ask you a question. Everyone knows that you came here with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to attack the Arabs. Do you think we can win? The reporter, surnamed Wang, asked this question with good intentions. He wanted to let the readers of the newspaper know that the Tang Empire could win through the interview. Xiao Yuan and the others felt sorry for Xiao Bei. They hated it when people asked such questions. It was hard to answer. Xiao Bei was in charge of foreign affairs, so he was troubled. At this moment, Xiao Bei showed his professionalism. The expression on his face did not change at all. He was still smiling and said, the soldiers and soldiers of the Tang Empire are united like a family. No matter what difficulties we face, we will overcome them together. As the country develops, I believe that the future will be better. Reporter Wang was dumbfounded. He looked up and scratched his head. He thought about it as fast as he could and asked, Xiao Bei, can I ask you a second question? We all know that the Japanese are coming to the Tang Empire, and there will be a lot of them, including their leader. Some people say that we invited them here as a form of deterrence and warning. What do you think of this? The world is the world of the people. Regardless of whether it is an individual or a country, there is a need for communication and cooperation. I look forward to the Tang Empire having a deeper understanding and communication with more countries. In terms of culture and economy, we can exchange what we lack and improve together and develop together. Xiao Bei replied and looked at reporter Wang, indicating that he had finished speaking. Reporter Wang choked. Was this what I asked? If he thought about it carefully, there was indeed a connection, but why did the answer make him feel so uncomfortable? Xiao Bei, thank you for your answers to the previous 2 questions. Let me ask you a third question. It is said that the cannons of the Tang Empire are very lethal, and the Ministry of Works is still researching even more powerful offensive weapons. Can you introduce these cannons and future weapons to us? What effect will their existence have on the surrounding countries? Reporter Wang continued to ask. He didn't believe that he couldn't get something practical out of Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei's eyes moved, and he nodded. Just like what I said before, the Tang Empire is willing to have many exchanges with other countries. We place emphasis on peace. As everyone knows, the Research Institute of the Ministry of Works has developed many technologies that are beneficial to the country and the people. These technologies have made our lives more prosperous, and, at the same time, they have the effect of maintaining peace. When the surrounding countries communicate with our country, they have also benefited from our technologies. I firmly believe that in the future, the research results of the Ministry of Works will have a deeper impact on the cooperation between countries. Gatherer Wang, the competition is about to start. Why don't we go in together to gather information about the competition? Seeing that Xiao Bei had answered the 3 questions, Xiao Yuan immediately said to Reporter Wang. Reporter Wang wanted to bang his head against the wall. Other than the people from the Zhang family and Wang family, everyone else was in a state of confusion. They were all trying hard to think. What was Xiao Bei talking about? He was asking about the outcome of the war, the threat to the Japanese, and the level of the country's weapons. But wasn't what he said too general? It was soft and powerless. Xiao Bei looked at the expressions of the people around him and was also depressed. What do you want me to say? You wanted to say that it's very easy to invade other countries. Other than killing them, I'll capture the rest and make them slaves. You want me to say that the invitations to the Japanese and Xinluo are not only threats, but you can also take advantage of them leaving your own country to use this opportunity to do as much damage as possible? You want me to say that it's easier to kill people with cannons than using knives to kill chickens? Not only are the cannons now very powerful, But the gasoline bombs that the Ministry of Works is going to develop will also cruelly kill the enemy during positional warfare. Can I say this? I'm a diplomat. I have to protect the country's positive image. No matter how dirty the things I do are, I have to make it sound dignified. If you ask me in private, I might tell you the truth. Now, it's going to be in the newspapers. If I let you have your fill, how disappointed will my brothers and sisters be? I, Xiao Bei, am the most outstanding diplomat in my brothers and sisters' eyes. The group of people walked into the school in a depressed atmosphere. Xiao Yuan held Xiao Bei's hand and praised him. Your answers are too beautiful. You're really like an antelope hanging horns. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to answer such vague questions. It's okay. It's just SOSO. Basic skills. Yes, basic skills. Xiao Bei smiled like a flower and said modestly. When the team arrived at the competition venue, the contestants and the audience were ready. There were not only children in the audience, but also adults. They were probably not busy with work today, so they came to accompany the children to watch the fun. Executive Zhou went up to speak first. He spoke for more than half an hour, from when the academy was first established until now. At the same time, he thought about tomorrow and blessed the motherland. Now, let's welcome the Tang Empire's inspector to speak. Executive Zhou invited Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei glanced at the several officials who were waiting for him to continue speaking. He came to the podium and waved to everyone below, which was greeted with cheers. Then he said, "Today, we are very happy to watch the competition. At noon, my family will send food. There are 8 dishes and 1 soup. Everyone can choose 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetables. We will eat with you." Now, I announce that the competition begins. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he went to find his seat. The children below cheered again, and the officials who were waiting to speak were stunned. Men and women covered their mouths and laughed. Zhang Fong rolled her eyes at the officials and muttered, "Let you speak? After you finish speaking, you will have lunch directly. After the competition, you will have dinner." Executive Zhou didn't know what to do. He trotted to the officials of the Yamen and said, "Well, everyone, can you go up now and say something? Didn't you hear that the competition has started? Start." One of the officials scolded, thinking that Executive Zhou was really unreasonable. Xiao Bei said that the competition had started, but he still dared to come and ask them. He didn't know what Xiao Bei would think if he saw his action. He would fire him later. Later, tell Xiao Bei that our Yamen is responsible for providing the fruit platter. Now ask someone to prepare it. Buy the good fruits and cut them. After scolding Executive Zhou, the official ordered the people around him. He clearly saw that Xiao Bei glanced at this side, and then Executive Zhou just returned to the podium and said that the competition had started. Would Xiao Bei think that she had already said that the competition had started, but it was useless? She had to ask him, "You're the local official. You're the boss. I can't suppress the local snake. It's over, it's over. I was tricked by that guy surnamed Zhou." The competition started, but the official was still worried. His eyes swept over Xiao Bei from time to time. No matter what Xiao Bei did, he felt that it was directed at him. After thinking about it, he was still worried. He leaned over to Xiao Bei and said to him with a smile, "It's really hot. Just now, Executive Zhou asked me before the competition started whether I should prepare a few umbrellas for you. At that time, it was not hot, so I said no. I didn't expect it to be hot again. Do you want to hold up a few?" Xiao Bei's eyes were on the small table tennis table. He casually replied, "No, we are still young. Staying in the house all day long is good for our health." Yes, I also think that not being in the sun is bad for our health." The official echoed and finally felt relieved. The competition on the field continued. It was a best-of-3 system. The children played very seriously. The 4 tables competed at the same time. From time to time, cheers could be heard from the audience outside the field. When the sun rose a little higher, Xiao Bei arranged for someone to send out free soda. It was iced. She had heard from her brother and sister that children could not drink carbonated drinks for a long time. They were restricted at home. Therefore, when she came outside, she would drink 2 bottles if she had the chance. It was delicious. When she drank it, her tongue was numb. Time passed in a trance. Noon came. The winner of the last table was decided. The top 16 were decided. After lunch, they would rest for a while before continuing. As a public figure, even if she was eating with others, she could not stop. Xiao Bei first ate 2 tails of rice with the dishes to fill her stomach. Then, she picked up the plate and began to walk around. Xiao Yuan and the others were basically in charge of One Direction. They ate with the other children, said a few words, showed concern about their learning and living situation, praised and encouraged them, and then walked to the next place. Your name is Mao Mao, right? It's a very nice name. It's as nice as my Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei came to the side of a girl who had entered the top 16. The 11 children were eating around the folded round table. After Xiao Bei came over, she squeezed in and sat down. The girl called Mao Mao by Xiao Bei changed her fierce style during the competition. She was very shy. When she heard Xiao Bei speak, she stopped eating and looked at Xiao Bei, waiting for him to continue. You played really well, especially smashes. When the ball flew high, you smashed it. When the ball flew low, you still smashed it. You actually smashed it quite a few times. I observed your serve. The opponent always missed it easily. You added spin, right? Xiao Bei continued speaking. At the same time, she lamented in her heart. It was not easy for her. She had to know a little of everything so that she could find common topics with others. Yes, I added spin. When I was at home, my father specially hired 2 people who were good at basketball to be my masters. Many of my classmates don't know how to spin, so it was easy to beat them. Mao Mao became cheerful with a topic to talk about. That's great. You've done us girls proud. There are 2 girls in the top 16. You have to continue to play steadily and strive to get first place. Your father is really good to you. Did your father come to watch your competition too? Xiao Bei could tell that Mao Mao's family had a good life. Otherwise, who would specially spend money to hire 2 people to be their daughter's teachers? Xiao Bei asked very casually. Who knew that Mao Mao's eyes would turn red when she heard it? Your father didn't come? He doesn't care about you? Xiao Bei asked softly. Mao Mao shook her head. There's a problem with the family's business. The stock is almost unable to support it. Father said that he went to the bank to get a loan. I'm not sure if he can get it. Stock. Xiao Bei's eyes turned. He couldn't understand. What kind of goods could be suppressed in today's society? Recently, it was the peak period of consumption that her brother had mentioned. If they wanted to sell goods, they could sell them. Yes, stock. We have to pay a lot of money every day. If we don't use money to buy things, the goods will starve to death, Mao Mao said. Starve to death? What work? Your family sells slaves? If you can't sell them, you can let the slaves work or rent them out. Xiao Bei helped to come up with an idea. It's dogs. They're like the dogs raised by people who live in the grasslands. They help with the herding and can fight with wolves. They eat a lot of things every day. In the past, my family raised sheep and cows. Later, my father learned how to raise dogs from others and started raising dogs. Now, the dogs are very big, but no one buys them. After Mao Mao finished speaking, she held her chin and fretted. Ow, how many dogs? Can they herd sheep? Xiao Bei wasn't worried. To her, as long as it was a problem with money, it wasn't a problem. 10,000, more than 13,000, Mao Mao replied. How many? Xiao Bei was shocked. Although he had more dogs at home, his family was rich. How much money did Mao Mao's family have to be able to raise 13,000 herding dogs back then? There had to be a place, right? After Xiao Bei asked, she didn't need Mao Mao to repeat herself. She comforted, don't worry, it's fine. Isn't it just 13,000 dogs? I'll invest. Let's cooperate and keep raising them for a few more months. Then, I'll talk to your father after I see him. Chapter 1253. When Mao Mao heard Xiao Bei agree, the worry in her heart disappeared. She immediately promised Xiao Bei, I will definitely get first place in this afternoon's competition. I will show the other boys that we girls are better than them. First, we must be first. This friendship comes first. Xiao Bei wanted to say that girls were better than boys, but she suddenly remembered her identity. She was afraid that she would put too much pressure on Mao Mao and not perform well. So she could only say something official. However, Xiao Bei said, you have to perform well, show yourself, and respect the spirit of sports. What's your surname? What's your father's name? Xiaobei was not in the mood to tell Mao Mao what her surname was or what her father's name was. She asked very straightforwardly. She still had to negotiate later. There were more than 13,000 dogs. She had to take good care of them. Many puppies would appear in 3 or 4 months. If she grasped the opportunity, she could make a lot of money. Xiaobei had not been in a good mood for the past 2 days. She kept finding trouble with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan had no choice but to find her family's doctor. After observation and diagnosis, she found that she was under too much pressure. To a large extent, it was caused by the negotiations with her brother and sister. In fact, it had only been a few days, but Xiaobei had never experienced such a difficult negotiation. More importantly, it was difficult for the 9 of them. As the target of the negotiation, her brother and sister had nothing to do. They dealt with the military, political, and economic information on time every day. Then, they ate and slept well. When she woke up this morning, she even heard 2 people running to the rooftop. One was playing the guitar, the other was playing the piano, and they were singing Swallows Fly Together. It was too much of a blow. She had to prove herself in other ways. Xiaobei and the other 8 siblings had been thinking about what to do to divert their attention. They wanted to temporarily break away from the vicious circle of negotiations with her brother and sister and redefine themselves. The doctor said that her psychological behavior was not normal now. She needed psychotherapy and wanted to send a professional doctor to help. In the end, Xiaobei and the others refused. They did not need anyone's help. They could adjust themselves. Xiaobei thought that she had found an opportunity to cooperate with Mao Mao's father. Then, in the next 6 months, they would invest, raise, breed, train, migrate, rent, or sell. In this way, she could temporarily get rid of the pressure brought by her brother and sister. Mao Mao did not know that Xiaobei had her own difficulties. Xiaobei looked at Xiaobei's excited expression and thought that she had thought of a good idea to help her father. Then he said, "My surname is Song. My father is Song.com. Xiaobei, are you going to lend me some money?" "I'm not lending. I just said that we're working together. Borrowing money is for a moment, and working together is for a long time." After saying that, Xiaobei felt like he was lying to Mao Mao. So he continued, "It's easy for me to lend money to your family, but your family's development is still slow. Why don't you work with us? Our channels for obtaining information are different. It may seem like your father's share of the profits is relatively small, but in terms of absolute profits, is much more. I don't understand. In any case, I believe in you. You won't harm my family. If even you want to harm my father, then the great Tang will have no hope." Mao Mao said very seriously, "Of course, we can do wrong things with a kind heart, but we definitely can't do right things with a bad heart. Brother and sister don't care if we fail to help others. At most, they will be responsible for compensating for the loss, but they won't allow us to build our success on the pain of others." Xiaobei promised Mao Mao. She knew that after her group of children did something, there would always be brothers and sisters helping to clean up the mess. Even if they knew that they were not doing well enough, they still supported them from behind. The purpose was to train the 9 of them. The prerequisite was that they had to put their hearts and minds in the right place. "My father should be here in a while. The person in charge of the loan at the bank will be resting at noon." Mao Mao was afraid that Xiaobei would be anxious from waiting, so he said this. "I'm not in a hurry. You play well. I'll go somewhere else to take a look." Xiaobei ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and 4 mouthfuls of dishes at this table. She picked up the plate and continued to walk to another table. After lunchtime, Xiaobei and the 9 of them finally had time to rest. She asked someone to bring them a bowl of hot soup and finish the food on the plate. Each of them held a large pear and listened to the Yamen officials who had also finished eating speak on the stage. At the same time, they pondered over what Xiaobei had just said. Mao Mao's father hadn't arrived yet. She really couldn't wait. She could only look for him personally after the table tennis competition ended. Officials really talk a lot. They don't stop talking. 4 or 5 meters in front of Xiaobei and the others, a man's complaining voice sounded. As soon as this person finished speaking, another person beside him said, "They want to say it before, but Xiaobei said that the competition had started first. They didn't dare to say anything. Now that they're resting, if they don't say what they've prepared beforehand, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" I don't object to their words. When children play, they say that children are good. What did you hear them say? Economic construction. My child is only 6 years old. Do you want him to carry bricks? Speaking of economic construction, it's better to talk about the safety of children's meals. My child came home a few days ago and told me that when we ate at school, half of the salted duck egg was smelly. The third person turned his head and complained to the two people who had spoken earlier. Xiao Bei and the others' attention couldn't help but be attracted. How could they give smelly eggs? When I was young, I liked to eat smelly salted eggs the most. If they weren't smelly, I wouldn't eat them. At that time, they were all smelly. We're poor. My two children are like me. They're willing to eat smelly eggs. In the future, when your children encounter smelly eggs, they can exchange them with my children. It's fine if the salted eggs are smelly, as long as the meat isn't. The second person who spoke retorted the third person. While speaking, the sound of saliva, swallowing could be heard. It seemed that he really liked to eat smelly salted eggs. Xiao Yuan, have you eaten salted and smelly eggs? Xiao Bei was very curious. Why do people like to eat smelly eggs? Xiao Yuan shook his head. No, the ones we eat are not smelly. The yellow ones are oily. I heard that brother's guard at the door say that there's someone in the kitchen who specially marinates the smelly salted eggs. It seems that the eggs are marinated for a period of time. Why don't we go back to the kitchen and ask? Try a few. It's probably similar to stinky tofu. Anyway, it's marinated for more than 28 days. Seems like there's no problem with the school's food. Xiao Bei had just eaten and wasn't hungry. He didn't think too much about the smelly eggs for the time being. The three people who had spoken earlier seemed to have found a topic and began to discuss the smelly salted eggs. Some said that if there wasn't enough salt, the eggs couldn't be eaten. Others said that the eggs that had been taken out to dry under the sun couldn't be eaten. As they spoke, the topic went astray. From the salted eggs under the sun to the deterioration of the ham under the sun, from the deterioration of the ham to the deliciousness of the air-dried chicken, from the air-dried chicken to the roast duck of Sanshui County, from the sweet sauce of the roast duck to the shredded meat that could be used to make the sweet sauce, from the shredded meat in sweet sauce to the planting techniques of green onions, from the need to bury them deep in the soil so that there would be more green onions, from the deep soil to the yam eggs, from the yam eggs to the potatoes that hadn't been popularized yet, from the potatoes to the benefits of foreign species, from the benefits of foreign species to the practical use of plunder in war, from war to artillery. Speaking of artillery, the person who had spoken first began to comment on artillery in an authoritative manner. It's indeed powerful, especially when used against man-eating cavalry. Once it's fired, even the horses would be scared off. The people on top would fall down like dumplings. I've thought about it before. It's powerful, but it's too expensive. How many bullets can one shell make? The imperial court should use more bullets to hit people. That's not right. How can bullets be compared to shells? How far can bullets fly? How far can shells fly? Shells explode everywhere. It's hard to say if the bullets can hit people. Current guns can only shoot up to 500 meters, while shells can fly up to 1,000 meters. The third person who spoke commented like an expert. The first person who spoke was unconvinced. Who told you that bullets can only shoot up to 500 meters? You're talking about pistols. Long guns can shoot up to 3,000 meters, and shells can fly up to 7,000 to 8,000 meters without a problem. Xiao Bei and the others looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. In the end, they confirmed that this person was talking nonsense. The best pistol at home could shoot up to 130 meters, while the average one could shoot up to 40 meters. The furthest one could shoot up to 170 meters. Long guns could indeed shoot further. The furthest one could shoot up to 2,500 to 600 meters, with a killing range of 1,400 meters. This kind of gun was very rare. Most of them required a killing range of 100 to 400 meters. The special sniper rifle at home could only shoot up to 1,100 meters. That didn't mean that it could shoot as far as it could accurately shoot the enemy. Xiao Bei and Xiao Bei had said that the manufacturing of guns was still not accurate. They relied on many imprecise situations to produce an accurate gun by chance, or it could be specially modified later. With the addition of a scope, it could only shoot up to 800 meters and have a higher hit rate. Usually, they pursued an accurate sniper shot up to 400 meters. Moreover, good marksmanship at this distance did not require scope. As for shells, they could only fly up to 4,000 meters, which was the furthest one could go. Usually, the guns used could not shoot as far as guns, such as grenade launchers, small infantry cannons, and mortars. When the 9 people felt that the 3 people speaking were interesting, they continued to listen to them. Don't argue, don't argue. The second person who spoke tried to persuade them. Anyway, we don't know. I only know that the weapons of the Tang Empire are powerful. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would rather spend more money than to let the soldiers pay with their lives. Speaking of the real source, I think it's the transportation cost. Due to the confidentiality of the technology, they have been transported from Luzhou, Jili Province, and the capital to the front line. I heard that the munitions factory is going to be placed here and at the seaside. When the time comes, there will be a lot of soldiers guarding it. There are many places we can't go. Even if we want to visit, we have to check 8 generations of ancestors. We are not allowed to bring anything with fire or dangerous metal pieces on us. That's right. You can't even bring a needle. The first person who spoke continued, I know. There's a needle at the back of the gun. If you poke it forward, the bullet will fly out. You want to bring a needle over and make the bullet fly out? You know, I'll join the military training tomorrow and touch the gun. I'll tell you when I come back. The third person still didn't like the first person. The 2 of them had quarreled just now. The second person who spoke began to persuade them again. Go. I found that after the transported things are put down, the things that have just been robbed or excavated are transported elsewhere. The transportation is switched section by section. The road here is not easy to travel, whether by water or land. After the last section is finished, many cars and boats can't go back immediately. The cars need to be repaired, the boats need to be checked for wear and tear, and the animals need a rest. Generally, the animals need to rest for 10 days before they can go on the road again. Is it because they can't do anything with the extra 10 days? Animals need a rest, but people don't. People just need to sleep. As a result, there are more idlers. As a local, I'm afraid that they will cause trouble. I'm also worried. They need to eat. I'm worried that the price will be raised. But this can't be helped. Maybe we can only solve part of the problem when the munitions factory is built here, the first person said. The third person didn't continue to argue with the first person. Instead, he said, if I have a business, I'll hire them temporarily. Anyway, they have nothing to do. They have good stamina to do transportation. Let's stop talking. The officials have finally finished reading. The competition is about to start. The top 16. Haha, this group of little guys is so nice. The second person sat up straight and looked forward to the start of the competition. I'm going to pee. The third person stood up. Let's go together. The first person followed. After sitting up straight for 2 seconds, the second person also stood up. After listening to you, I also feel suffocated. I didn't drink much water just now. The 3 people left, but Xiaobei and the other 9 people couldn't focus on the competition. Xiaobei turned his head and asked the inner court next to him, are there many people staying in Izhou to repair the boats and carriages? Yes, and there are also people who drive the animals. The road is not easy to travel, so the animals can't go back immediately. They need to grow fat. It takes about 10 days. As for the donkeys, they don't need to rest for too long. Their bodies can recover, but donkeys have bad tempers. The inner court answered. Xiaobei thought for a while and then asked, can't we ask them to work? The situation has just started, so other logistics are still transported from nearby places. The cannonballs in the distance were transported before and were escorted by soldiers. Later on, people started to use manpower. It will take about a month at the earliest to arrive. Maybe after a while, there will be more idle people. However, it's not easy to recruit local people. Excluding their rest time, they could do other things in less than 8 days. The inner court answered again. Stupid, how can it be a waste of manpower? Xiaobei felt that 8 days, or even 7 days, was a lot. The main problem was that for people who only transported goods, they only had a little free time. In fact, there was a 7-day periodic labor overflow in Izhou. It was like a part of the money from the bank was never taken away. Xiao Yuan, do you think it will be helpful to us if we make good use of them? Xiao Bei asked Xiao Yuan, who was closest to her. Xiao Yuan lowered her head and thought. Xiao Hai suddenly said, we need to choose the type of work well. The longest continuous cycle can't exceed 7 days. It's suitable for short-term, non-continuous work, such as dockside porters or construction site porters. In fact, farming is also fine. We can hire many people at once and plow a large area of land in a short time. But now, the farming season has passed. If we change to embroidery, breeding, hotel service, carving, wine, and other industries, it's not suitable to ask them to work. The other 8 children nodded. They felt that Xiao Hai was right. If they wanted to use this labor force, they had to consider clearly what they wanted them to do. After a while, the top 4 were decided. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up, and she suggested, according to what Brother Xiao Hai said, let them participate in the construction site porter work. Brother and sister have designed a new city area and are lacking manpower. Why don't we find them and let them work for 7 days? The other locals can do other things. What do you think? If you agree, we have to do it quickly. Otherwise, others will beat us to it, especially brother and sister. If they think of it first, we have nothing else to do. How can we continue to negotiate? Let's take a break. It's tiring. You didn't directly negotiate, so you won't understand the frustration. In the beginning, I hoped that brother would miscalculate the benefits. Later, I settled for the second best, hoping that brother would fight over the details of our negotiation. That would mean that brother had no other choice. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Even if it was sister, none of my expectations were realized. It's difficult, really difficult. Why don't one of you give it a try? Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan quickly shook her head. I know without trying. We feel that it's difficult now. Back when brother and sister were younger than us, how difficult was it when they went to negotiate with that bunch of officials? That bunch of old fogies were all smart. We feel that we can't handle this little bit of pressure. How did brother and sister persevere? Everyone praises brother for being a serial schemer. But wasn't the situation back then continuous? Who was the opponent? Every time brother and sister gave in, they would definitely leave behind an opportunity to advance. Countless times, they took advantage of losses to achieve what they have today. If we want to reach brother and sister's height, we have to suffer even more. So what if it's difficult to negotiate with brother and sister? If it really doesn't work out, we can give up on negotiations and ask directly. Brother and sister will give it to us. Back then, brother and sister couldn't give up. Thinking about it this way, do you feel better? All right, when we can compete with brother and sister in a battle of wits, we could go anywhere in the world. Now, there's an opportunity to integrate the surplus labor force produced during the transportation process due to objective conditions. We'll let brother and sister see that we're still very powerful. Xiao Bei's mood had indeed improved. Wasn't it just that they felt that they had failed in the negotiation because they couldn't get any benefits? What was the big deal? Their opponents were very, very impressive. They were brother and sister who could fight with the entire imperial court officials, including Uncle Emperor and win. After thinking it through, the 9 little fellows began to arrange people to keep an eye on the various transportation teams and pull them together to provide labor output to the construction site. They themselves were waiting for Mao Mao's father, Song.com, to appear quickly. This way, they would have 2 new business deals and increase their own advantage in the process of negotiating with brother and sister. The competition was still going on. The 3 parents who had previously said that they were going to the outhouse did not go back. They gathered together to talk. Big brother, the 2 of us cooperated pretty well, right? Did we reveal any flaws? The second person who spoke asked the first person who spoke. The first person who spoke wiped the sweat on his forehead and shook his head. I don't think so. I believe that with the little ancestors' intelligence, they should be able to think of recruiting people to work. It's really not easy for Little Master and Little Lady. On one hand, they're attacking Xiao Bei, Little Master, and on the other hand, giving them new hope. Big Brother is right. Everyone says that our Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan are very powerful. There's also Daonan and Xiaonan, Xiaoqiang, and the others. The The common people think that they're all good. They only think that it's magical and good feng shui. Only we know how Little Master and Little Lady educate their younger siblings. Have those adults who think that their children can't compare to other people's children ever thought about how much they've sacrificed? In fact, it's like planting crops. Leaving it alone and carefully tending to it will definitely result in different results. The third person who spoke sighed. He was also so nervous that he was sweating. If the little ancestors had seen through him just now, not only would he not be able to complete the task that Little Master and Little Lady had asked him to adjust his younger sibling's mood, it would even make the little ancestors feel even more sad. How's the other aspect? Will Song Dakong spill the beans? The first person who spoke, who was also the big brother, asked. The two people shook their heads. One of them said, "It shouldn't be wrong. Last night, Little Master deliberately asked someone to set up a trap and made an agreement with Song Dakong. The little ancestors gave people a lot of pressure, but they didn't give people pressure from themselves. They gave people pressure because of Little Master and Little Lady. Who is Song Dakong more afraid of?" That's right. Let's wait for the news. We've made a contribution. I hope the little guys can grow up well. My child is about to be born. When he's born, I'll directly send him to the department in charge of parenting in the inner yard. I estimate that after 10 years, even if he can't compare to the little ancestors, he'll be close to them. When the big brother talked about his unborn child, his eyes were full of gentleness. He was very confident in the education system of the inner yard children. I'm a dog breeder. I'm short of loans. I can't raise dogs anymore. I'm a dog breeder. I'm short of loans. Outside the prefectural academy, Song Dakong kept repeating the same sentence in front of a small mirror in his hand. He had been practicing since last night. After sleeping in a daze, he started to repeat it again in the morning. But he was still worried. He was indeed a dog breeder, and he was really short of money. He needed a loan, but he was not in a hurry. He used to provide funds for 4 schools at the same time. He took 6% of the total funds provided by the society for each school. Moreover, he used money to build roads and simple bridges for several villages. With the receipt, he could easily get a loan from the bank. But Song Dakong didn't want to do that. 6 years ago, when he planned to invest money in the Chaoyang operation, he never thought of getting a loan through this. He just felt that since he had money, it was right to help more children. He helped people to build bridges and roads, and it was very comfortable to hear a word of praise. If he had to do that today, before he got a loan, he felt that it was demeaning to himself. He was willing to spend money on the children, but it was not for any benefits. He planned to find someone to borrow some money to get through this uncomfortable period of time. Who would have thought that Xiao Bao would send someone to find him last night? He asked him to tell his daughter that he would get a loan and then come to see her. He said that with his daughter's playing skills, there was a great chance that she could attract Xiao Bei and the others, and thus pave the way for him to appear. There were 2 other people who had also received the mission. One was a herdsman in the northern area of Hebei province. Later, he moved his family to Izhou, and now he was not doing well. The other was a man who had a lot of contact with the Turks in Fengzhou and raised eagles and hounds at home. 3 years ago, he came to Izhou with 5 eagles. Xiao Bao told him not to be surprised or excited when he saw the 2 of them. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to meet them, or perhaps he wouldn't be able to connect with Xiao Bei and the others. In that case, he would have to act 1 or a few more times until they connected. That was because his 13,000+ dogs were very useful. So now was the time to test himself. He had to be steady and treat it as the first time he met Xiao Bei. In fact, it was the first time he met Xiao Bei. He had to be like a normal person. No, a normal person. He repeated it twice and then went in. Song Dakong kept encouraging himself. As expected, he repeated it twice in front of the mirror, took a deep breath, and walked into the school. Chapter 1254. Xiao Bei and the others waited and waited until the 3rd or 4th place was decided. When the 1st and 2nd places were decided, Song Dakong appeared where Mao Mao was just now. Mao Mao held the racket in her right hand and was about to serve when she suddenly turned her head and saw her father standing there and waving his arms. She immediately revealed a big smile. When the referee blew the whistle, She threw the ping-pong ball up high. At the same time, she leaned back slightly to the right. When the ball fell more than 10 centimeters away from the table, she suddenly twisted her body and waved her arms. The ball spun at high speed to the right and landed on her table. Then, it jumped to the table diagonally opposite her opponent. The first time the ball deviated a little, but when it landed on the table, the ball bounced to the opponent's left. The opponent was a little boy. Without waiting for the ball to bounce too far, he stretched his arm forward and swatted it back. It seemed that he was not a mediocre player. Mau Mau turned sideways and pulled her right hand up from her leg. When the ball flew over, it just happened to hit the racket. She increased the strength of her wrist and pulled the ball up, but at an even faster speed. It drew an arc and fell to the table on the opponent's right. Seeing that he could not directly hit the ball back on the table, the little boy quickly moved his feet one step to the right. Facing the falling ball, not only did he not pull up, but he cut it down. Using the spinning force of the ball, he chopped the ball back along the net. Mau Mau swatted the ball back. The moment the racket touched the ball, her wrist trembled, and the ball was pushed to the little boy's left hand. The little boy supported his left foot and used his waist. His right foot stepped in front of his left leg. His right hand swatted down again, and the ball flew to the corner of the table on Mau Mau's right. Mau Mau quickly took 2 steps back, giving her right hand time to swing and pull the ball up again. The two sides played back and forth. It was a thrilling game. Xiao Bei's eyes widened. He stood up and said in surprise, "Is this a children's competition? The opponent seems to have a good family education. Either that, or he's talented. It's not easy for Mau Mau to win." Xiao Yuan was also surprised. He had played a few times and knew that it looked like the two sides were hitting the ball back and forth. They wanted to make the opponent lose their position and be unable to exert force. In reality, every time he hit the ball, not only did he have to face the opponent's spinning ball, but he also had to hit the ball back according to the direction of his own design. If it were him, the ball would have flown away by the time he hit the ball. The two sides fought back and forth on the field, and the score was very tight. In the first round, Mau Mau won by a narrow margin with a score of 17-15, and then the second round began. Is that Mau Mau's father? Xiao Bei didn't want to be affected too much by the competition, so he looked elsewhere. Suddenly, he saw an adult at the spot where Mau Mau had been standing. He raised his hands and shouted, so he guessed who it was. More or less. Shall we go over? Little Yuan suggested. Let's go. Hurry up. Who knows, Mau Mau might end up winning both rounds. If we turn back, it'll be too chaotic. Xiao Bei called out and ran towards that direction from the aisle that the crowd had deliberately left open. The other 8 people followed behind him. When they squeezed near Mau Mau's father, the score on the field was Mau Mau 17-18 behind the opponent. In a 15-goal game, they actually played such a high score. The intensity of the competition between the two sides was evident. Excuse me, are you Song Mau Mau's father? Xiao Bei asked Song Dakong, who was staring at the stage. Wait a moment, didn't you watch the game? Song Dakong had forgotten the purpose of his visit. He clenched his fists tightly and hated that he couldn't turn into a racket and fly over to help his daughter. He didn't want to hit the opponent's ball to the side of the table, making it impossible for the opponent to catch it. As they spoke, the score on the field came out. Mau Mau had lost 17-19. Aya, that brat doesn't know how to give in to my daughter? Her father wants to marry me? Dream on. Look at how my daughter is being bullied. She's sweating all over, Song Dakong said with a gloomy face. Xiao Bei and the others were speechless. The two sides knew each other, so it looked like they were going to marry each other. Boss Song, respect, do you understand? Playing nicely with Mau Mau is a form of respect for Mau Mau, just like my brother and sister. When the two of them are idle, they will argue, but my brother never gives in, Xiao Bei said to Song Dakong. The two sides on the field were taking a short break, drinking some water and wiping off their sweat. Song Dakong finally had the time to look at the person who was talking. When he heard her mention brother and sister, he suddenly realized that the one who liked to talk the most was Xiao Bei. He thought of his mission and asked, then who won the argument between your brother and your sister? There was no winner or loser in the topic they were arguing about. As they argued, the topic would deviate very far. In the end, they found a common topic and began to discuss. Mau Mau, do your best. Don't be afraid of losing. Do your best. Xiaobei had just said a few words when she saw that the third round was about to begin. It was also the deciding round. She jumped and shouted, and Xiao Yuan and the others cooperated and shouted together. Song Dakong didn't think about the collaboration and waved his hand. On the field, Mao Mao looked at her opponent and smiled. It just so happened that she was the one who served. She suddenly switched the racket from her right hand to her left hand, squinted her eyes, and said in a voice that her opponent could hear, "Not bad. It looks like your family found someone to specially train you. You were indeed very tenacious before, but did you know that my left hand is better than my right?" Now, the game officially begins. The little boy on the opposite side looked at his own two hands and was stunned. The game just now was already hard enough. It was too awkward for the opponent to suddenly switch hands. It couldn't be played like this. He hadn't studied how to deal with the spinning ball played by the left hand. Who in his family collected the information? I protest. The little boy raised his racket and shouted at the referee. The referee made a hand gesture to signal for the game to be paused. He approached the little boy and asked him. After that, he softly communicated with the little boy and retreated, indicating that the game should continue. The little boy looked depressed. It looked like his protest was ineffective. Mao Mao threw the ball and pushed it with her left hand. The ball bounced twice on the table. The little boy caught the ball and it flew away. Mao Mao, aren't you supposed to serve the ball? Why aren't you turning it? The little boy picked up the ball and returned it to Mao Mao. Normally, catching a spinning ball was a 100% success rate, but usually there was only a 50% success rate. This was because when you caught the ball, you had to turn it back. If you made a wrong judgment, the success rate would not be as good as in theory. There was a high possibility that the ball would fly away. Just now, he wanted to turn it back, but the opponent didn't turn it. All is fair in war. Mao Mao didn't show any mercy. After that, she served the ball again. This time, when the racket touched the ball, it suddenly tilted back. At the same time, there was a pulling action. As a result, the ball rolled forward and spun down. The little boy made a horizontal cutting action to block the ball. He made a wrong judgment, and the ball flew away from the top. Then Mao Mao showed his power and made the opponent eat 7 balls in a row. The little boy didn't get the right to serve and fell behind 0-7. The 8th ball was finally caught. Just as the ball was pulled to a far angle on the right side and hit Mao Mao's right hand, Mao Mao directly hit the little boy's left hand with his left hand. The little boy couldn't adjust and lost the ball. Just now, he was at the right corner of his table and pulled to far angle. Now that the ball was spinning, he had to run back and step with his right foot and pull up with his right hand. But he didn't have the time. He had already lost his position. The little boy was not used to Mao Mao's left hand. He understood that the left hand didn't mean that he was good. If he knew how to play, the opponent would face the same situation as him. If his position was uncomfortable, the opponent would also be uncomfortable, unless the opponent used 2 hands, but that was not allowed. Do you need me to give you a handicap? After playing for a while, Mao Mao was leading 12 o'clock and still had the right to serve. The little boy lost miserably. When he heard Mao Mao's words, he hesitated for a moment and showed a disdainful expression. Give me a handicap? Isn't it just a left hand? Next time, do you think I can't afford to lose? Serve. The two played back and forth. The little boy was affected by his mentality and played worse and worse. In the end, he lost 0-15. It was a clean loss. The audience couldn't believe what they saw. The first 2 games were so fierce. How could the third game be so obvious? Mao Mao didn't look too happy when he won the game. Instead, he said to the little boy, "My father wants to talk about cooperation with Xiaobei. Maybe he will leave Izhou in the future. My brother, sister, and I will have to go with him. We can't play with you." The little boy was stunned. Winning or losing the competition seemed so insignificant at this moment. He felt very sad and asked, "Didn't we agree when we started school at the beginning of spring? When it rains during summer vacation, we'll go catch loaches and make them eat tofu. If you leave, I'll take the servants at home to catch loaches." It was Xiaobei who said to cooperate with my father. You know that my family is short of money now. Mao Mao was also in a difficult position. Your father shouldn't have raised dogs. It's better to raise cows and sheep like my father. I will find my father and ask him to give your family money and not cooperate with Xiaobei. The little boy said angrily. Impossible. Xiaobei wants to cooperate with others. Who dares to disagree? Look, they are talking. Mao Mao pointed at his father's position. There were a few children there. I'll go find Xiaobei. The little boy gritted his teeth and said, You can't stop them. That's Xiaobei, not silly boy and the others like us. Do you want to use your power or money to pressure them? You can catch loaches when you have time. I'm not stupid. Why should I stop them? I'll tell them to cooperate. My family's fine too. You can count me in. That way, you don't have to worry about me not being able to catch loaches with you. Who's worried? I'm not going to play with you. Mao Mao turned around and ran towards his father with the racket. The little boy was shocked. He slapped the table and threw away the racket. He chased after his father and muttered, You said that you would catch a lot of loach fish. Leave some for us and give the rest to others in school. You don't keep your word. You won, you won. Mao Mao, you are so good. You can play with your left hand. 15-0. You're first. Xiaobei saw Mao Mao coming over and happily held his hand. Mao Mao was not very happy. He forced a smile and nodded. He is not used to my left hand. If there is a next time, he will definitely not lose so quickly. He learns very quickly. There are no ifs in a competition. The next time will be the next time. Although friendship is first, it is still like war. Success or failure depends on the hero. If there is an ifs, then perhaps you will practice better next time and win more easily. Xiaobei had already developed the habit of not regretting. She would sum up her failures, but she would not regret what she had done wrong in the past. That was useless. According to her brother and sister, living in a regretful memory would tire one to death, unless one wanted to be a saint. This was because even saints had times when they made mistakes. It was already good enough to be a saint. Hence, Xiaobei and the others did not think about what-ifs. If their brother and sister were not Xiaobao and Cuckoo, then their lives would definitely not be as good as they were now. Would they commit suicide? You're Xiaobei. You want to cooperate with Mao Mao's father? The little boy ran over and directly questioned Xiaobei. Back off. Xiao Yuan stopped him. He did not let the guards come over. Although the other party seemed to be 1 or 2 years older than him, he was taller and stronger. If they really fought, he, who had been trained regularly, could beat up the other party. What? Can I ask? The little boy did not care who the other party was at this moment. Okay, it's the same if you ask me. Ask. Xiao Yuan did not give in at all. Okay, do you want to cooperate with Mao Mao's father and let her move? What's the matter? What does it have to do with you? I made an agreement with her to bring her to catch loach fish. If she moves away, who will catch them? You can't find anyone other than Mao Mao. I can't find anyone. I just can't find anyone. Mao Mao's father sighed and said to the little boy, Huang Huang, come to uncle. Cooperation does not mean moving. The little boy ran over and stood behind Mao Mao's father. What if we move? If we move, we'll bring you along to catch loaches with Mao Mao. Let's see if your father is willing, Song Dakong said with a smile. He's willing. I still have an older brother and a younger brother. Xiaobei, my family can also cooperate with you. Count us in. My family raises many cows and sheep. The little boy named Huang Huang said to Xiaobei. Xiao Yuan, who had always thought that the little boy's attitude was bad, was angry. Before Xiaobei could speak, he said, We can't cooperate with just anyone. Mao Mao is good at basketball, so we cooperate with her family. What's good about you? What's bad about me? Huang Huang retorted angrily. I know you want to play with Mao Mao, Xiao Yuan said. Yes, I just want to play with Mao Mao. What's wrong? Huang Huang did not give in at all. Xiao Yuan, Xiaobei reminded him, meaning that he did not want to compete with others. In the end, just as she finished shouting, she was touched by her own brother, Xiao Hai, who told her to be quiet. Xiao Yuan scratched his head and said, Those who are not capable can't play with Mao Mao. In the future, we will play with Mao Mao. What? Huang Huang did not give in. Because we see Mao Mao play hard and feel that her father is an open-minded and capable person. Therefore, we feel that from a young age to a great age, we can pass on the knowledge to her father and not be biased. If a girl meets here, the road will be wide. Xiao Yuan raised his chin and said to the little boy, Huang Huang. Huang Huang glared at Xieyuan and looked up to meet Mao Mao's expectant eyes. He curled his lips and said, "Childhood sweethearts are always together. The gentleman says peony, and I say lotus." Xiaoyuan often follows Xiao Bei by her side. What is fate? Xiaoyuan blinked his eyes and looked at the boy, Huang Huang, in front of him again. He held his voice and said, "You are too mature. I just want to play with Mao Mao. Don't set a trap for me." Huang Huang looked at Mao Mao and said embarrassedly, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. Let your father come over and talk about cooperation." Xiao Bei decided. With Huang Huang's literary skills, she believed that the adults in his family would not be bad. It was a cooperation, so they had to find a suitable person. Chapter 1255. Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, went up to the stage with Mao Mao to receive the prize. In addition to a certificate written by the school and several sets of stationery, Xiao Bei and the other 9 also took out a prize. All the children who participated in the competition received a prize, and the prize was very simple: money. According to Xiao Bei, it was useless to give other things, but money was the most practical. Everyone could buy whatever they liked. If they didn't want to buy anything for the time being, they could save the money in the bank or give it to their parents. Sure enough, Xiao Bei's prize was the most popular. The children clamored to have dinner with Xiao Bei and the others and then go back. There was still a long time before dinner time. On one hand, the children were enthusiastically urging them to stay, and, on the other hand, it was time for dinner. After a discussion, the 9 people decided to work directly in the academy. They found Mao Mao's father and Huang Huang's father to talk about cooperation. Then they could confirm the plan of arranging short-term idlers. Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, was very nervous. He was afraid of being exposed. When he met with the 9 people, he looked around and didn't see the 2 people he might meet. His psychological pressure was reduced a lot. In this way, he was not afraid that one of the other 2 people would have a problem. Thinking of Huang Huang's father coming, Song Dakong knew that the other 2 people might not be needed. The other 2 people's roles were limited, and they were only assisting him in raising the dog. Now that there was another livestock breeder, it would be no problem to match up with his dog. Looking at the 9 little guys sitting opposite him with smiles, Song Dakong had a lot of feelings. He thought silently, "Little guys, you only know how to be happy now. You don't know how much effort Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have put in for you." He thought that he had done enough for the children at home. He even spent money to hire someone to train a girl like Mao Mao, and trained a seemingly useless ping-pong ball. But compared with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he seemed to have done a lot worse. Yes, a lot worse. He put his fatherly love on the surface. When he found someone to train with Mao Mao, he told his daughter that if she didn't learn well, it would be a pity for her as a father. In the future, he should learn from how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo treated their younger siblings. It was nothing more than a little effort. Raising a child should be done well. Raising a dog should be done patiently. Raising a dog should be done patiently, and the child should be given more effort. It was not good to leave the child to the teachers of the academy. "Hello, Boss Song. We are looking for you because we want to discuss a business deal with you." How could Xiao Bei know that the person in front of him was deliberately found by his brother and sister? Xieyuan and the others also did not know that ever since they were emotionally affected by the mere few days of cooperation, their brother and sister had been thinking about how to divert their attention. Therefore, last night, they inadvertently mentioned that there would be a table tennis match today, and then a series of coincidences were waiting for them to meet. Song Dakong took a deep breath and nodded. He then looked at the door behind him. Seeing that there were still no signs of the other 2 people, he confirmed that he would be the main body in this cooperation. Then, he sat on the wide chair opposite Xiao Bei. The cushion under his was like a sofa, very comfortable, and he could even lean back. Putting his hands on the armrest, Song Dakong also showed a professional smile and said, "I have guessed part of the content of the cooperation. Do you need me to send the dog to the areas that have been occupied and ruled by our army? What do you want to drink?" Xiao Bei did not immediately mention the cooperation. "Do you have wine?" Song Dakong was not polite. He knew that he would not be so relaxed if it were a third-grade official sitting in front of him. Of course, the official might not have prepared a comfortable chair or a small folding stool or something. Then, the official would sit in a high position and look down at him, seeking to exert pressure during the negotiation. If it were not for the fear of being seen through, he would not have felt any pressure when facing the Zhang family and the Wang family. It was not that he was disrespectful, but the Zhang family and the Wang family gave him a feeling that they were too considerate. As long as he was a citizen of the Tang Empire, he did not need to worry about being deceived or disrespected when facing them. Xiao Bei was very generous. Okay, this year we have white wine to drink. You sing. It tastes stronger than red wine. Don't drink too much. Let's drink some red wine. Xiao Bei's last question was to the other 8 siblings. She liked to drink red wine the most. Ever since she got drunk before the new year, she found that it was very interesting to feel dizzy and want to drink a few sips whenever she had the chance. Let's drink fruit juice, shancha juice with a little bit of alcohol. Xiaohai did not agree to his sister's request to drink red wine. Usually, his brother and sister gave him a quota of 2 ounces of red wine in 10 days, and they were not allowed to drink more than half ounces at a time. This requirement was much stricter than drinking carbonated drinks, and the inner courtyard did not dare to violate it. As for white wine, unless one was sick and needed some kind of medicine to balance it, they could only drink it. However, one cannot get sick just to drink white wine. Illness was not something that could be borne just because one wanted to. Okay, Xiao Bei compromised. When outside, she had to listen to Brother Xiaohai. Shancha juice was fine, but she could not get drunk. After all, if she wanted to get drunk, she would have to stuff herself to death. Her stomach could not hold it. Someone brought wine and beef jerky to Song.com. They talked and ate at the same time. The atmosphere of the negotiation was very relaxed. Xiao Bei drank a mouthful of shancha juice and said, "We have 2 ways to cooperate. One is to buy all your dogs directly, but I don't think you will sell them. Then, we will provide you with a second way of cooperation. You use your dogs to invest, and we will pay for other expenses, manpower, and material resources. When the time comes, there will be dividends." Song.com did not drink and nodded directly. "I agree with the second way. Then how many shares do you want? Do you need us to give you some data first?" Xiao Bei and the others were not ready. For example, the size of the ranch, where it was located, how suitable the growth of the grass, and other follow-up protective measures, and so on. Therefore, Xiao Bei and the others discussed that they would listen to Mao Mao's father first and see if he had any reasonable suggestions. Then, according to the conditions proposed by the other party, they would negotiate to increase or decrease the number of shares. This way, their side would be more proactive. Song Dakong picked up his wine glass and drank a mouthful of white wine. He took a deep breath and said, "It is indeed stronger than red wine. I don't have any requirements. I will cooperate however you want, even if you say that I will give you my dogs for free." Xiao Bei was stunned. She licked her sweet lips and asked kindly, "Aren't you afraid that we will cheat you? What if you suffer a loss?" "I'm not afraid." Song Dakong shook his head. The Zhang and Wang families are both big families and big businesses. They wouldn't be interested in a small business like mine. The only reason you want to cooperate with me is because you want to make some money for yourselves. You wouldn't be targeting me. I don't know how much land you want, but I need to know that all the businessmen who cooperate with you have a good life. Then we have reached an agreement? Why do I feel a little uncomfortable? What kind of negotiation is this? It looks like we have to quickly fill in the details. Don't worry, we will not take advantage of you. We will cooperate as usual and calculate each other's contributions and income. If we find out in the future that we are at a disadvantage in the contract, then we will consider ourselves to be at a disadvantage. If you are the one at a disadvantage, then we can change the contract. Money is earned from others under the condition that we work together. We are not earning money from our partners. Otherwise, the money earned will not be enough. Xiao Bei looked at the others. Everyone felt that this was not a negotiation at all. It was just like chatting. One side did not have any conditions, and the other side had to consider the other's interests. Xiao Bei and the others did not know that the order Song Dakong received yesterday was not to discuss the details of the negotiation with Xiao Bei and the others. Otherwise, there would be two uncertain consequences. One was that Xiao Bei and the others would win the negotiation and be full of confidence. The other was that once they thought of the negotiation, they would be traumatized and become even more irritated. Zhang Xiaobao was so good at psychology, but he could not judge which point he would lean towards. He would not gamble. He had to let his younger siblings win a project comfortably. Previously, they had arranged for 3 people to cooperate with. If they did not meet by chance, then they would immediately have other backup plans. Anyway, no matter what, Xiao Bei and the others would have to move forward on the path of chance encounters without any accidents. At the same time, they also arranged for the rest of the labor force. If the 9 little fellows in the stands did not get any inspiration from the 3 people's conversation, there would be other people who would inadvertently give them inspiration. For Zhang Xiaobao, arranging a series of things was much more difficult than negotiating with his younger siblings. Encourage education was the right way to go. Sometimes it was necessary to suppress children. However, at the same time, they had to immediately create opportunities for the children to build confidence. This was actually a form of encouragement education in disguise. Xiao Bei and the others were in their older brother's scam. They made their own choices among the countless coincidences. They, who were kept in the dark, began to chat with Mao Mao's father. They waited for Huang Huang's father to come so that they could sign a simple agreement together. After that, they got someone to write down the details, and everyone signed a contract. It did not take long before Huang Huang's father was called over. Along the way, he already knew what had happened. He did not value his son's childhood friend very much. The child was still young and did not know how to behave. When he grew up in the future, he might change. Who could decide the future? However, he very much hoped to be able to cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. When the time came, his cattle and sheep would be able to obtain more benefits. However, he was not sure about the upcoming negotiations. How much benefit should he seek? The people he was going to negotiate with now were 9 children. He had never seen them before, but he heard from others that they were very smart. However, when he thought about it, they would definitely not be able to avoid him during the negotiations. Should he take advantage of this opportunity to gain more benefits? He was afraid that the children would not be able to avoid him. After signing the contract, they would be at a disadvantage. Their older brother would personally deal with him. Even if the contract was not amended, he probably would not be able to make money from this deal. Who knew how many tricks Xiao Bao had up his sleeve? No matter how detailed the contract was, it would not be able to seal all the loopholes, right? As he struggled in his heart, Huang Huang's father rushed all the way to the place. As soon as he was invited into the house, Mao Mao's father, Song Dakong, quickly stood up and said enthusiastically, "Li Xiaojing, you came just in time. As soon as you nodded, I said that I would not mention any conditions. I believe that the Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family will not do anything wrong. Now that you are here, quickly sign the contract with me and settle the initial intentions. After that, just wait to get rich. Xiao Bei and the others want to do a big business. Yes, drink some wine first. This wine is good. The more you drink, the clearer your mind will be." The person called Li Xiaojiang by Song Dakong was Huang Huang's father. Before he came, he was still thinking about what to do. When he heard what his old friend said, he completely understood. The other party did not want him to negotiate with Xiao Bei and the others. He wanted him to agree directly like the other party. However, after so many years of understanding, the other party was definitely not talking nonsense. There was definitely something wrong, but it was not good to say it now. Especially when he said that the more he drank, the clearer his mind would be. He was telling him not to make a mistake. Could it be that Xiao Bei and the others wanted to directly take over his family's business? The kind that uses force? Impossible. Xiao Bei and the others were not short of money. More importantly, he did not do anything wrong. The money that should be donated had been donated, and the roads that should be repaired had been repaired. He did not bully others and did not force others to buy or sell. If they blatantly snatched, their brothers and sisters would not agree. Thinking in his heart, Li Xiaojing was pushed to another chair by Song Dakong. Song Dakong handed him a glass of wine. There was no hint on his face. When he handed the wine to Li Xiaojing, the force was transmitted to Li Xiaojing's hand. Try it. You made everyone wait for you. Originally, you should be punished. Seeing that you came immediately after hearing the news, I will respect you. We will cooperate more in the future. Song Dakong smiled and joked. Li Xiaojing nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. He did not want to refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Li Xiaojing let out a long breath. He turned to Xiao Bei and the others and said with a smile, "Just as Dakong said, I came here to sign the contract and put my fingerprint. I will need you to worry about the rest. We can talk about the conditions." Xiao Bei kindly advised, "My conditions are unconditional. Even if I can't trust others, can I trust you? Not to mention cooperation. Even if you want my livestock, I will send it to you immediately. I will even give you fodder." Li Xiaojing was no longer worried about the content of the negotiation. He was relaxed. "All of you are so easy to talk to. Well, we will draw up the contract. When the time comes, I will let you see which part is not good. We can change it. It is not a big deal. Let's go to India and the original place of the cannibals to raise livestock. The grass there is good. If we find that the yield of beans, wheat, and rice is much higher than in our country, we can also plant them. When the time comes, we can extract oil and wine. The price of transporting them back is about the same as the local price. The profit will be big because there is no tax." Xiao Bei saw that the other party did not mention the conditions and was a little embarrassed. She introduced more. After her introduction, Li Xiaojing was interested. He asked, "Xiao Bei, if we transport them back, it will be a lot of transportation, right?" "Not much. First go to the river, and then go to the sea. A ship does not need too many people. Going back and forth will only take a little time. Bean oil and wine can be stored for a long time and will not spoil. In fact, as long as the rice and wheat are not shelled immediately, it is not a problem to store them for 2 or 3 years. There is no need to use a special storage method. If we need something from the Tang Empire, as long as it is not very urgent, there is no need to transport it by land. It is just a small amount of daily necessities. A ship can carry a lot. We have steam engine power. And even if we don't want to transport, the ships have to go there in groups. We have heard from brother and sister that whether it is India or India, we will try our best to use water transportation." Xiao Bei was very happy to solve the problem of the contract, so she revealed more information that ordinary people could not understand. "Then, what are you still asking? Just sign the contract." Song Dakong saw that Li Xiaojing still wanted to ask and said with a slightly impatient expression, "I don't want to ask about the contract. I want to know more about what I don't know. In the past, can you know the situation that Xiao Bei and the others talked about? Knowledge. You need to listen more, see more, and think more, right, Xiao Bei? The wine in your house is so delicious." Li Xiaojing glared at Song Dakong and then asked Xiao Bei with a smile. He did want to know more about the key information. Before, he did not know that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted people to go there to open a ranch, and he did not know that it was tax-free. As for why they wanted to strengthen water transportation instead of land transportation, he had to ask again. Xiao Bei did not answer Li Xiaojing immediately. She waved her hand and called the servant of the inner yard to her side. After whispering a few words, she nodded to the inner yard, turned around, and gave Li Xiaojing a bright smile, saying, "Okay, ask. Just now I asked Dongsheng. I know what can be said and what can't be said." At this moment, both Song Dakong and Li Xiaojing liked Xiao Bei from the bottom of their hearts. Although she smiled, she was very steady in doing things. She did not even care about the two of them. Frankly speaking, she had to ask the inner yard first if she had something, which meant that she exposed the fact that she was also under control. Ordinary children were not like this. When they took the servants out, they would not be happy even if the servants reminded them, let alone take the initiative to ask them what they could and could not say. "It's a pity that she is not born well," Li Xiaojing muttered quietly. Hearing this, Song Dakong shook his head and thought, "Your teaching is not as good as hers. Do you know why I am here to talk about cooperation? I will tell you when we go back so that you can broaden your knowledge. Don't you want to ask? Ask now." Song Dakong also wanted to know, but he did not know what to ask. Li Xiaojing pondered for a moment. He had to think carefully. He could not directly ask about military operations, nor could he ask about the logistical shortcomings of the Tang Empire. That would make others think otherwise. After thinking for a while, Li Xiaojing asked, "Why don't we use land transportation? Isn't it easy to get to Duoshur from the Turks?" Then the Duoshur people built roads for their own material circulation and for the convenience of the army during their rule. "How do we use land transportation?" Xiao Bei asked. "Livestock." Li Xiaojing answered quickly. Xiao Bei waved his hand. "Livestock are better used for farming than for transportation. We don't even have enough logistics in our country. How do we send them out? Ships are much more convenient. We can't use ships to farm, right? Ships can't reach anyone in the country, right? If we use livestock to transport goods over land, there is no problem in the use of logistics resources. No one can find fault with it. However, according to the distribution of all the resources in the country, it will inevitably lead to problems in the allocation of transportation and labor resources, right?" Li Xiaojing looked at Xiao Bei in surprise, and then turned to look at the equally surprised Song.com. The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Is this a child? The words that came out of his mouth were too frightening. Xiao Bei did not care about what they thought and continued. There are two more problems. In fact, it can be said to be one problem. The advantage of using ships for transportation is that we could train captains and crew members, as well as the development of the shipbuilding industry. After they became stronger, they would be able to build better ships and sail them further. They would also be able to reduce mistakes during operations. Skilled workers were treasures in any industry. Next is another main problem. We have livestock to occupy land transportation at any time, but it's not easy to travel on land. There are mountains, rivers, swamps, and so on. When we invade other places in the future, oh no, it's when we have trade and military exchanges with other places in the future, we still need the support of the Navy. No, it's the ocean transportation industry. Brother and sister said that there are many places that are not accessible by land and are full of seawater. Shouldn't we consider the future? For example, the seeds that my family sent people to a very, very far place to bring back are only a small part of them. They're also crossing the sea. It's very cold. If our fleet is powerful enough, we can directly cross the sea and reach there to bring back more things. We can even send people there to take turns to develop them. They will come back after a year or two. Not only can they broaden their horizons, but they can also train people. Song Dakong and Li Xiaojing were dumbfounded. They nodded repeatedly, like students listening to a teacher. At a certain moment, they chose to ignore Xiao Bei's age. They had broadened their horizons, truly broadened their horizons. It turned out that water transportation involved many things. Truly, when one stood at a different height, one could consider a problem from a different angle. Could it be that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had been instilling these things into their little brothers and sisters? Were they not afraid of exhausting their children? Many officials of the imperial court would never have thought of such a scheme, right? Then why don't they have people stay in other places for a few more years? Just like you said just now, using ships can promote the development of the shipbuilding industry. If they stay in other places for a few more years, won't they have a better understanding of the place? Song Dakong asked. They're afraid of independence. It takes several months to get there by ship. A group of people going there is actually called colonization. They've been there for a long time, have a good relationship with the natives, and have also obtained some of the great Tang's technology. It's inevitable that they'll feel that it's not worth it to listen to the other side when they're so far away. In a moment of impulse, they'll go independent. Xiao Bei explained the reason. If they dare to go independent, we'll beat them, Li Xiaojing harshly said. Idle? Giving others a chance to make a mistake is itself making a mistake. The improvement of the system is actually to reduce the possibility of people committing crimes when faced with temptation, right? You can't always think of making others self-aware. Just like the matter of loans, I've already sent someone to investigate. Boss Song can actually get a loan from a bank, and his share is not small. Even without any collateral, he can still get a loan of 4,000 strings of coins. Based on what? Based on the fact that he started to invest in the Chaoyang operation many years ago, based on the fact that he repaired the bridge and paved the road. Based on what Big Brother said, a person with a sense of social responsibility has a certain degree of credibility. Thus, I've always wanted the local merchants to support the school and give them benefits. Now, it may seem like an exchange of benefits, but as time goes by, it'll gradually become a habit. I feel very sad for merchants who aren't willing to spend this money, but I can't arrest them and punish them. They didn't do anything wrong, so I can only use other benefits to entice them to invest. After saying these words, Xiao Bei recalled that some merchants in other places said that they wouldn't spend money on the school no matter what. She sighed like an adult with a helpless expression on her face. However, no matter how one looked at her when she sighed, she looked very cute. Song Dakong and Li Xiaojing looked at Xiao Bei's cute appearance, but they couldn't feel happy at all. Li Xiaojing drank another cup of wine and said angrily, "Some merchants are just not sensible. They only consider the rules set by the imperial court. As long as they don't break the rules, it's fine. As for paying more, that's not okay. In my opinion, they are fools. Dakong is investing money in the school because he really likes children. I also invest, but I don't like children. I only like my family's children. I invest money to show off and let others see that my business is big and good. I have money. You said that you earned a lot of money and returned to your hometown in glory. Don't you want to give others some benefits? The rich people in the village know how to build a good house. If I earn money and invest money in the school, won't others praise me more than if I only build a house for myself? I won't talk about the loan. I'll just say that I'm giving money to the school. If something happens to my family one day, who doesn't want to work hard after receiving benefits from me?" When it was Xiao Bei nodding, Xiao Yuan and the rest were equally surprised. Xiao Bei's thinking was too simple. Today, I spend money to let your child go to school. Tomorrow, if my child falls, you have to carry it back. You owe me. It was a very typical idea of using kindness to get repaid. But if you say that he was wrong, he really wasn't wrong, because he was the one who showed kindness first. If you receive benefits from him, shouldn't you repay him? It was a simple exchange of interests in social behavior. It was simple, realistic, and always had an effect. That was why people hated ungrateful and repaying kindness with ingratitude. All right, I support you to continue thinking this way. You are clear about the problem of colonization. Do you have any other questions? If you miss this village, you won't have this opportunity again. We can't tell you every time. Xiao Bei asked Song Dakong and Li Xiaojing again. He was in a good mood today, so he said more. As long as he didn't say anything that really needed to be kept secret, it was fine. I don't. Song Dakong didn't think much. He was a little more foolish than Li Xiaojing, but he came at a good time. If it were another era, his dog would have been gone. I do. Li Xiaojing sat up straight. What I'm asking is, if you only consider the situation of colonization and rebellion, how can you do it? How can you prevent people from rebelling in faraway places and also obtain more benefits there? Oh, it involves the research and application of technology. Now you see the steam engine ships. In the future, there will not only be ships, but also, what else can I tell you? In any case, if you want to go there from the Tang Empire in the future, it won't take a few months, just a few days. The duration of colonization depends on the time of travel between the two places, the difference between the military technology of the colonized place and that of the Tang Empire, and whether there is a comprehensive foundation for social development at that time, including a monetary system. Xiao Bei explained again. She actually wanted to say more, but she remembered this point. Usually, when she listened to her brother and sister talk like they were just chatting, in fact, there were many meanings behind it. Just as Li Xiaojing was about to hear what was better than ships, they suddenly changed the topic. He felt very uncomfortable, but he accepted it. Obviously, what they wanted to say was not suitable for him to hear. Looking at the wine in his glass, Li Xiaojing shook his head. I have no more questions. Since we are cooperating to open a ranch in other places, do you need me to send a few people? Their families all have businesses. Xiao Bei did not answer immediately. Instead, she discussed with the others in a low voice. After a quarter of an hour, when Li Xiaojing was a little drunk, Xiao Bei sat back down and said, "No, we can't take up too many resources. Our identities don't allow it. What we can do is to go there first and set an example for others, but we can't monopolize it." "Then do you have other things you need us to do?" Li Xiaojing wanted to improve their relationship further. You? You raise livestock in your family, right? Xiaobei asked. Seeing the other nodding, she said happily, yes, raising livestock is really good. Tomorrow. No, tonight, you call the breeding technicians in your family over to my restaurant. I have something for them to do. What about me? Song Dakong asked. You raise your dog well. It is estimated that in 3 months or 5 months, your family can let the dog breed again. Don't be afraid of spending money. I will give it to you. The more dogs, the better. After all, people are too busy. Xiao Bei gave Song Dakong another order. Chapter 1256. After listening to Song Dakong and Li Xiaojing talking about the local people, he ordered people to speed up the details of the contract. Xiao Bei and the other 8 decided to have dinner at the academy. At the request of several representative children, they planned to eat canned food at night. Xiao Bei asked people to go back and bring all kinds of canned food, but he didn't know what was delicious in the canned food. When the evening came, the children in the academy were as happy as a festival. They surrounded Xiao Bei and the other 8 who knew they couldn't have a steady meal, singing and dancing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were supposed to wait for their younger brothers and sisters to have dinner together at home, didn't eat in the restaurant when they saw that the children had dinner in the school. Instead, they disguised themselves and went to the Ezhou Pier together. The lanterns and torches at the pier had lit up a large area in advance. The ships didn't stop because of the sunset. The ships that needed to rest had special places to park. The real loading and unloading area was very busy with people coming and going. In the process of any organized mass transportation of goods, there will always be people who find opportunities to make more money. The income gap between social groups will gradually widen. Generally speaking, people with flexible minds will always make more money than those who only know how to work hard. The development of human beings is ahead of the development of animals, because the brains of animals are replaced by strength in many cases. Thus, the source of polarization is formed. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan beside him when he saw people carrying things up and down. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head as if he felt that he was a little out of touch with the masses. Now, the first thing he thought of when he saw something was not the closest atmosphere between the scenery and society, but the root cause from the perspective of a ruler, as well as the various social effects and solutions in the process. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression and knew what he was thinking, so she said, "If you always think like this, you will die of exhaustion. Don't you think the busy workers are full of happiness and hope for the future? Well, let's not care about the social problems. I'm here today to see how normal people live. I'm a normal person. Yes, I'm a normal person. I'm really a normal person," Zhang Xiaobao muttered. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and helped a worker to steady the goods that were about to slide off his shoulder. He smiled and said, "You're welcome," as the worker thanked him in surprise and fear. Wang Wan covered her mouth and chuckled. "Look, you're mumbling. You can continue to say that you're a normal person, but if you say it to others one by one, you're definitely not a normal person. Look at which mentally ill person would say that they're mentally ill. Hee hee, I really need to adjust myself. Otherwise, if I think about too many abstract things all day, I will become a professional philosopher in the future. Let's go. There's a store selling liangpi over there. Let's try it." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his head and chuckled. He pulled Wang Wan to a stall selling liangpi. There was a small 2-wheeled cart. When the cart stopped, the handrail at the back was propped up with a piece of wood with a groove to keep the car balanced. Next to the car were 2 open folding tables and a dozen or so stools. This was a temporary dining area. It was only about 60 meters away from the dock. Sometimes, when the wind was strong, the dust would be blown over by the wind when the goods were being loaded and unloaded. But whether it was the people selling liangpi or the people eating it, they didn't seem to care about the dust. They held bamboo bowls and slurped with their chopsticks. 1 serving, add more garlic juice. Zhang Xiaobao handed over 2 copper coins and chose 1 serving. Wang Wan looked around and found a wooden stool that someone had moved over to use as a stool. There was no one there at the moment, so she ran over to occupy the space. Soon, a serving of liangpi was stuffed into Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Sure enough, there were 2 spoons of garlic juice in it. Do you like to eat garlic? Wang Wan asked. It's not that I like to eat garlic. I'm just worried that if I don't ask for more garlic juice, she will give me less liangpi. Look, some of her liangpi are already in the bowl, and some are left unshaven. Just now, when I asked for more garlic juice, she scraped it. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan. Wang Wan didn't understand and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion. Zhang Xiaobao could only continue. Usually people who set up stalls have a habit, and that is they are afraid that it will be crowded, so they prepare some in advance. You know this, right? But when it comes to preparation, liangpi isn't prepared piece by piece like the noodles. The difference isn't big. Liangpi is scraped from a large lump of starch jelly. Whether it's strips or slices depends on the tool she uses. If it's prepared beforehand, very few sellers are willing to put more into the bowl. Only those who seem to be very familiar with the jelly will give more. On the other hand, those who are familiar with the jelly are usually fond of it and have a big mouth. If you give less, they will complain. She's not afraid that you will make trouble, but she will find it annoying. Those who are willing to choose the jelly in advance are usually in a hurry to eat and don't care if it's more or less. I asked for garlic juice to prove that I'm a person who eats a lot, so she was afraid that I would argue with her, so she specially scraped it for me. I compared it, and it's really a little more. Wang Wan nodded repeatedly as she listened. She picked up her chopsticks and ate 2 mouthfuls. She smiled and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You deliberately put in so much effort just to eat a little more." A gust of wind blew the dust over. Zhang Xiaobao quickly picked up the bowl and put it under his clothes. He turned sideways to avoid the wind and said, "I didn't put in any effort. I really thought of doing this naturally. Look over there." Wang Wan looked over and saw a well-dressed lady arguing with the seller of liangpi. "Give me more sesame paste, I'll buy yours." "Did you forget that I love sesame paste the most?" "Too much, too much. If you give more, you could just eat sesame paste." "Sesame paste is getting more and more expensive now. Even if I give you more, it won't cover the cost. I'll sell at a loss," the seller said to the lady in the same loud voice. Wang Wan looked at the wind and asked Zhang Xiaobao to take out the bowl. She asked doubtfully, "Sesame paste is expensive? Does that mean that sesame oil is also starting to become expensive?" "And sesame. It's expensive. It's just a little more expensive. There's no need to consider the cost. It's just a saying. This is the real life of a normal person. It seems that I'm a normal person." Zhang Xiaobao also ate 2 mouthfuls and said, "You mean to say that I'm not a normal person? Since it's expensive, why don't you care about it?" Wang Wan grabbed the bowl and started to eat. "I don't care about the price of sesame. For a period of time, the price of sesame won't go down at all. I can't force it down. That's against the rules of the market. It's a non-essential consumable. As long as the price of salt, oil, and grain doesn't fluctuate beyond the normal range, I won't ask about it. It's because we need to transport things from other places during the war, which increases the number of people moving around in the local area for a period of time. The local grain is enough to support the consumption of the people. Originally, the Chengdu area was a large production area. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare to be called Chengdu. It's a pity that it hasn't been Chengdu. It always stays in this name with a slightly inferior status. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he grabbed the bowl again and drank some soup. It was sour and sweet, very satisfying. But to the extent that it's not a situation of inferior status has never appeared. It can't become a capital, but its influence has always been widespread. It's because the environment and water transportation are developed. Izhou's liangpi is different from other places. How can there be so much soup? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao drinking another mouthful of soup and asked casually. Zhang Xiaobao burped and smiled. "It's not that there's a lot of liangpi soup in Izhou. It's a soup that's specially mixed with a little sugar and a little vinegar. The cost is increased, but the sales are also increased." Wang Wan thought about it, but she really couldn't figure out why this was done. Zhang Xiaobao didn't explain. Instead, he shouted at a person who was also holding a bowl and wanted to squat down to eat. He asked, "Brother, is her soup good?" It's good, it's good. When you're tired from work, you should have a bowl. It can quench your thirst and fill your stomach. Otherwise, when you're hungry, you won't have the energy to work if you eat too much. If you don't eat, it'll be even more boring. After a bowl of liangpi, you can continue to work. This is called efficiency, little brother. The person turned around and said. He also taught Zhang Xiaobao what efficiency was. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly, as if he had been taught something. He gave the person a thumbs up. With a smile on his face, the person found a relatively sheltered place and squatted down to eat. After 2 mouthfuls, he got up and ran to the stall to ask for more soup. Wang Wan put down her chopsticks and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You're really interesting. You even cooperated with others. Comrade Xiaobao, tell me, did you learn what efficiency is just now?" "No." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Who dares to say that he knows how to maximize efficiency? All efficiency improvement plans are just plans. No one dares to say that their plan is the best because there are still uncertainties. Do you want to calculate all the probabilities clearly? It's just like how no one knows how much rain a certain cloud in the sky can turn into. I've been walking on the path of increasing efficiency, but there's no end in sight. Wang Wan lightly clapped her hands twice as if she was applauding Zhang Xiaobao. Looking at the soup in the bowl, she also ran over to ask for more. When the person was unhappy and added a large spoonful of soup, Wang Wan embarrassedly took out a copper coin and gave it to the person. In the end, the person added another spoonful of soup and garlic juice. Wang Wan also drank a mouthful of soup and smacked her lips twice as she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I ate his stomach full of dust. The situation of our hygiene is really worrying." "What hygiene? Didn't you taste it? This soup was boiled first and then cooled. There's the taste of seasoning in it, not star anise powder directly. Firewood is not valuable, and the seller is also afraid that the people working at the docks will have a stomachache. What's there to be afraid of? Let the white blood cells in your body take care of it. Don't you usually breathe dust? Especially the roads in Tang. They are all made of earth and stone, and very few of them are cement. The Ministry of Works produces a lot of paraffin, and the most important thing is to get them to produce asphalt as soon as possible. I realize that I've become abnormal again. Today, I'm not thinking about other things. I'm just looking, listening, and chatting with people. Actually, you should ask her for more liangpi. It's just a copper coin. You don't have to buy soup." She probably feels guilty now and keeps looking at you. Zhang Xiaobao did not look at the person selling liangpi at all. Wang Wan looked back. Sure enough, the person was looking at her from the corner of his eyes. She could not help but sigh. "Xiaobao, why are you so familiar with the common folks' things? Then why didn't she take the initiative to add some liangpi for me?" Because at that moment, the greed in her heart won over the idea of a fair trade. But she will probably ask you later if you still want more soup, but she will definitely not give you liangpi. So, we can't stand on a moral high ground and attack her. She's also kind in her heart. Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the person who was eating the liangpi. That person was eating very slowly, unlike before when he drank the soup quickly and asked someone to refill it. Wang Wan sat back down and followed Zhang Xiaobao's gaze. She asked, "Why are you looking at him? I'm getting the same satisfaction from him. He ate very slowly because he wanted to savor the liangpi. I can ask him to do something," Zhang Xiaobao said. Wang Wan looked. Sure enough, that person was eating very happily. She looked back at Zhang Xiaobao. "What do you want him to do?" "Sell liangpi," Zhang Xiaobao answered. Chapter 12:57. You want to sell cold jelly? Wang Wan didn't believe it. "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao nodded affirmatively. "Do you have nothing to do?" "If it wasn't for Zhang La, we would be at the front line somewhere. We are staying in Ezhou because we are worried that the garrison in Annan can't withstand the attack of Zhang La's army. When the war starts, we will immediately take all the armed personnel in our family to that place for emergency help. Why don't you take advantage of your free time to think about national affairs and come here to sell cold jelly? Your ability shouldn't be used on a small business in a city." Wang Wan thought that Zhang Xiaobao personally selling cold jelly was a waste of talent. Zhang Xiaobao took the chopsticks and sucked the liangpi in his mouth. He looked at the sky as if he was savoring the taste. "I just found out that there is no mustard. It's good that there is no mustard, so the people working at the docks don't have fast blood flow, and eating mustard will increase the incidence of cardiovascular diseases." "I'm asking you a question. Why did you say mustard?" Wang looked at the person who was squatting and eating, afraid that he would leave after eating. Well, you ask and I answer. Don't you think that not going to the front line is more of a deterrent to the cannibals? Staying in Ijo can take care of the whole front line. Our guards can't be directly used to attack one side to complete the tactical arrangement, right? Our soldiers should be used at the critical moment. When the team is pulled out, there is only one battle strategy, which is to attack. And it must be unstoppable and invincible. It's not a lightning battle, but a thunderous battle, crushing all the way. If you really play a defensive counterattack, when the newspaper reports and the people see, oh, God of War Cuckoo can't beat them, right? So we should just stay here and wait for the time to move. What does that have to do with you selling cold jelly? Wang admitted that Zhang Xiaobao was right. But what does being stationed in Ijo have to do with cold jelly? I want to be a normal person. I really have nothing to do recently, except to plot against my younger brother and sister and set up a trap for them. I can't continue to make national policies, and I don't have any good policies at the moment. Is cold jelly bad? Do I have to sell my face? It's too expensive, right? Zhang Xiaobao seemed to be giving an explanation, but his purpose was different from Wang's question. Burning newspapers at the grave? Who are you trying to fool? You set a trap for Xiao Bei and the others. I know. This is your old profession. You used to do this when you cheated people in the past. You gave people chance after chance, and in the end, they fell into your trap. The only difference was that when you were scheming against Darren, you had to go in a bigger circle and involve more karma. I don't object to you using trickery on your younger siblings. Using it for good is good. Using it for evil is evil. Then why don't you trick more people? Deceive them in a good way. Wang admired Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make connections, but she didn't want to see him use his ability to sell cold jelly. And from the way Xiao Bao instantly thought of lying to his younger siblings, she could tell that Xiao Bao was really used to it. That kind of smooth arrangement was the best interpretation of his former identity. Fortunately, she was watching over him and reached an agreement to not let him do anything to his own people. Otherwise, it might not have been a big deal. Xiao Bao used to cheat people because the country's system was too stable. Unlike now, as long as he showed his ability, he could easily gain the recognition of the upper echelons. Li Longji would make an exception and promote him. This was an era that was used to making exceptions. At that time, Xiao Bao probably wouldn't be able to walk the right path. Many people would want to take advantage of him and suppress him. The upper echelons of the country wouldn't care about his ability. Or rather, they would only care when he had great achievements. For example, when he finally returned to the country, the upper echelons finally cared. But it was too late. He came back to bury his bones in his hometown. But it wasn't the absolute upper echelons, but the upper echelons wanted to take his money and convict him. Then, they would secretly release him to do things for some people. The meaning was that if they didn't kill you, you would be indebted to them. So at that time, Xiao Bao had to take an unconventional approach to achieve his goal. Now, the great Tang was much more flexible in selecting talents. There were disadvantages, but there were also advantages. With Xiao Bao's love for his people, he wouldn't continue to be so ruthless. Who knows? Anyway, she was in charge of him now. His abilities were all used to treat his own people well and treat outsiders badly. Moreover, when he did things, it was very reassuring. Even if it was a small matter, it had a deep meaning. For example, selling cold jelly? Thinking of this, Wang came back to her senses and placed her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's hand. She smiled sweetly and said gently, Hubby, is there something you haven't told me? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but tremble. He became nervous. No, I was just thinking about what you said just now. You said that my ability shouldn't be used on a city. In the past, we discussed that the country has many experts. The real experts are quite capable. If they put down their bodies, they can easily make a county rich. At that time, I mentioned it before. But after their status rose, they forgot about the things below and only thought about fighting for power. They all thought that they were in charge of the country's affairs and not a county or city. That was a waste of talent. They became selfish. In fact, how many counties are there in the country? They have so many people. Let's just say that they need 3 to 5 years to solve 1% of the poverty in the county. Then they can lead the surrounding counties and provide a model for other similar counties. In 2 generations, the entire country will be revitalized. However, they were unwilling. The composition and promotion structure of the local officials also determined the degree of local construction. Local officials were not allowed to hold the position of the head of the local department. The young foreign officials were gilded, while the old ones were retired. Now, you can treat me as one of those experts. What I need to do is to calm down. As long as I have time, I will plan for a small group of people in a city. If I don't do it, I will be idle. If I do something, I will gain something. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he removed his hand from Wang Wan's hand and used the fastest speed to gulp down the bowl of cold jelly. He also drank the soup until there wasn't a drop left. He put the bowl down, gasped for breath, and showed a sincere expression to Wang Wan. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She put her hand on his hand again. "Hubby, look, the moon is so round today." Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky. It was the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, and the moon had just appeared not long ago. He nodded. "Yes, I can clearly see Chang feeding the rabbits. The moon is like a silver plate, and the moonlight is like water. The reflection in the river is broken and condensed with the river. The quiet environment is like a cauldron, and the lights are shining brightly. It is quiet and noisy. Ha! If a Tang moonlight is written like you, Lao Zhu will be scolded to death." Wang Wan was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. "Do you think that if you don't write like me, no one will scold you?" What I said does not seem to be logical at first glance, but from another perspective, it shows the unity and opposition of contradictions. For example, the boundless blue sky was filled with large patches of dark clouds. You shouldn't question why there were dark clouds in the blue sky and why there were large patches of them. You should think that the sky was indeed blue and there was no end to it. Then a group of dark clouds came over, large patches of them. In other words, if you first draw a blue sky without a single cloud, and then you draw dark clouds. In this way, you're not wrong, right? As for how to adjust the color, that is a matter of skill. However, you cannot say that the sky is not blue because there are dark clouds, but that when you look at it, the color of the blue sky is covered by the dark clouds. Zhang Xiaobao did not blush at all as he justified his statement. Then let's talk about the cold powder, shall we? Wang Wan did not continue to discuss the moon with Zhang Xiaobao. "This big brother, are you done eating? Do you want another bowl? I will treat you." Zhang Xiaobao stood up and walked behind the person who was eating the cold powder slowly. He slapped the person's back, causing the person to cough. There's still 2 more mouthfuls. The person who was slapped was unhappy. Zhang Xiaobao retracted his hand and scratched his head. "Sorry, I saw wrongly. Big brother, please continue eating. I want to treat you to another bowl." This person really did not care about being slapped. He reluctantly ate the remaining 2 mouthfuls of cold powder and raised his head to drink the soup. "I say, little brother, next time be more careful. If it is someone with a bad temper who wants to beat you up with your small physique, you will be beaten up with 2 slaps. Yes, it is hard to find a good person like Big Brother. Do you still want to eat? I will treat you." Zhang Xiaobao did not correct the person's words. If he used weapons, he would instantly beat up such a person. Instead, he asked if the person still wanted to eat. The person shook his head. "No, if I continue eating, it will delay my work. If I eat too much, I will not be able to use my strength." "Little brother, did you bring your wife out to play?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "It is getting hotter and hotter. My wife at home said that she wanted to come out, so I did not dare to not come out. I was afraid." Wang Wan looked at him indifferently. She did not explain or hide anything. She wanted to know what Xiaobao was playing at. The person wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "No, it is not good to be afraid of your wife. Men do big things. If you are afraid of your wife, it is because she is soft." Yes. Big Brother is right. Just like when Big Brother went to ask for the soup, the cold jelly seller was obedient and said that she would give it to you immediately. At home, she must also listen to Big Brother. Zhang Xiaobao said. No. The person nervously denied. "I do not live with Gui. She's not my wife. We're not close. Not close, but I just saw her scrape a few more times for you. When you asked her to add the soup, she first used a spoon to scrape the side to get rid of the little bit of foam. She scooped it gently, afraid that she would hand over the sediment at the bottom. When my wife went to ask for the soup, she did not do that. Zhang Xiaobao was just short of directly saying, "You were flirting with me with your eyes, flirting and laughing with me just now." When? The person was anxious. You did not? Big brother, there were 2 empty seats at the table in front. Why didn't you take them? Why did you have to squat here to eat? And, big brother, the bowl you used is different from ours. Our bowl is sawed from thick bamboo. The one in your hand is made from pottery, right? It has been placed next to the cart selling cold jelly. There's a cover on it, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. He even winked at the person, meaning that he understood. The person was even more flustered. He glanced at the place where the cold jelly was sold and stuttered. I thought the bamboo was dirty. I saw that there was something to play with, so I used it. I really have nothing to do with Gue. I know. Big brother, don't worry. You and Gue have a pure relationship. I understand. Big brother, listen to me. I am speaking nonsense. Why didn't you take the table? Because you want to leave the table for someone else. Why did you squat here? Because, from this angle, you can see the side of Gue who is selling cold jelly. Is so beautiful. Zhang Xiaobao continued. If you say that again, I will beat you. The person directly reached out to grab Zhang Xiaobao's collar. Chapter 1258. In the blink of an eye, Wang Wan made a hand gesture to the surrounding people. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and grabbed the other person's wrist. Big brother, let's talk things out. What are you afraid of? Everyone loves beauty. The person tried to struggle, but found that he was not as strong as Zhang Xiaobao. At first, he was shocked, but after looking at Zhang Xiaobao carefully, he did not swing his other hand that was holding the bowl. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little brother, a real person doesn't show off. Even so, you can't slander Gue. Big brother is so strong, as expected of the leader of several people at the docks. You're good at work," Zhang Xiaobao said as he let go of the other person's hand. Wang Wan looked on calmly, not worried at all. The other person was just one person. Xiaobao could deal with him easily. If the other person was an enemy, he would have been knocked down in an instant. She and Xiaobao had a systematic training method. Moreover, they started training from a young age. The nutrition and equipment were all kept up. Not to mention Xiaobao. She could deal with that person easily. Unfortunately, the training method from a young age was not universal. For example, Xiao Bei and the others did not receive proper training until they were 4 years old. Otherwise, it would cause bone damage. Children were unable to accurately express their body's condition and did not have equipment to follow up with. They were unlike her and Xiao Bao, who knew when to stop training. If other children were trained like this at 1 year old, they would definitely fail. They did not know how much their body could bear. Zhang Xiaobao did not dwell on the details of the other person attacking first. Instead, he continued to ask in a friendly voice, "Big brother, I'm just curious. At the same time, I have some thoughts. Do you have that kind of relationship with Gue? Is she your brother's wife? Or is she a widow? How did you know?" The person was shocked. He lowered his head and sighed. "Sigh, you're right. She's the wife of one of my brothers. She's also a widow. It's been 5 years. That brother of mine has been dead for 5 years. When he was carrying a log, he accidentally fell off the pedal and was crushed to death by the log he was carrying. He left behind a 7-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old boy." Zhang Xiaobao revealed a sad expression and explained softly, "Big brother, I've said something that makes you sad, but I have to say that I don't want to make you suffer. I have a way to make other people's lives better. Normally, when buying starch jelly, there shouldn't be extra soup. Furthermore, it should be a mixture of sweet, sour, and salt. This was used to quench one's thirst and to relieve one's summer heat. Especially starch jelly with broad bean powder. Drinking a bowl of it during normal work would make one feel very comfortable and could restore one's physical strength to a certain extent. She gave you more cold jelly because she was familiar with you. She gave you a special bowl because she was close to you. You didn't take up a spot because you wanted to leave it for someone else. You squatted here because you could look at her when she wasn't looking. You gave her money because you didn't want to make her life difficult. She came to sell starch jelly with soup specially prepared for people like you who worked at the docks. Looking at her figure, she had children. She sold things at a place where a group of men worked and didn't receive any teasing or harassment. This in itself was abnormal. So, either she was the wife of one of your brothers who worked at the docks, or she was a widow, and a widow who was protected by you guys. Moreover, she only prepared another bowl, and that bowl was for you to use. If you say that there's no relationship between you two, who would believe it? Either she needs you to take care of her husband, or there's only a layer of paper between you two, but no one is willing to break it. Now I know, you think that if you say it out loud, you'll let down your dead brother, but you're afraid that she can't take care of 2 children by herself. She doesn't want you to look down on her and think that she's a shameless woman. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he sighed. There were too many helplessness in the world. Just like the song, the joys and sorrows of the world were as easy as turning over one's hand. Looking at the green mountains and blue waters, one can't help but wonder. Wang Wan also stood up and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. She looked at the person in front of her and didn't say anything. She didn't want to comfort him because he seemed to be strong enough. She didn't want to say that girl who sold starch jelly was suffering because the gentleness in the heart of this man who worked at the docks didn't need to be stirred up. This person was about to go silly. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao in shock. After a while, he swallowed his saliva and asked, Since you guessed it, then tell me, other than the fact that I feel sorry for my dead brother, what other reason is there that I don't want to tell her? It's because she doesn't have much pressure to survive. Her daughter and son are taken care of by the school. Usually, she could get a sum of money from the court every month. She doesn't have to pay taxes for her business. Especially recently, the number of bailiffs patrolling outside her house at night has increased significantly. Zhang Xiaobao replied, Brother, how do you know all of this? This person was obviously stunned by Zhang Xiaobao's words. It was too amazing. How is this possible? The former is the welfare of the court. The latter is because the local officials want to keep their position and their heads. Tell me, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in Ezhou, what would happen if someone knocked on a widow's door in the middle of the night? The heads of the yamen would pay a heavy price for this. Therefore, you feel that she can live well without you, so you don't have the courage to say what's in your heart. She's such a good woman, living with 2 children, doing things quickly, and can support herself. She's also not bad looking. The burden of supporting the family shouldn't be put on her. Otherwise, it's the incompetence of all men in the world, right? Zhang Xiaobao said again. This person nodded repeatedly. For a moment, he was at a loss. He felt that this person, who was younger than him, was too terrifying. What did he usually do? Wang Wan, on the other hand, had a blissful look on her face. It couldn't be like this. Why did Xiaobao always give people the impression that he was so smart and considerate? It was just eating liangpi, a very normal thing, but it actually gave him so much information. It seemed that those who were cheated in the past were not wronged at all. Your opponent is too strong. It's not your fault. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. This person reached out and grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm. Brother, my dear brother, give me an idea. You said that you would help me just now. Like you said, I really like it. In fact, many of my brothers know. They even advised me to take the initiative when we were drinking. But I don't dare. I haven't married yet. I always feel that I'm not good enough for her. This woman is really too good. Tell me, as a person who works at the docks, what can I give her? Then do you know what she wants? Zhang Xiaobao asked back. This person shook his head. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it. He did not tell this person that Ge wanted a shoulder and someone to rely on. Instead, he said to this person, I hope that you can continue to work at the docks and lead a group of people to do things well. Also, gradually expand the team. Do the children in her family like you? It's okay. I used to go to Baby's Candy House to buy things for them to eat. It's a pity that Baby's Candy House doesn't sell cakes anymore. Her daughter's birthday is coming soon. During the new year, I promised to buy her a big birthday cake. This is troublesome. This person began to worry about something that seemed very small to an adult. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's clothes hem. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said, "There will be cakes, and there will be sodas." "Why do you sound so awkward?" "Big brother, don't worry. I will help you think of a way. You can see that I don't have bad intentions. Just now, when my wife asked for soup, she gave me an extra copper coin. I won't take advantage of others. I will ask to return it." When the other person heard this, he thought that they were complaining about the copper coin. Don't. Zhang Xiaobao quickly stopped him. "You don't lack a copper coin. The future is long. Big brother, how about I provide you with a feasibility report?" "Don't talk nonsense." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. "What feasibility report?" "Big brother doesn't understand. Just tell me what to do. I believe that big brother will listen to you." Yes. Sister-in-law knows more. "Brother, you have to listen to your wife more in the future." This person smiled at Wang Wan. There was no expression in his eyes that should not be there. Wang Wan was so beautiful that normal men would not be able to look straight at her. Perhaps some perverted people could look straight at her, but if they knew who Wang Wan was, they would probably regret it very much. Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to scold the other person. "Just now, you said not to be controlled by your wife. In the blink of an eye, you changed sides?" Looking at the busy situation at the docks, Zhang Xiaobao said to this person, "How much longer do we have to finish work?" "I don't know. If you're not tired, continue working. If you're tired, take a break. Now that there are many boats coming and going, take the opportunity to earn more money. Other than me, there are 22 brothers who have families. Children are actually harder to raise than before." "Why are they hard to raise? Isn't there a school to take care of them?" Wang Wan asked. "Sister-in-law, you asked a good question. When I said raise them, I meant raise them well, not raise them. It is easy to raise them, and there's no need for the family to fork out money. The family has to buy books for the children to read, have to specially boil water for them to bathe every day, have to make beautiful new clothes, have to prepare good candles, or else the adults will lose face. People will say, 'Look at the imperial court, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the others helping you raise your children, but you don't do anything for them.' Whose children are they? I don't have children, so I raise Gui Er's children as my own, especially her son. The last time he called me father, Gui Er was still there. I was so scared that I ran out of her house without even putting on my shoes." This person's face immediately turned red when he talked about what he thought was embarrassing. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "This stupid thing. The woman already taught her child to call you father, but you actually ran away. Your IQ and EQ need to be tested. You're a weirdo." "That, big brother, do you know how to do carpentry?" Zhang Xiaobao could only change the topic. "I don't. You don't know how to saw wood and make a table?" "Of course, I don't know how to do carpentry. Carpenters need to carve, engrave, paint, inlay, and carve." This person answered honestly. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood. Yes. It is not easy to be a carpenter these days. You need to have professional qualities. The money you earn is not much, but the relevant skills are definitely not lacking. Wealth, it is the wealth of treasures. Zhang Xiaobao then said to this person, "How about this, big brother? See if you can let your brothers take a break. I will go back with you to Gui Er's house and make some things. After that, we can earn more money. From tomorrow onwards, Gui will not have to come out to sell herself." "No, if she doesn't come out to sell, what will she do? People will become stupid if they are bored." This person disagreed. "Please listen to me slowly," Zhang Xiaobao said as if he was singing. Chapter 12:59. "Brother, I still don't know your surname," the other party asked Zhang Xiaobao. "My surname is Zhang, and my name is Xiaobao. What's your surname, big brother?" Zhang Xiaobao replied. Brother, don't joke around. My surname is Liu, and my name is Pan. My father found someone to give it to me. He said it means tenacity or something. Anyway, my life is very tough. What's your name?" The person who called himself Liu Pan asked again. "My name is actually Zhang Xiaoyu. Brother Liu, shouldn't you find someone to come back?" Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to make up a fake name. "Come back. Little brother Zhang, do you really have a way to make money?" Liu Pan was still hesitating. "Really, making money is very easy, especially small amounts." Zhang Xiaobao had a confident expression. Liu Pan was still worried and hesitant. Zhang Xiaobao simply took out a handful of money and stuffed it into Lu Pan's hand. "Brother Lu here. Take it as a deposit. If I'm wrong, the money is yours." Lu Pan glanced at the money in his hand and was shocked. He looked at the denomination of the notes. They were all 10 strings of coins. Iluo estimated that there were at least 300 strings of coins. He quickly stuffed the money back. "I believe you. Wait a moment. Sister-in-law, take it too. I still need her help." Zhang Xiaobao reminded again. "Okay, I'll take it all." Lu Pan saw that the other party took out a lot of money and thought about himself. He realized that it was not worth it to be cheated once. Lu Pan first ran to the stall selling liangpi and told Ge. He threw down the bowl and ran to the dock to discuss the handover. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy to find someone to take over the work halfway. If the work was not done well, for example, there was a problem with the stacking, and the person behind took over, earned a portion of the money, and took all the responsibility. That would be stupid. Lu Pan probably wanted to give up all the money and then use his reputation as a dock worker to give the benefits to others. He would then be able to recruit his brothers back. "Xiaobao, what are you trying to do?" Wang Wan still did not understand. She only knew that Xiaobao thought a way to make money with liangpi. To her, it was normal. The question was whether the return was proportional to the effort. "What else can we do?" "Give a demonstration. As the saying goes, I'll make an example and let everyone see that a simple industry can also play well with the 12 national policies." Most of the people are still observing. When they see that I'm successful, they'll be willing to follow suit. Under normal management, the role of the leader was very obvious. Many things were actually ruined by the officials. Some of the officials were kind enough to govern the area, but the other officials were not thinking about the situation of the area, but how to cause trouble and thus determine their own position. In the end, when someone raised a contrary opinion, not only did this group of officials not humbly accept the correction, but they also talked about great principles. For example, if they wanted to do more, they had to protect their position and let themselves be in a better place. Or they might say something like, "In the Jianghu, one has no choice." Well, you're in the Jianghu. In order to do more things that benefit the common people, you first have no choice but to embezzle, accept bribes, flatter, and speak empty words. All along, you have the idea of doing more for the common people in the future, and all along, you did things against your will. Others who wanted to do things for the common people were eliminated by you. You finally reached the position of the head of department, and then, don't, Xiaobao, in the Great Tang, there is no head of department, nor is there a situation where the municipal party secretary is a vice minister of the standing committee of the provincial party committee. Let's talk about the current situation. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, all the way to the position of a 3rd grade or 4th grade provincial governor. You found that because you used the excuse of climbing up the ranks in the Jianghu to get rid of many officials who were willing to do things for the common people. While you were in a high position, you did countless things to harm the common people. So now, you need to start doing things for the common people and realize your original life dream. You, on the other hand, need to explain to the people who came to you that you are now a provincial governor, not a village chief or county magistrate. If you care too much, how can the people under your rule live? If you do everything, what can the people under you do? So, as the secretary, oh no, as the provincial governor, you mainly care about people. If you maintain the balance between the officials under you, you will be successful. And you will also say that many people don't understand you. In this position, there are too many things to consider. You have to maintain the overall correct path and not be biased. At the same time, you are under a lot of pressure from the capital. It is you who desperately communicate with the higher-ups to maintain the stability of the local development. Harmony. Many common people don't know the importance of harmony. In the process of development, there will definitely be problems. But do we not do anything in order to not make mistakes? The officials in the capital are watching, and so is the emperor. Then why can't we maintain a harmonious scene so that the higher-ups can see prosperity? Do we have to make small problems infinitely bigger? Problems do exist, but we can't stop development because of problems. As a municipal party secretary, oh no, as the provincial governor, the production of the entire province, no, The GDP of the people has doubled compared to previous years, a growth rate of 100%. The average income of the common people has reached 1,500 copper coins per month. What does this mean? It means that the path I have been taking is right. As for how the 1,500 copper coins are averaged out, it doesn't matter. I gave you the opportunity to develop, but you didn't work hard. You dragged down the GDP. So how can you have the nerve to complain? And a small number of people are facing difficulties in their lives. This is the pain brought by the reform and development. As the provincial governor, I have to take care of the majority of the people, not a few people who don't have the ability to develop and adjust themselves. Do you want me to directly give money to people who don't have a good life? That would be instilling lazy thoughts in the entire province. Wife, why aren't you against me? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot of things, and all of them were true. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have vented his feelings and was in a good mood. However, he found that Wang Wan didn't interrupt him like before. Wang Wan sighed softly. Xiaobao, you said so much about the situation that existed at that time. Then tell me, how should I change it? Don't be like that person called Lang something Ping more than 100 years ago. He spouted a bunch of nonsense. Now that things have happened, what's the use of him saying nonsense to sell himself? He only knows how to act like an actor on TV, but he doesn't talk about how to solve and prevent the problem. Many fools listen very seriously and think that he is very impressive. Then tell me now, how do you solve the problem and not keep criticizing it when you know the problem? Don't talk about solving the problem of governance. According to what you said, from the section chief level to the central government, they're all rotten. Even if you can take them all down, who will fill in the positions during that time? You can just take down a mayor and find a normal person to tell him that you are now the mayor. Do you think you will be the mayor? If you take them all down at once, the country will collapse. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned after hearing this. After thinking about it, he admitted, yes, I've been criticizing in the past, but it is useless. I need to solve it. China belongs to everyone, so I have to start with myself. If I feel that society's imagination is wrong, the first thing to consider is what I have done. If my actions are to go with the flow, I have no right to criticize others. I should not be thinking about going against the flow. What I need to do is to do my best to guide. The solution you asked me for is actually very simple. The reason for this problem is one of the problems of China's bureaucracy since ancient times. The other is the problem of economic expansion. To solve the bureaucracy, the upper echelons need to have absolute control over the military. They need some people to replace the current officials. If it is difficult, then solve the economic problem. First, investigate the illegal merchants at the bottom and punish them harshly. Let the people have a sense of hope and expectation for the upper echelons. Then, investigate the merchants in the middle. They have been playing the role of a link. After investigating them, the people will realize that the situation around them has changed. Then it will be a political game to get rid of the illegal upper echelons. At the same time, strengthen the country's military in advance to prevent a large amount of money from flowing out and being protected by other countries. Then what if there's a protective umbrella when investigating the merchants? Wang Wan nodded and asked, protective umbrella? Let their opponents deal with them. The upper echelons only need to take down a small portion of the officials under the protective umbrella. The strong ones will send a signal to the other officials under the protective umbrella to let them fight each other. Then, the upper echelons will laugh at the situation. The final result is that the officials under the protective umbrella will first make a move on the forces under their protection. They're all shameless anyway. They can just find an excuse and compromise with their opponents at the same level. Only then can they keep their position or step down with dignity. During this process, encourage the people to sue the officials. According to the normal principle of fairness, let the people win a few more times to give the people confidence. Then, for 5 to 10 years, some of the officials will not dare to secretly collude with the merchants. After they retire, the new officials will want to collude with the merchants again. However, they will realize that the people are no longer the people they used to be. They know how to resist. Even if the leaders at the top change, they have no choice but to follow this rule. Zhang Xiaobao explained his method of changing a common social phenomenon. He started with the merchants. Although a portion of the merchants would be wronged, if others could suffer, why couldn't they? Then do you think the people will listen? As you said before, many of the people are not complaining about the bad society. They are complaining that they can't occupy a position where they can get more benefits. They scold the officials and profiteers because they can't be officials and profiteers. How do you think we should change it? Wang Wan asked another question that was difficult to answer. Losses. Use losses to exchange, Zhang Xiaobao answered. How? Who are we going to lose? Wang Wan asked again. We will lose the country's economic and international political interests. We will raise the industry standards for foreign investors. We will even confiscate the assets of foreign investors. We will show a strong stance internationally and suppress the neighboring countries. The upper echelons can even broadcast a strong speech on TV and scold people. This way, the people will feel that their country is very powerful. Although it is an illusion, at least they will feel that their backs are straight. The result is that the countries that trade with our country will be very angry. They will use various means to sanction China's foreign enterprises and be politically isolated for a short time. However, there is no need to be afraid of a large-scale war. That will destroy the world. It will be a long process to get through this period and then make concessions internationally. But if we want to keep the roots of this nation, we must do it. First, we will mention the pollution of the enterprises and cause public opinion. Then, we will investigate and pull down some of the officials and give a hint to the opponents of the same officials in other places. Then, we will investigate every official who is exposed. After Zhang Xiaobao finished, he waved his hand. Don't talk about it. It's useless. Let's talk about it now. I want to use practical actions to tell the people of the Tang Empire that cold jelly can also be made on a large scale. Let them see it and they will learn. And then we won't go to war. We can use it to divert domestic conflicts and give the Ministry of Works Technology some time to adapt to the civilian application. From then on, all problems will no longer be a problem within a few years. Zhang Xiaobao liked the current system more and more. The emperor had so much power. It was so easy to do things. Wang Wan knew that Xiaobao might not attack the previous system in the future because he knew it was useless. But Xiaobao's words were worth thinking about. If the upper echelons had the same idea at that time, they might have handled it better. They were playing this game. Thinking that there would be a period of peace on this matter in the future, Wang Wan was in a good mood. Suddenly, she thought a question and asked, "Why did you start with cold jelly? Was it a coincidence?" Because there are more broad beans in Sichuan. I can always be stupid and find something that doesn't exist in the area to make a sample, right? That's pure idiocy. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan. Chapter 1260. Lupin came back quickly. As the leader of a group of dock workers, he had a lot of authority in the hearts of the other 22 people. He said that he had met a benefactor and wanted to support Gui Er's business. The 22 people gave up the rest of their work, including the money they should have earned before, and came with him. Everyone was wearing fine linen clothes, and there was a large patch sewn on the shoulders with cotton cloth. It seemed that the patch was not patched after it was worn out, but rather an extra piece of cloth was added before it was worn out. First of all, this attire reflected the better life of the people of Tang. In the past, they were all bare-chested, and when they carried things, they would put a sack under them. When the crumbs on the sack fell down, they would be stuck by the sweat on their bodies, which made them itchy and allergic. Gui no longer sold her cold jelly outside. She waited for others to finish the little bit in their hands before she took the bowl and brought them home. With a group of men around, she naturally did not need to push her own cart. The group left the dock and walked for half an hour before they entered a residential area far away from the main street. At this time, all residential areas had their own courtyards. No matter how big or small they were, they would definitely use fences to enclose an area. Inside the fences were some vegetables that they usually ate. Almost every family set aside an area to pick onions, so that there was no need to buy them. In Gui Er's courtyard, there were 4 chickens, 1 male and 3 females. Their wings were cut short to prevent them from flying over the short fence around the vegetable field to eat the leaves. There were 2 rooms and a warehouse on the side. The windows of the main room were covered with paper, and the house was built with mud and grass. The walls were flattened with a trowel, which could be considered as a kind of pressure press. There were exposed rafters in the herringbone frame, and above them were blue tiles. Judging from the situation, the tiles were just scraped this year, and someone added a hat on the chimney. Looking at the surrounding courtyards, they were also not bad. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wang were very gratified. This area in Yizhou City belonged to the slums. When they came here, many families were living a better life, which showed that the overall quality of life of the people was improving. For a long time, they had not heard of anyone starving to death. Unless he stayed at home and did not know how to ask for food from others when he was hungry, or went to the local government, he would naturally be able to eat. They didn't set up a separate department for the relief of the common people. They were directly assigned to the yamen. If there was a problem, they could directly go to the yamen to find the yamen. This was to prevent the external departments from arguing too much back and forth. Gui was a single woman with 2 children, so it was impossible for her to take care of the roof tiles. As a single woman, she would need at least 5 days to take care of the roof tiles. If she slipped and fell, it would increase the court's medical expenses. Even if the medical treatment was free, one could not risk one's life. Little brother, come in and take a rest. Gui did not care about the 23 dock workers. Instead, she was very enthusiastic toward Zhang Xiaobao, but this enthusiasm carried a sense of distance. Zhang Xiaobao walked in with Wang Wan while Gui went to make tea. Some people went to fetch water from the wells in this area. The dock was very dusty, so they wanted to wash their bodies and cool down before continuing with their work. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that the tea was black tea, he was immediately worried. After thinking about it, it was understandable. The local tea must have been fermented for many years. Otherwise, poor tea would not be so famous. If it was sold to people who lived in the grasslands, they would prefer fermented tea. If it was green tea, it would be less effective for cleansing the stomach. The real tea leaves of the tea horse sect were not specially picked to make black tea. During the process of transportation, the tea leaves would be exposed to the wind, rain, and sun, and the tea leaves would be fermented. After half a year, they would be traded at a place. Black tea was very magical. Sister-in-law Gui there is no need to make tea. Xiao Yu and I will just drink some water. The tea is too hot and will not quench our thirst. Wang Wan stopped Gui and gave a lame excuse. Are you not used to the local tea? Gui asked bluntly. She then said, my family is busy. They have been coming all the time, so I did not prepare other tea leaves. Wait a moment, I will go and buy some. Wang Wan grabbed her arm and said, no need, no need. We are here to discuss business. We do not lack tea. If we buy more tea, we will have to spend money. It does not cost much. You can see that we live in a remote place, but our living conditions are not bad. We can save the money to raise the 2 children. The 2 children have school to take care of them. The elder daughter is good at her studies, but is not as naughty as the younger one. The school gives us many candles. In the past, if there were outsiders coming, I would feel embarrassed. I always felt that our family was poor. But now I'm not afraid. We have clothes, food, and food. As for me, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I am a single person, raising 2 children. The yamen gives me many benefits. My house costs a lot of money every year. I told them that I do not need it, but the yamen runners insist. No one can compare to this house. Usually, during the new year, the yamen will give me vegetable oil and noodles. The meat is all thick with fat, and the little ones do not like to eat it. Gui no longer went to buy tea. She also pulled Wang Wan and chatted with her. Her face was full of happiness, but she would occasionally roll her eyes at Lu Pan. Obviously, she had her own goals now that her life was better. Wang Wan listened to her, and her heart was sweeter than honey. Everything in front of her was forcefully promoted by her and Xiao Bao. Free medical care, free education, and extra care for special groups. When it was implemented, there was no resistance. It was not that people did not want to, but that they did not dare. When it was implemented, it was like holding a knife in one hand and a pen in the other. If the pen was not put down, the knife would be put down. There was no room for negotiation. The imperial court paid a large sum of money every year for this, but did not have to contribute much in terms of disaster relief. Most of it was borne by her and Xiao Bao. It was like a large family that once controlled the country's politics and economy. Therefore, when they obtained power, they had to bear a large part of the responsibility. Moreover, they had to fulfill their dream of developing China. Therefore, the two of them contributed to the good lives of the people. Instead of praising them directly, it was better to experience the lives of the people from the side. Sister-in-law Gate, do the children want to eat lean meat? Why don't they eat more fish? When children are young, they like to eat fatty meat because it's easy to chew and can provide the body with what it needs. When they grow up, they can't eat too much. It's not good for the body, and it'll affect their health if they gain weight. Wang gave the idea to let them eat fish. As for whether they liked it or not, this was not a problem. Xiaobei and the rest were starting to ask for children's newspapers. Gui nodded and patted Wang's hand lightly. She said, "Sister, you know more. Your hands are so tender. One look and I can tell that you're a child of a rich family. You haven't suffered much." Wang was speechless. "I haven't suffered much? Do any of you know the pressure Xiao Bao and I have endured? Although we have the best food, clothing, and other necessities, a person's happiness is not measured in this way. When a road to achieving one's dreams is long, walking on it is dangerous, and the requirements are not just food, clothing, and shelter. When we go back, I'll get someone to send some cosmetics to sister-in-law. Actually, sister-in-law doesn't need much makeup. Just put more stuff on your face. You just feel that you have something to do." Wang touched Gui's hand. It was indeed rough, but it was work, so it had to be like this. "Sister-in-law, you can't accept things from younger sisters. Younger sisters need money to buy them. If you give them to sister-in-law will feel bad. When sister-in-law has time, you can buy them yourself. Do you also buy for younger sisters?" Gui glanced at Lu Pan, who was standing there foolishly, and said. Wang understood. She shook her head and smiled. "How can a woman buy her own cosmetics? Isn't it because my disappointing husband gives them to me? He gives me a bunch of things that are useful and not useful. Not to mention that it's a waste of time. I also don't need them." Zhang Xiaobao very wisely cooperated. Of course. Regardless of whether they are useful or not, it has nothing to do with whether I give them or not. It's the reality that you don't need them. Whether you give them or not depends on your attitude. A man who doesn't buy new clothes and cosmetics for his woman is not a good man. Lu Pan, who was standing not far away and listening to their conversation, blushed. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment and stammered, I'll go out for a while." After he finished speaking, he wanted to leave. Zhang Xiaobao immediately stopped him. "Brother Lu, don't be in a hurry. It's more important to discuss business." Then he lowered his voice. "I have some cosmetics with an internal price. When the time comes, I'll give you a few sets. It's not worth it to buy them now." "What's the internal price?" Lu Pan also asked in a low voice. "It's the price to sell to the management of the cosmetics. For example, the most expensive beauty set of whale oil moisturizing skincare series is sold for 760 strings of coins. Moreover, there's a price but no supply. Even if the price is listed, there's no stock. The internal price is cheaper, 300 copper coins per set." Zhang Xiaobao explained. Lu Pan's eyes almost popped out. "Brother, don't lie to me. Is 300 copper coins enough for the cost? It's not like I don't know anything." "You really don't know anything." Zhang Xiaobao blinked his eyes with an "I know very well" expression. He thought to himself, "Do you know how much the cost is? A whale has a lot of oil. The ships guarding the sea can catch it while they're at it." But he couldn't say that. Instead, he said, "The cost is not equal to the internal price." Does the cost have anything to do with the internal price? For example, if you have a cold, you can go to the clinic and get the medicine. It's free. Don't tell me the medicine has no cost. For example, if you go to another place and you're penniless and hungry, you can go to the local yamen. They will treat you to braised pork, 2 tails of wine, steamed buns, and rice. Do you need money? No cost. Is there wine? Lu Pan was really honest. He directly followed the words and thought of the free food and drink provided by the yamen for outsiders. It depends on the situation. There's definitely no wine on a hot day. If it's rainy and humid, not only will there be wine, but there might also be wine soaked in ginseng. In the past 2 years, there have been more ginseng cultivated by humans. Every yamen has prepared a lot. Brother, do you understand what I mean? The internal price should be lower than the cost. Zhang Xiaobao finally explained the situation. The person opposite him was a blockhead. No wonder he couldn't take a step forward in protecting Gui'er. Lu Pan thought about how he could buy over 700 coins worth of cosmetics for 300 copper coins. He was finally tempted, but he still hesitated and asked, "Little brother Zhang, how do you want me to repay you?" Zhang Xiaobao patted Lu Pan's shoulder and said, "Live a good life, be hardworking, be loyal to the Tang Dynasty, abide by the law, and abide by the rules. That's the best way to repay me. I've always thought of that, and that's what I do." Lu Pan didn't understand what his actions had to do with repaying the other party. "Very good. I've already received my reward. Here's the water. Let's wash up. We'll talk later," Zhang Xiaobao said as he saw people carrying in 4 large buckets of water. He called Lu Pan over. "Wang was talking to good sister-in-law. You should raise a few more chickens. You haven't looked at the backyard, but the front yard is big enough. It's enough to raise 20 more chickens. If you really can't do it, you can tie a rope between their legs so that they won't be able to take big steps and eat the vegetables in the field. Let me think, if you have 23 hens, 1 rooster would be enough. You don't need to use eggs to hatch the chicks. It's just eating eggs. The rooster will guard the hens, and it won't be a problem if it crows normally." Gui was very surprised. She lowered her head to look at Wan's hand, then looked at the size of the yard. She looked at the 4 chickens that were not afraid of strangers and asked in surprise, "Big sister, you know how to raise chickens? Aren't you from a rich family? I raised 6 hens in the past, but they didn't lay eggs. It wasn't easy for them to lay a soft one. How could there be eggs to eat?" Wan didn't explain why she knew how to raise chickens. She said to Gui'er, "Sister-in-law, it's easy to solve the problem if the chickens don't lay eggs or lay soft eggs. There are river snails and shells nearby. You can take a rake and rake a basket of them back for the chickens to eat. The chickens will eat the meat inside. You can crush the shells with a roller. It's best if it's small and scattered on the ground. The hens will eat it themselves. Not only will it replenish the nutrition of the chickens, but it will also replenish the calcium. When the time comes, the eggs will be laid one after another. With 23 hens, you can at least provide about 20 eggs a day. My chickens can sometimes lay 5 eggs in 4 days. Sometimes, but it's definitely not a problem to say that they can lay 4 eggs in 5 days." Gui'er was tempted. It was said that rich families were very capable. Normally, they could lay 4 eggs in 5 days. At that time, whether they sold it or kept it for themselves or made into salted eggs, it would be good. "Younger sister, what did your chickens eat when you raised them?" Sister-in-law, it's not suitable for you to use that method. Just a little less is fine. For example, 2 eggs in 3 days. My chickens eat fish bone powder, earthworms, rice grains, vegetable leaves, and the fermented products of the stalks. When the sun is high, there's a place to shelter them. When it's cold, there's measures to keep them warm. We also feed them running water and fine grains of wheat rice stone. The chicken dung is cleaned every day. The temperature is low and the temperature is low. Sister-in-law, you don't have to do this. The cost is too high. My family's poultry is mainly responsible for the imperial court's research. In fact, they can lay more eggs, but we need to add other things. We thought about it and gave up. Wan explained in detail. If she let other people raise them like this, the cost was too high. Gui'er understood and said, "Then I'll feed them some vegetable leaves and officials. When the time comes, I'll go to the river and get a basket of shelled things. 2 eggs in 3 days. It's not a small amount. I didn't know in the past. Younger sister, you've helped sister-in-law today." Wan was not satisfied when she heard this. The government didn't tell you how to raise chickens? What kind of bullshit government office are they? Are they all freeloaders? The government does? Gui'er asked, puzzled. Yes, of course they do. The imperial court pays for things that affect the people's lives. The information is free. Moreover, in important places like Ezhou, there are specialized technicians in charge of answering questions. It seems that either they don't have the printing materials or they don't advertise. It's too unreasonable to teach them a lesson when we go back. Wang Wan said angrily. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The people didn't know how to raise livestock and poultry. It was definitely the government's responsibility. Wang Wan was angry. When it was Gui Er's turn, she was shocked. She looked at Wang Wan and asked, You can control the government? The government also needs to be reasonable, right? We'll make money in 2 days. Moreover, we don't need to do things by ourselves like now. Sister-in-law, you can wait to get rich. Wang Wan didn't reveal her identity. Once she did, she wouldn't be able to find the right atmosphere to talk. Although others looked normal, their thoughts would definitely be different. Gui was happy and confused. She asked, Sister, how do you think we can get rich? Ask him. Wang Wan pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head. Wait a moment. When everyone is done, we'll start talking about the plan to make money. There's no need to get loans or find investors. There's only 24 of you. It'll be enough if each of you pool some money. As soon as he said this, the people who were still pouring water on themselves suddenly sped up. After they finished washing themselves, they came over shirtless. They didn't care if their pants were wet or not. Little brother, we'll listen. As long as you really come up with a good plan, we'll definitely support you in the future. We'll listen to whatever you say. Lu Pan expressed his attitude. You'll rebel even if I ask you to? Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile. Lu Pan was stunned. He scratched his head and said, Brother, you're joking. We admit that we owe you a big favor by earning more money. But if you ask us to rebel, that's impossible. At most, we'll return the money we earn to you. If we really want to rebel, the surrounding neighbors will tear us apart before the army and bailiffs are mobilized. Even if we really rebel, where can we run to if we avoid the neighbors and the army? If we run out, will we still have a home? We don't think that the Tang Empire is bad. We're living a good life now. The emperor is reasonable. Xiaobao and Cuckoo have been working hard to get more benefits for us. If we really rebel, we'll let them down first. Brother, we've learned enough. You can't make the same joke again. Otherwise, we'll take it seriously. We'll first capture you two and send you to the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant to be dealt with by Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Well, you see, Brother Lu, I'm just joking. We're giving you a lot of money now. We're giving you more benefits than Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Don't tell me you still think they're good? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao with dissatisfaction. You're talking about how to earn money. What's Xiaobao and Cuckoo? Do you want to hear others praise you? Zhang Xiaobao was embarrassed. He really wanted to hear others praise him. It would make him feel better. Who didn't want to hear good words? Moreover, it was praise in front of others when they didn't know who you were. At this time, Lu Pan waved his hand at Wang Wan. Sister-in-law, Xiaobao and Cuckoo should be praised. They're such good brothers and sisters. To be honest, if there's a disaster in Tang Dynasty and a lot of people die, I'll just feel sad for a while. It's too far away from me, and I can't help much. If there's a need, I could take out some money, but the dead can't be brought back to life. If one day I hear that something happened to Xiaobao and Cuckoo, I don't know who to cry to. Then it's over. The whole Tang Dynasty is over. Don't talk about them. Look at my mouth. They can't be in trouble. Even if they catch a cold, as long as we know the news, we'll be worried. Good people have to live a long life. I'd rather get sick and suffer for them than. Brother Lu, come, let's not talk about that. They're doing well. Let's talk about business. Can everyone take out 5 strings of coins? Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned red, and he quickly interrupted Lu Pan. Wang Wan also lowered her head and blinked her eyes. What else could one ask for after being an official like this? In the future, the evaluation of officials should be decided by the people. The people would know best if one did a good job. During one's term, has the income of grain increased? Has the welfare of the people stabilized? Has the living environment improved? That's the most important thing. As for why you would cry whenever you see the people suffering from disasters, and then boast and promise this and that, you are just like an actor. Perhaps you could fool some people in the past, saying that you're cute, a baby, and so on, but the social environment is getting worse and worse. Then are you not embarrassed to be a high-ranking official of 2 worlds? You might say that you have a lot of helplessness. For example, when you can't control the military power during the disaster relief, you can only shout, "Who raised you?" You're not the leader, and you're being suppressed. If you can't do it, you should take the initiative to step down. What's the point of occupying a position? Wang Wan started to get angry again. As she thought about it, she suddenly realized that Xiao Bao wasn't criticizing her, so why should she? Besides, they were all in the same class. Why should she be so anxious to attack each other? She shook her head and wanted to throw away the bad thoughts in her mind. She looked at Xiao Bao and waited for him to play his role again. Every time this happened, she would feel the most comfortable. This kind of description of economic operations was as long as an ink painting. Every time this happened, Xiao Bao would always look very, very handsome. Chapter 1261. 5 Strings of Coins. Little brother, you want to pay 5 strings of coins. There are 24 of us, so we have 120 strings of coins. Let's talk about what to do first. When Lu Pan heard that he needed to pay 5 strings of coins, he was stunned. 5 strings of coins was 5,000 coins. In the past, it was considered not bad to save 2 strings of coins a year. Now, everyone had dozens of strings of coins, but 5 strings of coins was definitely not a small amount. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Okay, I actually want to take you to make cold jelly. Little brother, I just make cold jelly. I don't need that much money." Gui began to wonder if the other party was a swindler. How much would 120 strings of coins be needed to make cold jelly? Sister-in-law Gui, you're selling it for 2 copper coins per serving. How much is the cost? Xiaobao asked. Capital? I use broad beans and mung beans to make cold jelly. Usually, it's half a caddy of mung beans and half a caddy of broad beans, which makes 4 caddies of cold jelly. A lot of dregs have to be filtered out. I sell 2 batches a day. Each batch is 30 caddies. 1 batch of cold jelly can be scraped out about 3 taels. 200 batches, the ingredients are 7. 5 caddies of mung beans and 22 caddies of broad beans. According to the current grain price in Ezhou, 1 caddy of mung beans is 5 coins, and 1 caddy of broad beans is about 2.5 coins. That is to say, the cost of beans is about 94 coins. You're making 306 coins a day based on beans. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the other party was slow in calculating, so he said it out loud. Gui nodded repeatedly, but I don't make that much money. Of course, because you need sesame paste, garlic juice, sweet, and vinegar soup. Especially the sesame paste and sugar, the price is not low. In a few days, the cucumber will be ready. I don't know if you'll put it in. If you put it in, the cost will increase, but the price won't go up. If the price is high, you can't sell 200 batches. You're using a higher cost to attract customers. Apart from this money, you don't need to spend money on water. Brother Lu and the others will pay for you. You don't need to spend money on firewood either. Brother Lu and the others will send it to you directly. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed and summarized some of the situation. Lu Pan had been frightened by Zhang Xiaobao's analysis before, and now he was still very scared. He asked, "How do you know that firewood is free?" That's because many goods at the docks are packaged with wooden boards. Some goods have to be wrapped with wooden boards at all times, while some are directly dismantled on the spot to take out the things inside. That way, the boards are useless. Since you help them dismantle the boards for free, they'll naturally be left to you. When the time comes, you can take a portion of a home and give the majority to sister-in-law to make cold jelly. Other people don't add soup when they sell cold jelly, but sister-in-law purposely adds soup to quench your thirst, and it's cleaner than drinking raw water. Oh, this cost isn't right because when sister-in-law sells it to you, she always scrapes it a few times, not 3 taels per serving. However, you don't have to worry about sister-in-law selling things at the docks. If someone comes looking for trouble, you'll settle it. At the same time, you don't have to pay any fees. It was as if Zhang Xiaobao had seen it with his own eyes. He explained everything. You, little brother, are you in the intelligence business? Lu Pan asked with his eyes wide open. Wang Wan chuckled and said, "No, we have to care about these seemingly small things. For ordinary people, every needle and piece of thread is a treasure. We need to know the approximate total income and average income, and at the same time, we need to understand how ordinary people live. Every small family, when put together, forms a big family. It's different from money, and it can't be expressed with just numbers. It's not a joke to worry about the people and think about the people. If you don't know the price of oil and salt, how can you pacify the people? The two of us look like we're from a rich family, but we care more about trivial things than you. Lu Pan and the others were stunned. They really couldn't understand why these two people from rich families knew so many things that had nothing to do with wealth. Listening to this girl's tone, there was a sense of superiority, just like when an official spoke. The difference was that compared to the official's words, it was more realistic, as if their lives had a lot to do with these two people. Brother, since you know, why do you still want us to make cold jelly? Gui can't sell it alone, and we can't help her sell it. Lu Pan mentioned the cold jelly again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Of course, sister-in-law, just tell me how much profit you make in a day. It's your net profit after deducting other money. Gui counted with her fingers, lowered her head, and said, about 120 copper coins. The main thing is that sugar, vinegar, and sesame paste are expensive, but there's not much salt. If you eat too much, it'll be too salty. The big sauce can be used many times. I put it in a gauze bag and cook it. They work and sweat, so if I don't put soup, they have to drink other water. Since I put it in, I'll just sell it. Anyway, more people will eat it. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips. The sesame paste is expensive because the sesame seed production is low. What's the Sinongsi thinking? Do they think it's enough to just increase the grain production? With the improvement of the people's living standards, the demand for other goods is also... Forget it. Let's get down to business. Sister-in-law, the cost is really high. Brother Lu and the others have to help you carry water, help you transport the soup, and be responsible for helping you split the planks. They only need to put in half an hour every day, which is 15 hours, or they can split the money to help. In other words, basically, you're working for two people every day. This is because the imperial court is helping you bear part of the cost of raising the children. Because of your identity, you're exempted from any taxes, which is equivalent to one person earning 60 copper coins. According to the normal income, it's not a small amount, but you have the convenience of the docks. Do you want this little money? There are many other snacks at the docks. What a good location, what a good opportunity. If I do it myself, I can integrate the entire docks within half a year. If I don't earn 600 copper coins a day, I'll feel like I'm losing money. Even if you earn, you'll still lose money. Wang Wan interrupted. To make Xiao Bao waste so much time and only earn 600 copper coins a day, how much of a waste of talent? Lu Pan and more than 20 people were stunned again. What kind of person is this? He's too arrogant. He even wants to integrate the docks. Do you know how deep the waters are in the docks? 600 copper coins a day. It might be possible in dreams, but when you wake up, you'll be shocked. Liar, definitely a liar. Lu Pan's gaze towards Zhang Xiaobao changed. He looked like he was going to catch him at any time. If he ran away when he saw through him later, he would definitely catch him back. He would cause him to lose a lot of wages. Zhang Xiaobao casually glanced and saw through the other party's thoughts. He took out 200 copper coins and slapped it in Lu Pan's hand. I'll give you 200 copper coins to cooperate with you. When you earn enough money, pay me back. You don't want interest? Lu Pan didn't believe it. No, let's see if the money is real. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. You don't want to invest? Lu Pan observed the money carefully. It was real, and it was very new. He rubbed it gently, and it made a clattering sound. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, then what are you after? Lu Pan now didn't treat Zhang Xiaobao as a liar, but as a fool. I'm really not sure of money. I'll help you. I'm kind-hearted, okay? I do good deeds to accumulate merit, okay? I'll leave a good reputation, okay? Zhang Xiaobao continued to ask. Okay. Lu Pan shook his head up and down. Then, let's start making cold jelly now. Prepare the ingredients first. With your 120 copper coins, a total of 320 copper coins. Buy a lot of fava beans and mung beans. Just buy a little bit. Do you have Highland barley? Zhang Xiaobao asked the Highland barley. Yes, it's fed to animals now. It's only eaten in the northwest, where other things don't grow well. It's very cheap. Do you want to buy it? Lu Pan asked in confusion. Buy it. Even if you want to grind it, you have to change it. A small grind is too slow. If you have someone selling bean cakes, go buy them. In this season, there are pear eggs on the mountain. Buy them, change them to a big pot, and build a big stove. The rest of you do carpentry and make wheelbarrows and wooden wheels. Buy the beans and soak them first. We'll come back in 2 days at noon. By then, you'll be almost ready, so don't sell it yet. Zhang Xiaobao finished his instructions and was about to leave. Lu Pan stopped him. Little brother, where do you live? If you don't come, how can we find you? Don't look for me. I promise I'll come, unless there's a special accident. In that case, I'll send someone to tell you. Don't worry, I've put in 200 copper coins. I haven't asked you for a receipt. If I don't come to pay, you can sell it anyway. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't leave his address for them. His identity would be exposed. After he finished speaking, he and Wang Wan strolled out of the door. The sky was already dark, and only the crescent moon of the third day of the lunar month was hanging in the sky. It couldn't illuminate anyone at all. Lu Pan and his group sent Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan out of the door with various thoughts. They followed the two of them to the main road outside. When they saw the Yamen runners patrolling the street, they turned around and went back. Zhang Xiaobao took out a small flashlight, turned it on, and shone it on the ground in front of him. He said proudly, "Fortunately, I'm prepared." As soon as he finished speaking, a flashlight covered the ground in front of him. People came out from various places to guard him and Wang Wan. After turning off his flashlight, Zhang Xiaobao smiled at Wang Wan. "Fortunately, I prepared a group of guards." When the flashlight signal was sent, the road became bright. "Just now, you were using the flashlight to send signal?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "Absolutely." Zhang Xiaobao nodded with a serious face. Under Wang Wan's stare, he finally couldn't help but laugh. "Well, I actually wanted to experience the tranquility of the night with you." "Well, I actually didn't want to experience any tranquility. I just wanted the guards to be more prepared than me. Give me some face. Others are watching." "Who's watching?" Wang Wan asked. The road suddenly turned dark. There wasn't even the sound of breathing around them. "Tomorrow, we'll be doing weight training." Zhang Xiaobao's angry voice sounded in the night sky. Lu Pan and his group sent a few people back to each family to report that they would be back later. The torches were lit in the courtyard, and the rest of the people sat quietly around the 200 strings of coins. Even now, I still feel like I'm in a dream. Why did a good person have to take out money for us to buy things without asking for any benefits? What was he thinking? Lu Pan seemed to be talking to others, but also seemed to be talking to himself. Without waiting for others to speak, he said, "Could it be that a spy from another country has infiltrated Izhou's docks and wants to bribe us? Now he wants us to lower our guard so that he can lead us to rebel in the end?" "Brother Lu, don't think blindly." Guer said, "How could there be a spy? Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and Xiao Bei are all in Izhou. How could they let a spy live? Didn't you see a lot of outsiders at the docks? They're probably the intelligence personnel they sent. There were the most at noon today, and I felt like they were surrounding us. I don't think that person is bad. Maybe he's from a rich family and is looking for something to do. Especially that girl. I can tell from her eyes that she's a kind person. Maybe she's afraid of others killing a chicken. How could she be a spy?" Lu Pan still couldn't convince himself. He patted his leg with his hand and said, "That guy said that he would sell me a set of the Tang's best cosmetics for a few hundred copper coins. What's the internal price? The original price is more than 700 strings of coins. Do you believe it? Why did you buy cosmetics?" Guer caught the main point and asked. I. Lu Pan was at a loss for words. "Sister-in-law Guer, do you still need to ask?" "Of course it's for you. Brother Lu is alone. Why would he put on makeup? The best ones are waiting for the time to use. I have to ask Brother Zhang Xiaobao and ask him to get me a set next time. A few hundred copper coins for a few hundred strings of coins. It's cheap. I'll give it to my wife later." Someone in the crowd spoke loudly, and there was no lack of teasing in his words. Shoo. Stop fooling around. Guer, don't listen to his nonsense. I just want to see you. Brother Lu, it's fine as long as you don't get cheated." Guer blushed and lowered her head. Fortunately, the light from the torch illuminated everyone's face. The atmosphere became awkward. Lu Pan didn't know how to speak. Mother, we're back." At this moment, a girl's voice came from outside. The courtyard door opened, and a girl and a boy ran and holding hands. It's so lively. When the girl saw a group of uncles, she called out happily. The boy also showed an excited expression. It was good to have more people. It's late today. Lupin finally found an opportunity to speak. Today, Xiao Bei and the rest came. We ate a lot of canned food at night. Then, Xiao Bei and the rest sang a song. Not long after it ended, she sent someone to send us outside and gave each of us 3 cans of food. One is fish from the sea, one is lamb chop, and one is braised pork. The girls said happily and took out cans of food from the 2 people's school bags. Each person had 3 cans, a total of 6 cans. She put them in a row to show off. It's not easy for Xiao Bei and the rest to earn money. Why did you ask them for food? She said she would give it to you. Their family will definitely not pay for it. Their money is very useful. Gui said to her child. The girl pouted. I didn't ask for it. Someone said it was delicious, so she gave it to them. She also said that it's best to spend the money on us. They don't need to spend money at home. Yes, the girl is right. Lupin quickly protected her and pulled the girl to his side. He wrapped an arm around her and said, just take it. Remember to study hard and repay them in the future. Father, how do we repay them? The boy ran over and leaned on the other side of Lupin. Everyone directly ignored the way the boy addressed Lupin. One by one, they started to talk. Some said that they would repay him by becoming an official. Some said that they would go to the Ministry of Works, and some said that they would become teachers in other schools. There were too many to enumerate. The courtyard became lively again. Lupin concluded, anyway, the 2 of you have to study hard. In the future, if I need you to do anything, you have to do it. Don't think that Xiao Bei and the rest are stupid. They gave you things for free. They are good to you, so you have to repay them. Otherwise, how could they be stupid enough to give things to others? He said that his name is Zhang Xiaobao. Lupin, who was educating the child, suddenly understood many things and was stunned. Brother Lu, what is Zhang Xiaobao? Guier asked. It's the 2 people who came to our house. The man is called Zhang Xiaobao. Lupin swallowed hard and replied softly. Isn't his name Zhang Xiaoyu? Yes, no. At first, when I asked him, he said that his surname was Zhang and his name was Xiaobao. I didn't believe him, so he changed it to Zhang Xiaoyu. When I was eating cold jelly, you said that there were suddenly many people at the pier at noon. They seemed to be surrounding us. He casually took out 200 strings of coins and threw them away. He said that he had cosmetics that were priced internally. He said that he could make us rich. Lupin began to summarize all the things. Brother, you mean? One of Lupin's brothers asked, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Another one continued. Didn't sister-in-law say that the girl's eyes are kind? Lupin nodded. No wonder his hands are so strong. I heard that he is very good at fighting. That's right, kind. Of course, Cuckoo thinks that we are kind. Previously, when I heard their words, I felt that something was wrong. It seemed that no matter what, they could take care of everything. Heavens, such a huge meat pie has fallen on our heads. Quick, let's go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll do as he says and buy whatever he tells us to. Guier, we've encountered an extremely good thing. You are the one who encountered it. Brother Lu is the lucky one. Did Xiao Bao ask you anything else? Guier's eyes lit up. She felt that the night air was so comfortable to breathe. Lupin hugged the 2 children tightly. There's no need to ask. Xiao Bao directly guessed it. He said that I squatted there to eat. One was to give up his seat, which means that we have a good relationship. The other was to look at you from the side. At that time, you were the most beautiful. He said that I like you. He is so good. Good. Brother is also good. Someone started to shout again, but the others followed suit. Go away, a bunch of stinky men. I won't talk to you anymore. Come, girl, let's go back to the house. Ignore them. Study well at night, but don't be too tired. Guier stood up and pulled her daughter into the house. Lupin only had one child by his side. He glared at them. All of you go back. We have to wake up early tomorrow. Whoever dares to slack off will be punished. Brother, aren't you going home? It's late, and the road is dark. A person ran 2 steps to the door and turned back to shout. Yes, I will follow you back to your house. Lu Pan got up and chased after him. The group of people laughed and walked out. Let's go. I will send you to the house. I will come over early tomorrow morning. Lu Pan said to the boy in his arms. Father, everyone else has a father. You stay and send me and my sister to school tomorrow. I will have one too. The little boy was indeed more sensible because he was born in this era. Lu Pan hesitated, shook his head, and said, Wait a few days. I will send you to school after I earn more money with Xiao Bao. 2 days passed quickly. While Lu Pan and the others were waiting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in the afternoon. Both of them brought things. Zhang Xiaobao carried 2 millstones in each hand. The millstones were not big, and each weighed about 15 kilograms. An ordinary person would be tired of carrying them, but it was not a problem for him. Wang Wan carried a few gears and triangular belts, as well as the shaft of the millstone. You're all here. We brought some things for you. Actually, you can do it yourself. I was afraid of wasting time, so I asked the inner courtyard of my house to do it. There are also a few parts. They are made of wood, so you'll have to forge them. After forging and assembling them, the 2 millstones can be stepped on and turned. When Zhang Xiaobao saw them, he smiled and said. Wang Wan followed with a smile and said, 2 men, the gears in my hands are very heavy. My eyes are so kind. Don't you feel embarrassed to let me be tired? Be careful not to suddenly become unkind. The first reaction of Lu Pan and the others was to look around. Sure enough, they found a person waving his hand in a tree about 30 meters away from the courtyard. There was also a mirror-like reflection on the eaves of other people's houses about 50 meters away. They immediately guessed what it was. Immediately, someone ran in front of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, stretched out his hand cautiously, and took the things. Compared to your family's children, you are far inferior. They will definitely not be afraid of Xiao Bei, Wang Wan said with a smile. Lu Pan slapped his thigh and said, Yes, what are you afraid of? If you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo wants to see him even in her dreams. Whoever has a guilty heart will be afraid. Brother Xiao Bao, I didn't expect it to be you that day. I figured it out later. Everything has been prepared, and we are waiting for you to bring us rich. Good. First get rich, then get married. No matter what, we have to do a good job, right, Brother Lu? Zhang Xiaobao said as he patted the dust on his hands. Yes, Lu Pan said firmly. Then everyone started to get busy, especially the new wooden parts. After 2 hours, they were all done, waiting for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to assemble them. The two quickly installed 2 small grinding stones with gears, and then began to let everyone grind the cooked broad beans, mung beans, and barley. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of grinding the sesame seeds they brought. The small grinding stones turned quickly, and the sesame seeds were ground into fine powder, which was a mixture of sesame paste and sesame oil. After a while, there was a layer of sesame oil on top and sesame paste at the bottom. The steamed bean cakes were also ground into powder and mixed with sesame paste and sesame oil according to a certain ratio. Xiao Bao, are you faking it? Lu Pan couldn't help but ask. Why would I fake it? The bean flour is also very delicious, and there is sesame oil in it. It is more nutritious than normal sesame paste. I am lowering the cost while improving the nutrition and taste. How much would it cost to put all the sesame paste? If you don't believe me, you could try it. It tastes better, and there is no poison in it. Zhang Xiaobao explained. What about the barley? Lu Pan asked again. The barley was cheap, very cheap. There is starch in the barley, and it doesn't taste good because it is too smooth. But the starch jelly is smooth. I want to use rice, but it is too expensive. Who said that starch jelly can only be made from mung beans and broad beans? In the future, I will make different kinds of starch jelly, and I will use whatever is cheap as the raw material. Zhang Xiaobao still had to explain, otherwise it would be easy for others to suspect that he was cutting corners. The information was not balanced, and, of course, the profit would be less. The principle of starch jelly was to form the starch, and if it was not formed well, add a little bit of alum. Lu Pan smiled as if he had been taught a lesson. He looked around and asked again, Will the starch jelly we make be delicious and cheap in the future? Absolutely. Why would I lie to you? What about the pears? Boil them so that there is no need to add sugar and vinegar. They are sweet and sour, so there's no need to spend so much money. Zhang Xiaobao didn't see the pear eggs, so he was afraid that they wouldn't buy them. They are piled up in the backyard. Who knows that they can replace vinegar and sugar? I thought they were used for something else. Lu Pan waved his hand, and immediately 2 people ran to the back to carry the basket of pears. Zhang Xiaobao was satisfied and said, "Very good. You will find that the soup boiled with pears is better than the one mixed with sweet and vinegar. I don't want to nag you, but you should use your brains more often. We are not as smart as you. No wonder you dare to say that you can make at least 600 strings of coins a day by consolidating the trading of the dock. You are really capable. Even if you don't show your identity, we believe you can do it. You are Zhang Xiaobao, and we think 600 strings of coins is too little for your identity." Lu Pan said very seriously. He was not flattering. The person opposite was not a stranger, but a legendary figure. Was 600 strings of coins of money for him? Well, then I have to show my skills. When I made it before, there was a lot of dregs, and it was a waste to throw them away. Today, I will tell you how to reduce the dregs. Zhang Xiaobao accepted the flattery calmly and began to further process the raw materials. Chapter 1262. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he took the remaining dregs and placed them in the courtyard to dry under the sun. While drying, he explained, the fiber of many crops is different from that of sesame seeds. Normally, when people encounter a lot of dregs, they will change to a small mill, which is time-consuming and laborious. In the end, they find that it is better to just throw it away. However, the small mill we use is different. It is made using the principle of leverage. When a person steps on it, the small mill can spin many times. Is this okay? Yes, it can continuously grind all the dregs into finer powder, but it takes a long time. If we want to shorten the time, we need to invest more in the foundation, increase the number of small mills, or use more advanced machinery. In fact, our great Tang now has this kind of technology and even more sophisticated machinery without using manpower. It is all thanks to the countless efforts of our great Tang's craftsmen. Xiaobao, we all know that it is your and Cuckoo's work. Others can't compete for it, but you're doing your best to give it to others. However, we are not fools. We know who is good and who is bad, and who has done what. The Emperor is good and has always supported you. Let me say something disgraceful. If the Emperor doesn't support you, we will have thoughts of rebelling. Lu Pan listened very seriously, not forgetting to correct Zhang Xiaobao's mistakes in his words. This indirectly showed how popular Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were. Zhang Xiaobao quickly waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. What rebellion? Live well. I will also say something disgraceful. Cuckoo and I have decided on a major national matter, and we will kill whoever opposes it. We can give some benefits, but those who control a lot of resources must do as we say. Isn't that right, madam? I will talk about something else with sister-in-law Gu. Women should not interfere in men's matters, Wang Wan replied to Zhang Xiaobao. Then, she pulled Gu-er's hand and walked 2 steps away to continue talking. You don't interfere. War is a man's matter. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled, which made the others smile. He continued, what I just said was the important role of transforming science into productivity. Look at the grinding mill that we brought with us. You guys didn't have it before. It's very tiring to use a small grinding mill by hand, and it's very slow. Now, don't expect me to bring you such advanced tools. It involves military secrets, and the cost is too high. I'm bringing you to solve the problem using existing methods, not using technology. Otherwise, I won't be able to show my skills, right? Ha, that's right. Xiaobao is right. Lu Pan laughed heartily and echoed. No one dares to doubt Xiaobao's abilities. Otherwise, why would the people of Shang be afraid of you? It's good that you're afraid of me. Humans should have a heart of reverence. Otherwise, the world will fall into chaos. For example, Cuckoo and I also have things to fear. We're not afraid of gods or immortals. What we're afraid of is that the tradition of Yin Huang will be broken. Just now, we were talking about the mechanical application of production technology. Now, we will talk about a part of the inheritance of a nation's civilization, knowledge. Civilization has many meanings. There is applied knowledge, philosophical knowledge, spiritual connotation, and the factors that lead to the transition between the two. Civilization is very important. When Zhang Xiaobao talked about this, he became very serious. Usually, he could appear to be indifferent, but when it came to the problem of the nation's soul, he would be solemn and respectful. That was because other things were external, but this was the root. Lu Pan and the others couldn't help but change their attitude. They withdrew their relaxed smiles and asked, Xiaobao, is knowledge just reading books? Like what children learn now? Yes. You guys think that children learn knowledge in words. Knowing how to read and calculate is the purpose of going to school. But the truth is not so. Nowadays, children are accumulating knowledge. Language and mathematics are the foundation. It's convenient for them to learn geography and nature. In fact, geography and nature are really useful. For example, I'm asking you to dry the dregs now. It has a lot to do with knowledge. Under normal circumstances, things have fibers. It's too tiring to use a small mill to grind them. What do? It's easy to destroy the fiber structure. Fermentation is a very good method. It looks very simple. You guys just have to follow it and use the same method in the future. You can continue to crush things after a short period of fermentation. But what you learn is only to know how it is. Children study to know why it is. After many years, this method will no longer be knowledge, but common sense. Everyone who studies will know this principle. When people look at something again, they will not first think about why it is like this. Instead, they will think about why it is like this. This is the power of knowledge. Once a nation has mastered a lot of knowledge, it won't have much effect on internal competition. Everyone knows, and the competition will still be the same. However, it will have a great effect on the overall development of the nation. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan had taught him a lot of things and let him go through a systematic learning process. To him, Wang Wan was not only his wife and support, but also a teacher. Of course, he had also taught Wang Wan a lot of knowledge. If the two of them really separated, the difference would not be as simple as half. Lu Pan and the others were even more serious. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao and tried to understand Zhang Xiaobao's words. It turned out that children went to school for this purpose. It was not just to read newspapers and calculate, but to increase the family's income. Taking a deep breath, Lu Pan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration and said, Xiaobao, are you saying that children will have more ways to earn money in the future? You and Cuckoo were thinking too far ahead when you first took action. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. No, in the future, everyone will have a lot of knowledge. It's impossible to rely on this knowledge to make a lot of money, unless we leave the Tang Empire and go out to earn money. Learning skills will make everyone's lives more comfortable. Let me give you an example. Where there is a flood now, the locals still drink well water and river water like before, and it's easy for them to get sick. After mastering knowledge, it will be common knowledge. When people see their home flooded, the first thing they will think of is hygiene. For example, they will think of ways to drink water, burn the bodies of dead animals, pay attention to keeping warm, and adjust their emotions. Also, when they see their family members suddenly short of breath, their faces turn red, and their pulse becomes strong, those who have learned will first think about why, and then simply treat it from the surface, such as physical cooling and artificial respiration. Brother Lu, you will know in the future. 10 years later, when many people go to the doctor in the clinic, they will say to the doctor before the doctor asks, I feel that my body is a little hot. I just tested the body thermometer, and my temperature is 38.5 degrees. My throat is a little sore, and when I touch it, there's a big lump. I suspect that it's tonsillitis. Can you take a look and see if it's true? Then when the doctor sees them and asks them about their usual things, they will say, I was tired a while ago, mainly because I did a lot of work and didn't rest well. I couldn't sleep at night, and the place where I worked was dusty, so I didn't wear a protective mask. Recently, I mainly ate spicy food, and there was a small conflict at home. There are always a few hours every day when my mood is unstable. I tried to take Bezoar antidote pills, but it didn't have any effect, and I had diarrhea. Zhang Xiaobao said to Lu Pan. What he said was the normal situation of people at his time. Before going to the hospital to see the doctor, he had to make a general judgment. Lu Pan was stunned and asked in surprise, Can it be like this? Then wouldn't we all become doctors? No, if it's a small illness, you will first judge it and then take some medicine. Once you find that it's not good, you will definitely see the doctor. Learn, first of all, know your own situation, then understand what the doctor needs to consider, and then cooperate with the doctor better to treat your own illness. The power of knowledge is once again reflected. If you have time, read books and go to the night school. The knowledge I just said is something that a child can learn in 10 years. When a child is young, ordinary people don't have a thorough understanding of knowledge. If you go to adults to learn, in less than 10 years, the adult's analytical ability is better than the child. It's also very useful for you to learn in 6 or 7 years. Don't tell me you can't live after 6 or 7 years. Or don't you want to live after 6 or 7 years? Now, it's easy for us Tang people to learn knowledge. Cherish it, Zhang Xiaobao advised earnestly. He knew too well what it meant for a nation to be strong. It could make the whole world tremble. For example, when he and Wang came over, they achieved a lot because they had enough knowledge. In fact, if any normal person came over at that time, they would rise, but the degree of their rise would be different. For example, the composition of gunpowder or the principle of planting vegetables in the wrong season. If they didn't know, they would definitely be stupid. How stupid was he back then? Graduated from the acrobatic class? For the current era, it was another way of saying it. When the people of the Tang Dynasty mastered the knowledge, they could use it as much as possible. It was like why people of the Qing Dynasty and the Republic of China went abroad to study. At that time, when foreign missionaries came over, the locals would actively help to build churches, and the government had to treat them with respect. Why? Wasn't it because they had a little knowledge of physics, chemistry, and medicine? So, the status of missionaries was like a god? Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao sighed, and continued to say to Lu Pan and the others, Anyway, it's not wrong to listen to me. You have never experienced it, so you will never know how painful it is to be oppressed by knowledge. When you have more contact with other countries in the future, you will be grateful to me. We are very grateful to you now. Xiaobao, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'll tell you the truth. Sometimes we chat and are very puzzled. Lu Pan took 2 steps forward and patted Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder. He looked around nervously and was relieved when there were no bullets flying toward him. Yes, it's very magical. Isn't it? I can't figure it out. I guess it's like what Xiaobao said, we are uneducated. Then what is going on? The others echoed. Zhang Xiaobao was confused by their words. He looked around and said, Big Brother Lu, I'm also puzzled. I'm puzzled. What are you puzzled about? Xiaobao, we usually chat about the relationship between money and life. You see, we have to spend the money we earn. When other businessmen earn money, they have to spend it. But your family earns more, and your family usually gives us money for free. In the end, as we talked, we found a problem. Our lives are better, and the businessmen have more money, but your family's income doesn't decrease. Don't you think it's strange? Normally, when someone earns, someone loses, right? Lu Pan said what was on his mind. His eyes widened, and he waited for Zhang Xiaobao to explain. Chapter 1263. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he immediately knew what Lu Pan and the others were asking. It was nothing more than the amount of money in the world, and now it was all about how to increase the amount of money. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to reason with them, so he directly said, Brother Lu, let me ask you something. Dig out the soil from the ground, a foot thick, and put it on a wooden frame, and plant something inside. Will it grow? Grow. It needs to be watered, just like planting flowers. Lu Pan answered. Dig out a foot of soil and plant something. Will it grow? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Grow. Someone else answered. If I dig out another foot of soil from the ground and plant again, will it grow? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. Of course it will grow. Lu Pan rushed to answer. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes, our money is the same as the soil. In the past, we only planted a foot of soil, but there is still a lot of soil below that can be planted. Now that we have more money, it is just like digging up soil, but the soil below is raw soil. After a period of time, it will become mature soil, right? Aya, Xiaobao, you are so knowledgeable. In the past, someone told us this, but we did not understand, and we were embarrassed to say that we did not understand. Xiaobao, you're so good. Once you say it, we understand. That person is really hateful. Xiaobao, do you know what he said? It sounds like a book from heaven. Lu Pan clapped his hands and said happily. He finally understood. Zhang Xiaobao pondered and said with a smile, Brother Lu, let me give you an example. Did he say that the soil in the world nurtures the things in the world? The roots of the things in the world are an inch deep, and an inch of soil nurtures an inch of things. This is the principle of the world, but the soil is only an inch thick. An inch of soil nurtures. Is it not out of the ordinary? No, if the soil is 9,000 feet thick, it will nurture 9,000 things. This is the case. That's right, Xiaobao. That's exactly what he said to us. Anyway, we didn't understand. He's just bullying us. Xiaobao, now I know we have to go to night school. This is too much a bully. Who does this? He is looking down on us. Learn. We must learn. Xiaobao, you're a good person. We know that you're much better than him. You've always been straightforward with us. It's not that you don't understand. It's just that you don't want to. Next time I see him, I'll beat him up. Lu Pan's face was filled with grief and indignation. He had been tricked by someone using knowledge. At that time, he and the others had to pretend that they understood, afraid that they would be looked down upon. But in reality, the matter was that simple. Why couldn't that person speak properly? When Wang Wan heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Holding Er's hand, she turned around and said to Lu Pan and the others, Brother Lu, he really deserves to be beaten. He thinks he can bully people just because he has learned something. However, you can't hurt him. After you beat him up, send him to the Yamen and tell them the reason why you beat him. The Yamen will deal with him. When Lu Pan heard Wang Wan's words, he felt embarrassed and scratched his head. I'm just saying, why would I beat him up? Who asked me to not be capable enough? If it were you or Xiaobao, he would dare to speak the same way. You would use the same words to confuse him. Wrong, Brother Lu. If he really dared to speak to us like that, I would beat him up too. After I beat him up, I would call my younger brother Xiao Yuan over and let Xiao Yuan speak to him using the same method. If he can't answer, I would continue to beat him up. Zhang Xiaobao laughed as he spoke to Lu Pan. Why? Lu Pan had heard that Xiao Yuan could read 10 lines at a glance and had a photographic memory. However, after beating someone up, it didn't seem right to bully them. No reason, I just don't like him. If he doesn't speak properly to normal people, shouldn't he be beaten up? Send him to the Yamen, and the Yamen will arrange for him to teach students. Aren't you just showing off your high literary standards? I'll give you a chance. Zhang Xiaobao laughed until he clutched his stomach. Lu Pan laughed along and said, Don't the Yamen officials support him? The Yamen officials are more capable. Wang Wan continued, Brother Lu, don't worry, the Yamen officials won't support him. If any Yamen official supports him, when Xiaobao and I give political and economic orders, we will use the same terminology. If the Yamen official doesn't understand, we will use all our strength to teach him a lesson. Or if the Yamen official is sick and goes to the medical hall, the doctors will use this method to treat the Yamen official. Every profession has its own specialization. Just like carrying jobs at the docks, hard objects are hard objects, and soft objects are soft objects. Oh, that is to say, when you carry hard objects, you have to use all your strength in the area you are carrying. When you carry soft objects, you have to relax the area you are carrying. Even your feet have to follow the soft force. Most people don't know that carrying once or twice is not a problem, but if you carry it a few more times, you will definitely get injured. This is knowledge. Everyone has something they don't know. Who dares to say that they know everything? Lu Pan and the others were shocked to the point that they were numb. Sister Cuckoo, what you said doesn't include you and Xiaobao, right? Why can't I see that the two of you have something you don't know? You even know about carrying jobs at the docks. Yes, you are right. If you relax with hard objects, you will feel more and more painful. It will be like knives stabbing into your body. You have to use all your strength and endure through it. If you force yourself with soft objects, when you walk, the springboard will go up and down. You will feel that there is no place in your stomach that doesn't hurt. You can only use your strength to walk. It's like diving. If there are no calluses in the area where the pole is placed, you'll have to be hard. When you walk, your legs have to be soft. Otherwise, if your shoulders hurt, who will spill the water? It's easy for you to watch others jump without using your hands to support them. If you look closely, his upper body is not moving at all. It's the softness in his legs that causes him to jump up and down. Sister Cuckoo, you have to take care of yourselves. With the two of you who truly care about us, we can only live to see the light of day. Yes. Big Brother Lou is right. The two of you don't live for yourselves. If there is danger, just give us a shout, and we will rush forward. What's that saying again? One of the men carrying the pole added. Lu Pan continued the conversation and said, I know. When I was in Luzhou, someone said that at that time, there was a torrential flood, dark clouds covered the world, and the faint roars of dragons could be heard. They were afraid that the immortal court would punish the mortal world under orders. They were in a panic. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo held hands and pointed to the sky, asking the immortals if they dared to fight. The dragons retreated in fear, the clouds dispersed, and the moon and stars appeared. Lu Pan was truly shocked and touched. In his opinion, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were high and mighty existences. People said that the two of them dared to go against the heavens. How frightening was that? Otherwise, why did Xiao Bao say that he was not afraid of gods and immortals just now? From what others saw and said with their own eyes, it could be seen that the two of them did not care about immortals at all. They must have come down from the heavens. However, what if they were accidentally hurt by mortals? With their status, they actually knew what they did every day. Was there anything more considerate than this? As he thought about it, Lu Pan actually cried. He wiped his tears and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Actually, let me tell you too, the mortal world is very good. The mortal world of Tang is better. You still have your parents, grandparents, brothers, and sisters. Don't be in a hurry to go back. If anyone makes you unhappy, you can tell us. We will make that person unhappy, which is also a kind of happiness. Go back. Go back to where? Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had entered a mental hospital. What nonsense was this? Dragon retreated in fear? He had never seen one before. If he really saw one, he would think of a way to catch it and see if it was a new species. Go back to the heavens. Lu Pan explained. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head hard. No, it's so cold up there. It's hard to even breathe. It's not as good as the mortal world. If there's a chance in the future, we have to bring an oxygen tank. Otherwise, we will die. I see. It's not good to be an immortal. Lu Pan understood. Zhang Xiaobao was really out of ideas. He waved his hand and said, Make cold jelly. Everyone do it together. It's very simple. Sister-in-law, or you are in charge. No one asked how much the cold jelly would be sold. They obediently started to work. For hours later, it was dark again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even use an abacus or pinch with his fingers. He directly calculated in his mind. He happily said to the tired and confused people, The cold jelly we made now is 3,000 kilograms. If we sell it normally, according to our new conversion rate, it will be 10,000 servings. Including sesame paste and other things, the cost is 3,100 copper coins. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, the others didn't respond. Zhang Xiaobao had to explain in detail. In the past, 60 kilograms earned 120 copper coins. That is to say, 1 kilogram earned 2 copper coins. Now it's 3,000 kilograms, so we should earn 6,000 copper coins. But how much should we sell it for? 20,000 copper coins. But our current cost is 3,100 copper coins, not including the part that is being fermented outside. If we still sell it at that price, we will earn 16,900 copper coins. 3,000 kilograms is 50 times the price of 60 kilograms. That is to say, according to the original ratio, it will be 338 copper coins. The net profit is not 300 copper coins. After deducting the gross profit of the beans, the net profit in the past was 120 copper coins. If we include the fermented outside, our current profit is at least 3 times. 3 times is 360 copper coins. Hearing this, everyone understood. 3 times, and it seemed that it wasn't just 3 times. There was still a lot of fermented outside. Maybe it could even reach 4 times. Xiao Bao, 3 times is 3 times. How we sell it? Lu Pan was worried. Haven't you finished the carriages I asked you to make? I counted just now. There are a total of 31 carriages. You guys spend a few days to make 90 carriages. When the time comes, we will sell them wholesale. Anyone who wants to sell can lend a carriage to us. We will only earn 1.5 times the original price of 60 kilograms of 120 copper coins. We will give the other 1.5 times the profit. When the fermented outside is done, I will make some new things. We will probably earn less than 4 copper coins per kilogram. Isn't it a good deal? We don't need to sell it. As for where others will sell it, I will plan the area. The weather is getting hotter, the cold jelly is getting more and more popular, and our taste is getting better. Such a big wharf, we will distribute 20 of them, and the rest will be distributed to other places. In the future, we will not sell it. We will focus on making liangpi. As the process improves, I believe the cost will be lower. Especially when you guys are buying, the price is really high. I don't know how you guys negotiated. Zhang Xiaobao had already thought about it. He would make a series of cold jelly. After all, a single flavor was not enough. Lu Pan had an idea. Xiaobao, according to what you said, we are not enough people. We still have to work at the wharf. We can't keep making cold jelly. There's no need for you guys. You are all men, so you should do other things. Women could do cold jelly. You guys have women at home, right? Look at the work you did before. If the money is not enough, come over and increase the scale. Now it is only 10,000, which is really not much. How many people are there in Ezhou? How many people are there at the wharf recently? In the past, sister-in-law sold 60 kilograms of cold jelly a day. Now, even if she sells 60 kilograms of cold jelly, the money she earns is twice as much as before. Then, 3,000 kilograms is 50 times the original amount. She can hire 20 people and give each of them 1% of the current income. She should be satisfied, right? The remaining 30 people's amount will be earned by sister-in-law alone. Are you scared? Let's calculate at least twice as much. Sister-in-law can command people and earn 7,200 copper coins a day. Zhang Xiaobao continued. He was waiting for the right time to form a chain brand. Lu Pan thought about it and felt that it was right. He was worried. Why would others buy from us? Can't they make it themselves? In fact, there are 24 people selling cold jelly at the wharf. The wharf area is very big, and there are several unloading ports. There are also people selling cold jelly in the shops. Because our cost is low, and the supply cost is much lower than their production cost. It is also very tiring to produce. At the same time, our taste is good, and there will be a series of new flavors in the future. This is called industrial centralization and scale. Of course, the one who is really paying is me. My labor cost is the highest. I provided the new raw materials and technology, and I provided the follow-up technology. As for my identity as Zhang Xiaobao, how much do you think it is worth per hour? I calculate according to the annual increase of assets. Every minute is more than 100 copper coins. If it was not for the sake of making an example, do you think I would come here to sell cold jelly? Wouldn't it be better for me to sleep by myself? Wouldn't it be better for me to make 2 delicious dishes for Xiao Bei and the rest? Zhang Xiaobao said, as if he was complaining. Lu Pan and the rest reacted. Indeed, he was Xiao Bao. Moreover, he was not wasting only Xiao Bao's time, but also Cuckoo. Then I'll try. Find other people selling cold jelly. In fact, there are more than 90 people selling cold jelly in Ezhou. Lu Pan asked in a low voice. Go ahead. Remember to raise the price and let them bargain. Don't think of monopolizing all the cold jelly sellers in Ezhou. That will be troublesome. Only with a comparison can there be a market. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. Then he remembered that this was not his home. So he said, let's go. I'll tell you how to make other flavors in 2 days. It's dark now. Brother Lu, if you go out, won't other people be sleeping? Goofer smiled and said, let them go. It's far away. They may not arrive until tomorrow noon, and they have to rent a horse. If they go in the middle of the night, other people will be busy. Soaking beans, grinding, and cooking all take time. Selling cold jelly is very tiring. It saves a lot of time and money. They will definitely be willing. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. He followed Wang Wan out, and people continued to light up the place with flashlights. You don't look very happy. Wang Wan observed Zhang Xiaobao on the way and asked, because the technical content is too low. Others can learn it, but the people I hired learned it for 2 days and found it so easy, so they made it by themselves. Zhang Xiaobao answered, then you don't look very sad. Wang Wan asked again, because we can sign a 3-month contract first and increase the compensation. Zhang Xiaobao answered again, why 3 months? Wang Wan didn't want to waste time thinking about it. It will be autumn in 3 months. It's very hot in Ezhou in autumn. The cold jelly is more popular, and it can't be restricted by the contract. Besides, the 3-month contract has already formed a brand advantage in one area. When I release 2 flavors, who can shake this position? Zhang Xiaobao was like a loser, answering feebly. Wang Wan thought for a while and understood. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, everything is within your calculations. You pretend to be pitiful. Are you playing the pig to eat the tiger? I've decided. Tonight you will count the moon. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the moon in the sky and said awkwardly, count the arc? Is it the inner arc or the outer arc? You know, the moon, she is not a perfect circle. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.